hello, good morning, and welcome. You are here in Canada. Yes, this is the Greater Calgary area. This is the home of Predator Bay Water Ski Club here at the Lakes of Castingstone. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and it's a pleasure for you to welcome y'all to this beautiful area of the world. It is the Rocky Mountain Pro, and it is part of the Nautique Water Ski World Series presented by GM Marine. Great to have you here as we zoom in to the two-lake facility that represents the Lakes of Castingstone. It's two quality man-made lakes, and their ski season starts in early May and ends in early October. It's situated next to the Bow River, which is the river that you see in the foreground there. And it is an absolutely wonderful site. It was created way back in 1997. Yes, this lake facility has been in existence for the best part of 3 decades. It was created by Dan and Sue Velsick, who remain active members of the club to this day. And they maintain 2 slalom courses, 1 jump ramp, a clubhouse, and beautiful dock facilities. And I'm sure that if you ever get the chance to get on up to this area of Canada, you should make a stop here at the Lakes of Castingstone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. Now, also in my opening remarks, the Calgary, which is the major city which this event takes place in, is a Treaty 7 territory as part of the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Satsuma First Nation, and the Stoney Nakoda Nation, with recognition also given to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. So, we've got some great skiing coming up this morning. We got the Pro Women's Round 1 starting getting things kicked off. We've got 14 skiers lined up for that. And we've got 2 rounds actually of preliminary round action with the top 8 scores from either of the 2 rounds qualifying any skier that's lucky enough to be in the top 8 through to the 3rd round final as we zoom into our iconic maple leaf flag, the national flag of Canada. And great to have you tuning in this morning as we see a few of our competitors getting nicely stretched out and warmed up. Managed to see Karen Truelove a few minutes ago, and she's looking primed, and she is looking in good shape to make an assault here this morning, as well as the 13 other competitors that will be on the list in the women's slalom round 1. There is our schedule for today: women's and men's slalom round 1, women's and men's tricks round 1, and not unsurprisingly, women's and men's jump round 1. And then after that, we go into the U21 women's tricks, and then the U21 men's tricks. And as I said, the top 8 from each of those events goes through to the final, which will take place on Sunday. This is Friday right here, so we've got a long days worth of skiing to go today, and also the remaining 2 days of this competition. This is the Rocky Mountain Pro, a proud part of the Nautique Water Ski World Series, powered by GM Marine, and we got a whole slew of sponsors, which I'll get to during the course of the day, and our presenting and title sponsors, along with Nautique, feature the Government of Canada, Sport Canada, and Government of Alberta, and Tourism Calgary. So right off the bat, the finest and greatest of supports already in place for this event, the Rocky Mountain Pro. Okay, in just a few minutes, we'll get this event up and running. We're scheduled to start at 8 a.m., so you've got a few minutes to grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite seat, because we're about to throw down, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the women's slalom round 1, and when we return, we will have the first event in the Rocky Mountain Pro as part of the Nautique Water Ski World Series on your screens in just a few minutes. So sit back, relax, and when we return, we'll have our first event next. Well, we return to live coverage here at the Lakes of Cast in Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. This is the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, and it is part of the Nautique World Series of water skiing. And glad to have you on board. Our first competitor is getting ready to go. It's Amelia Mendez from Chile. And we have another 13 skiers that represents the list of round one women's slalomers in the pro competition. There you see on the starting dock Toti Miranda, an absolute legend in Chilean water skiing. In fact, in terms of the greater community of Latin American athletes, he is definitely one of the best to have ever put on a pair of jump skis and go at it at the jump ramp. And he was a pretty decent overall skier at one time as well. So he's now lent his skills to the coaching realm and does it in support of Team Chile's effort to gain more of a foothold in water ski supremacy, not only in Latin America but also in the Americas as a whole. There we also see Sasha Denierskaya warming up, just going through the motions there. She will be our fifth skier out on the water. But to get the Rocky Mountain Pro up and running, we have Amelia Mendez on the starting dock, and there is our running order. We have 12 skiers in total in round one, starting off with Amelia Mendez, and then we'll go on to Karen Trulove, Chelsea Mills, Erica Lang, Sasha Denierskaya, Lexi Abelson. Then we move on from the States to Peru for Cristiana de Osma, then back to the United States again for Elizabeth Montavon. Then we'll follow on with Neely Ross of Canada, Ali Garcia from the United States, Ali Nicholson from the United States, Kennedy Hansen also from the United States, and that leaves us with two more athletes. There will be Jamie Ball from Canada and Regina Jaquist, the current world record holder from the United States as well. So that is our list of 14 skiers. We're about to get it kicked off as part of the Nautique Water Ski World Series. We've already had some great events under that banner so far this season. The Moomba Masters for one, the Masters itself, which took place during Memorial Day weekend on Callaway Gardens. And alongside the Masters, we also have other great events that fall under the Nautique's banner. The Botas event was actually the very first event of the World Series of water skiing. And this is the next one. So Canada's up next with the Rocky Mountain Pro, and then there are other events such as the California Pro to come up afterwards as well. But this is the latest stop on the Nautique Water Ski World Series. Amelia Mendez from Chile, and I would suspect that she'll be selecting a line length of either 14.25 meters or 13 meters. Probably going to go more with the former rather than the latter. So we are up and away. Rocky Mountain Pro for 2026 is a go. Coming into the course, we'll get our first indication of the line length. It is 14.25 meters, 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line. The course width is 11.5 meters wide. So 14.25 meters should be just a breeze here for Amelia Mendez. And looking in pretty darn good shape out there, I'd have to say. Pulls out to shorten. And from here we go on to 13 meters. The next line length shortening it will be the green loop. As once again we get a glimpse of Toti Miranda. Probably looking more nervous on the dock, pacing up and down for skiers that he coaches and supports than he ever was during his time competitively skiing for Chile. Sometimes that's just the way as we get a quick glimpse of our chief judge coming to us from Zachary, Louisiana in the United States. That is Kerry Lee. And at the helm of that towboat, Becky Lathrop takes the driving duties, and sitting in the judge's seat is Taryn Grant Spavin.
But there's like double the boat than the ski version, right? So it makes it a little bit of sense. Now I'm just like, okay, now we have the stripped down bare bones version. Same. Here's the chief judge.
So there on dockside, getting ready to go, is Karen Truelove. Certainly a well-seasoned athlete. She's been there, done that, gotten the bumper sticker. She's been amongst the top athletes for many seasons, and looking to try and assert herself into this tournament. 14 skiers in this women's round one of slalom, and it is the best score out of 2 rounds that carries for each skier. And if they happen to be in the top 8, then they will get to ski a 3rd round, which will be the final. As Amelia Mendez gets the job done with pass number 2. It is 13 meters. And now she's going to shorten that line length down to 12 meters, which is the last line length before the line gets too short to actually reach out to buoy's width. Reminder that the course width is 11.5 meters wide. So simple math will determine that she has about half a meter to work with to get the ski outside the buoy and keep it turning and then going cross course. So Amelia Mendez looking good, looking pretty good so far, I'd have to say. Rather pensive look across her face, though. But it is the first event in the Rocky Mountain Pro for 2026, and she had the honor of taking to the water first as the lowest seeded skier coming into this event. So let's see what Amelia Mendez has in store for us. Her most recent tournament, she scored 2 at 11.25 meters at the Polk City Open. So she's definitely capable of running this pass, certainly. The question is, does she do it here and now? There's number 3. Good to go for number 4. Letting the ski run down course and managing to get round all 6 buoys on 12 meters. Our first skier out has gotten through the 12-meter line and getting set to attack her best performance so far this season, which according to my stats here shows that she was able to get to round 2 on 11.25 meters earlier on in the season. And she equaled that score not only in another tournament in the United States, but also in another tournament in Chile as well. So she's traveled far and wide, and she's gone into 11.25 meters and gotten that ski round number 2. So let's see if she can rustle up a decent score going forwards behind that Nautique. The Nautique, it's a complete bow-to-stern redesign for 2026, significantly lighter than the previous generation, and blending carbon fiber and fiberglass into a new hull creation. It is the 2026 Nautique. You can find out more by going to nautique.com. Nautique.com is the place to go online to find out more about this towboat. And you can also check out their socials as well on YouTube, on X, on Facebook, on Instagram. They're all there. Here we go. Amelia Mendez. This is 11.25 meters. Good stretch on number 1, a little bit down course. She gets the ski round number 2, will not get outside number 3, so she equals her best score of the season with 2 at 11.25 meters. It sets the standard for the skiers to attack. So coming into the dock from Chile, this is Amelia Mendez. So let's have a look at the instant replay and see where things started to go pear-shaped for Amelia Mendez. The gate shot looked pretty good, but not enough angle across the back of the boat to set the ski wide enough for it to come back in and to turn aggressively and establish angle going across course from 1 to 2, which leaves her a little bit exposed into both number 1 and number 2, and having to fight hard just to get round buoy number 2. She was certainly able to deal with being that down course off 13 meters on 12, but on 11.25 meters, errors of that sort are punished almost immediately, and she knew that to her cost. With a 2-buoy count on 11.25 meters, our leader after one skier is Amelia Mendez. Now our next competitor to take to the water, coming to us out of Windermere in Central Florida, it is Karen Truelove. And notice almost straight away that Karen has switched onto a new ski. It is the D3 Neo 3, which seems to have gotten a lot more attention in recent weeks. I mean, there's Elizabeth Montvon, who we'll see a little bit further down the list. She got onto that ski and has been skiing absolute wonders out there. And it looks like just that switch alone has prompted others to do the same. And one of those skiers that has done the same is Karen Truelove. She gets through 14.25 meters. And she gets ready for 13 meters. Okay, so looking at the starting dock, and we see the welcome return of Chelsea Mills, who's been skiing in around about these parts in the western parts of the United States and Canada. We see her husband there, Carl Denis. But we also see our Nautique towboat getting ready to bring in Karen Truelove back into the course. I believe they have about a 45-second drop time on each end to allow the, actually 55 seconds, I beg your pardon. 55 seconds is offered to the skiers on each end to get settled in, and also to allow the waves to subside, providing the skiers with the conditions necessary in order to continue skiing. Then we see a few of our folks there. We've got Ronnie, we got Ali, and we got Kerry there, all trying to stay warm at this early part of the morning. It's a little after 8 a.m. Sun is shining, but it's a little chilly to boot as well. 13 meters for Karen Truelove on that Ion 3. So there we go. Karen Truelove doing. So on that Neo 3, I beg your pardon. Okay, so 2 passes down already, and already looking in a pretty decent shape out there. The first 2, 14 and 13, are just basically a chip shot so far as Karen Truelove is concerned, but she'll never tell you that, of course.
Oh my goodness. I love it, the positivity.
So getting ready on the starting dock, and a welcome return for Chelsea Mills. She will be third off the dock. And the triple beep from the towboat, in which Rebecca Lathrop is at the helm of, will signal in just a moment. And with that, the boat accelerates away quickly gets up to 55 kilometers an hour or 34 miles an hour. So here we go, Karen Truelove. Out of Windermere in Central Florida, but originally from Fuquay-Varina in North Carolina. 12 meters. Looking good here, getting some good angle from that ski. Looks like the ski change that she made is reaping some great benefits to her going forward. She's 3 passes to the good right now. 14 and 13 and 12. So looking at Karen Truelove again, just letting the ski run down course a little bit, and because the ski is because of the ski's design, it allows to gain angle and still maintain a good bit of water speed to where she doesn't have to generate too much more to get cross course. So now it is 11.25 meters coming right up here for Karen Truelove, and among the water ski organizations and legacy funds that are in support of this event. Big ups to Water Ski Canada, Water Ski and Wakeboard Alberta, and the Verno Berg Legacy Fund. We thank those individuals and entities involved as we take a look around the surrounds of this facility. Our TWBC drone pilot there, Connor Pesic, controlling the visuals here as Karen Truelove works her way towards the course. It is 11.25 meters. The best score that we've seen so far after one skier is Amelia Mendez on 2. And it looks like for Karen Truelove, she struggles to get round number 3, but a struggle that yields a new lead score. It is a 3-buoy count on 11.25 meters. And at this early stage, we've had 2 skiers get to that line length, with Amelia Mendez on 2 for second right now for 2 competitors, and Karen Truelove holding sway as our lead athlete with 3 at 11.25 meters. But I can tell you, based upon my experience with announcing these events over many, many years and decades, that these initial scores at the beginning are probably not going to stay towards the higher echelon the scores for much longer. So Karen Truelove looking okay, looking strong for 3 at 11.25 meters, but we'll see what she can do in round 2 coming up tomorrow. Now, for those of you that are looking for the schedule of events, we'll have that up on the screen in just a moment as we see Karen Truelove with the instant replay and just getting a little bit bogged down off number 1 and number 2 and making life a little bit difficult for herself. As we now work our way to Chelsea Mills. Now, Chelsea Mills, who has skied in a number of professional events over many, many seasons, took a little bit of a time for a hiatus from the sport, battling injuries and whatnot. But it's good to see her return to the fray. And not a bad opening run there at 14.25 meters. That is Chelsea Mills. We see a few more of our athletes are just trying to stay loose, trying to stay warmed up, and trying to stay calm, which is the hardest thing to do when you're trying to get set up for an event of this magnitude. This event being the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am as part of the Nautique Water Ski World Series. our newest Pro Series to come on stream, and we certainly thank Nautique along with GM Power for their sponsorship and other assistance in making this event a reality. Among our corporate and community sponsors lined up for this event involve Caledonian Midstream, Compass Group, Wildcat Realty, Basecamp Motorsports, Wizard Lake Marine, and an event needs a venue, and that venue is the Lakes of Castingstone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club.
It's okay. That's the only thing. No,
So,
I'm kidding.
a chance there has opened up for you to win yourself a Connolly slalom ski, and you can play our audience prize competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win a Connolly slalom ski courtesy of Conway. Here we go. This is Chelsea Mills riding on the Pineapple slalom ski. It's a brand that is produced by Nick Parsons alongside her husband, Carl Denis, using carbon technology to fashion up a rather unusual slalom ski. Certainly unusual from the fact that we don't get to see it an awful lot, but we'll see how Chelsea Mills fares on that piece of slalom technology. Speaking of technology, Hydrogate and microtuner systems work together for a flatter, more consistent wake at every line length. Alongside zero-off GPS speed control, it's all of those systems work in unison to be recalibrated for the new hull that is the 2026 Ski Nautique, which is a complete Baltas stern redesign. And you can check out that boat alongside those technologies, more details on those technologies by going to nautique.com, nautique.com. All right then, folks, let's continue on. We have got Chelsea Mills, pass number 3. This is going to be 12 meters. Bright sunshine. Right here at the Lakes of Castingstone. There's number 1. There's number 2. Letting the ski roll down course so she doesn't have to re-accelerate and send in even more speed into the buoy than she can handle. But after 3 skiers, that's our 3rd ski in a row to get through 12 meters, and that is Chelsea Mills. All right, let's have a look dockside and see our latest competitor getting ready to go. It is Erica Lang, a skier more known for her exploits on the trick ski and to a lesser extent her wakeboarding talents as well. But she's very adept on the slalom ski as well. And we'll get to see that in a few moments, but not until we've completed the run for Chelsea Mills. Making a comeback of sorts. And a skier who arrived into the sport of a tournament water ski slalom rather late compared to many of her peers. Used to be a tennis coach at collegiate level and competed in that same realm. And she's also dabbled a little bit with sports psychology as well. So an individual with many talents, Chelsea Mills, as we now get ready to bring her back into the course. This is now 11.25 meters. This is the first instance in which the run does not extend outside the width of the buoys. There's number 1, gets it to go. Round number 2, she's still on strike here. Look at her go off number 2 and number 3. She's still there, you know. Round number 4, and the first person to ski through 11.25 meters in the Rocky Mountain Pro in the women's slalom competition is Chelsea Mills. Now getting ready for 10.75 meters. So as we wait Chelsea Mills to shorten up to 10.75 meters, we're seeing a quick glimpse of the blue sky city that is Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And taking the lead at this early stage, Chelsea Mills, skier number 3 off the dock, skier number 1 on the list of leaders right now, taking the lead away from Karen Truelove. As soon as she pointed that ski on the outside of buoy number 4 and executed the turn, she'd already taken the lead, but she knows full well of the potential for others to conjure up performances of a similar vein. And now she's trying to give them a little bit more of a challenging target to aim for. Here we go, folks. This is Chelsea Mills. Taryn Grant in the judges' seat. Becky Lathrop at the helm. Now, getting ready for 10.75 meters. There's 1. Does she get round number 2? Yes, she makes a break for number 2, gets to the wakes. It is going to be 2. 2 buoys at 10.75 meters with a little ripple of applause for Chelsea Mills. So let's have a look and see where how things are paired up there for Chelsea Mills. She got around buoy number 1, looking in good shape for number 2, but she knew that she couldn't really make that much of a break on number 2, so she put on the brakes, performed the S-turn, and timed up the line to ski for the wakes in time for the next set of boat guides, which guarantees a score of 2 at 10.75 meters. So your top 3 after 3 skiers: Amelia Mendez in 3rd, Karen Truelove in 2nd, and your winner in your leader so far is Chelsea Mills with 2 at 10.75 meters as she skis to the dock and waves to our appreciative audience along the shoreside as we are about to take our 4th skier out in this Nautique Water Ski World Series event, the Rocky Mountain Pro. And as we get ready to bring on our next competitor, Erica Lang, a big shout out has to go to our equipment and gear sponsors, which include Shoe Swap, Ski and Board, with locations in Calgary and Sicamous, GM Marine, PCM Marine Engines, JL Audio, Zero Off, Syndicate Water Skis, Massline Ropes and Eagle Gear, and Australian Gold Sunscreen. Thank those equipment and gear sponsors indeed for their help and sponsorship assistance.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
So from the information that I've gotten, I believe that our next skier, Erica Lang, will be going into the course on 16 meters.
What? Thank you.
So Erica Lang, who probably doesn't train that much in the slalom event compared to tricks. We'll see her later on in the tricks competition, which will be our 3rd event on the water this afternoon after we get done with women's slalom round 1 and men's slalom round 1. We look forward to seeing her there. But let's see if she can conjure up a little bit of magic here. Starting off with the 16-meter line. 16 meters is the equivalent of 53 feet. Or in old parlance. 16 meters, 53 feet, otherwise known as 22 off. Getting launched a little bit into number 6, but it's not a problem for her to handle. And there we go. That is 16 meters cleared by Erica Lang. All right, there are a sun shining through the trees here at the Lakes of Casting Stone as our 5th skier gets ready to take to the water, Sasha Denyashkaya. All right, there. So on dockside, getting ready to go is Sasha. And getting ready for the yellow loop is Erica Lang, a member of Team Nautique. And he trains with that boat extensively. Let's have a look. Here comes Erica Lang. 14.25 meters. It'll probably be a stretch to mention her as maybe one of the top slalom skiers in this event, but she's good. She's out there and she's giving it her all. With 16 and 14.25 meters under her belt, she now takes aim at the green loop, which is going to be 13 meters or 32 off. Skiing behind that Nautique boat, which is powered by a PCM ZZ 6.2 liter, 450 horsepower engine. And 2026 marks 65 years of the Ski Nautique lineage, with more personal bests and more world records than any other towboat in tournament history. And you can find out more by going to nautique.com, and you can check out their socials as well, on Instagram, on Facebook, on X, and also on YouTube. All right, there. Here comes 13 meters there for Erica Lang. Let's see if she can make the adjustment from 14.25 meters to 13 meters. This is where it starts to get intense. The intensity is certainly there so far as Erica Lang is concerned. And a skier who represents the United States at world title level, and has won numerous world championships and has set in the world record a number of times. As a matter of fact, Erica Lang has a stranglehold on the world women's trick record. It was superseded. Her existing record prior to this season was superseded by Neely Ross, and just a few weeks later, the latest world record performance from Erica Lang superseded that. So between the likes of Erica Lang, Neely Ross, and a couple of others that I could mention, they're certainly taking water ski women's tricks to new heights. And obviously no coincidence that those three skiers, with Anna Hunter, with with Erica Lang, with Neely Ross. They're all members of Team Nautique. So dockside, just trying to stay calm and relaxed and trying not to let the occasion overall Sasha Denyaskaya, who will be next on the water. And this is going to be 12 meters for Erica Lang. Entrance round buoy number 1 on the blue loop. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. Pummeling the wakes, look at her go from one side of the course to the next, and she is going to have a crack at 11.25 meters coming up next. That is Erica Lang. 6 buoys on 12 meters and continuing to ski. And for those of you that prefer old parlance in respect to the metric system, 12 meters is the equivalent of 35 feet off the standard 75-foot line. That leaves her with 40 feet to get round all 6 buoys. And the course width, for those that prefer feet and inches, is 37.5 feet wide. So with 12 meters or 40 feet, she has 2.5 feet of width to get that ski on the outside of the course and then to whip it back across the stern of that Nautique towboat and get the job done on that particular line length. So now, 12 meters is now in her rear view mirror. Now let's see what 11.25 meters, let's see what kind of challenge this presents for Erica Lang. The current top score is 2 at 10.75 meters. Therefore, requiring that Erica Lang, to get anywhere close to that, she needs to run. Oh, and she doesn't even get the ski outside buoy number 1. That's where having another 2 or 3 or maybe 6 inches of height would probably help. But in this instance, it is going to be a zero buoy count at 11.25 meters. So after 4 competitors, Erica Lang unable to get round the first buoy at 11.25 meters, and that currently puts her in 4th place after 4 competitors. So still in the lead is Chelsea Mills with a whopping score of 2 at 10.75 meters. She has the lead. And now we go on to skier number 5. It will be Sasha Denyaskaya. Okay, for those of you who have just tuned in, you are welcome to the Rocky Mountain Pro, an event that's part of the Nautique Waterski World Series. A few of our folks getting warmed up. And as Erica Lang skis into the docks, she will hand over the line to our next competitor, Sasha Denyaskaya.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. You too. Yes, please.
All right, so Sasha another skier that's migrated to the Neo 3 from D3. And for those of you that are entering the audience prize competition, you would have a chance to win a ski from D3 if you can accurately predict the podium finishes for the Rocky Mountain Pro in the men's slalom competition, and also have the nearest applicable tiebreaker as well. If you go to waterskibroadcasting.com and /play, you will find out more details about the audience prize competition and your chance to enter for a prize of a slalom ski from either Connolly or D3. Just looking at Sasha Denyaskaya going through the pass on pass number 1, looking very, very nice indeed out there on the course. Sasha Denyaskaya has slalomed almost as much as she's jumped this season so far as her performance has been in 2026. Her best score, as far as I can see, is about halfway down 11.25 meters. So she's going to have to dig deep here if she aspires to put a score out there that will challenge the lead. As we see Alexi Abelson get ready to go, a skier that skis in a couple of noteworthy locations. One of them in Arizona. And also over in Wolfsboro in New Hampshire, which was the site for another major tournament in which Sasha Denyaskaya was also a part of as well. Jumping close to 170 feet. Actually was 170 feet in the first round of that competition. Backed it up with a tremendous overall score, which included a 7,240 point total and a 3 buoy at 12-meter count in her most recent tournament event. But easy as she does it, that is Sasha Denyaskaya. That is a 6 buoy count on 12 meters and getting ready to rock the roost here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. Now, you can't have an event of this nature without some great on-site services, and among the folks that help us out in that realm, LifeLink EMS, they are the paramedics on site, and we thank those guys indeed. With the medical cover that they provide for an event of this magnitude. Also worth noting that this event is being produced online for our viewing audience by TWBC, the whole crew of Vince, Artur, Connor, Santiago, and Pablo, plus local Predator Bay talent, Graydon. They're running video production for this event, so a big shout out to the crew at TWBC. All right, Becky Lafer put the helm of that towboat. Now, bringing in Sasha Denyaskaya, a skier originally from Eastern Europe, but has settled into to life in the United States. She comes to us from Horizon West in Central Florida. Sasha Denyaskaya on 12 meters, getting a little bit bogged down on number 2, but she continues to ski, and looks like that element to her skiing there with the elbow slam is going to get a lot more prevalent as she gets from 12 meters onto 11, which is the next line leg shortening that will be attempted by Sasha Denyaskaya. As we see a few of our folks taking their early seats for this event. Sasha Denyaskaya, whose best this season out there on the slalom course is 3 on 11.25 meters. Getting a little bit, as I said, a little bit bogged down on on her onside turn, which is rather unusual in itself. And seems to have found a ski that really works with her on her onside, which is the D3 Neo 3 slalom ski. As we look along the dockside and see our next two athletes, Christiana de Osma, who we'll see in a few minutes, but prior to her taken to the water, it'll be Lexi Abelson, a world champion at U17 level. And those world championships took place just this past April. But here we go, Sasha Denyaskaya, 11.25 minutes, gets a good start on number one. She's loose into number two. Can she get the ski outside number three? No. So that score of 2 at 11.25 meters, 2 at 11.25 meters, that puts her in a tie for fourth with Emilia Mendez, and the tie exists between herself and Emilia Mendez for fourth spot, and that is Sasha Denyaskaya. 2 at 11.25 meters, and after 5 skiers, the leader is Chelsea Mills. The leader in the clubhouse is Chelsea Mills with 2 at 10.75 meters. Now, will that lead stay intact for the next few athletes? We're on skier number 6 of 14, and it'll be Lexi Abelson. Looking at this once again, just didn't get the full connection through the entrance gates into number one at the start. And whenever you make a mistake of that magnitude on a line length this short, it is going to punish you almost immediately. Brings the handle down and stops the ski cold from turning underneath the line. And she was in a battle here just to get a fraction of that next buoy. So now our next competitor on the water, it is going to be Lexi Abelson. .25 meters should not be at all difficult here for Lexi Abelson. Fantastic skiing. So Lexi Abelson, who among her faves, at least so far as her food is concerned, is a ravioli and ice cream, though not at the same time. That would just be weird. As we look down at one of our main contenders in this event, Elizabeth Montavon, just basking in the sunshine. Lexi Abelson out on the water, and no doubt tuning into the coverage of this event. The Rocky Mountain Pro is her mum, Mariana Abelson. The Rocky Mountain Pro here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. And just enough time to mention to you our chief judge is Kerry Lee. ACJ is Nikki Lee. Scorer is Christy Kingsmill. And we have a talented cadre of judges featuring Jeffrey Armstrong, Kyle Eade, Taryn Grant, Cole McCormick, Harry Spavin, and our safety director is Michelle Clooney. Lexi Abelson on 30 meters. Skiing on the good slalom ski, which is produced in Ogden in the U.S. state of Utah. And she's been a part of that brand for many, many years. Not only slaloms on that brand, but also tricks with that brand as well, using the MK1 for toe tricks, and the Avalon for handle tricks, and we'll see her on those two skis a little bit later on in the coverage. Becky Lathrop there at the helm of that towboat with that iconic headwear. As we look down upon our athletes, those that have skied already and those that will be skiing very, very soon. They'll get ready to ski behind the Nautique towboat, and among the pros that have skied it report that the wakes are drastically better. Some are even having to adjust their zero-off settings compared to the older model. And certainly a testament to the design boffins out there at Nautique in Central Florida. You can find out more about the technology that went into the new Nautique, including how it works with the existing technologies of Hydrogate and microtuner systems. You can check that out at nautique.com. That is nautique.com. All right, here we go, folks. This is Lexi Abelson, and this is her attempt on 12 meters. Entrance gate, buoy number 1. A little unbalanced there, but she manages to get that second hand on and continuing to roll. Good skiing there. Keeps the arm down on her onside, brings the arm up on her offside turn. But they seem to work well together as Lexi Abelson gets away through the 12-meter line and sets herself up for 11.25 meters. So just trying to maintain her balance, letting the ski run down course, which means that she doesn't have to accelerate too hard to get back across the stern of that towboat. So Lexi Abelson, among our hobbies, and it's an extensive list, by the way. Snow skiing, gymnastics, mountain biking, surfing, and eating ice cream. I'm guessing the fact that she does a lot of her skiing up in New England, being so close proximity to Ben and Jerry's, probably has something to do with that. Training sites, Squam Lake over there in New Hampshire, and also trains over at Lake Hancock in Central Florida and Crystal Point in Arizona. Here she comes, Lexi Abelson on 11.25 meters. She's round number 3, gets on it for number 4. Can she make up for lost time? Yes, she can. Can she make it round number 5? There she goes, 6 buoys. 6 buoys there at 11.25 meters, and probably close to posting her best performance of the season. In fact, when I look down at the Granite Cup results that she posted not too long ago and married that up to other tournament scores, such as the Botas Pro-Am and the Masters Water Ski Tournament, I would go so far as to say that score of 6 at 11.25 meters is probably one of her best scores this season. She has posted up a 1 at 10.75 meters at the Masters Water Ski Tournament over there in Pine Mountain in Georgia. Looking at some of her other scores, 2 at 10.75 meters in the last chance qualifier prior to that event. But since the Masters, she's posted scores into 11.25 meters, but none have been into 10.75 meters until now. Here we go. Now, this is Lexi Abelson. She is taking aim at the lead. 10.75 meters. The lead is 2. Coming in She can get round number 2 and make a play. Oh, no, and she collapses around buoy number 1. Gets the ski barely outside the buoy and giving her a total of half a buoy at 10.75 meters. But it is enough to post up a second place standing at this time. So Lexi Abelson with half at 10.75 meters. Is it going to be enough to see her advance through to the 8-skier final? A little early to tell to make that determination at this time, but she's certainly given it her all out there. For a skier that has posted maybe 1 or 2 scores into this line length for 10.75 meters so far this season, most of the other scores that she has posted this season have been into 11.25 meters. But a tremendous performance there from Lexi Abelson as she is in second place. Our leader is still Chelsea Mills with 2 at 10.75 meters.
Well, yes, I got a 3.
So now we're waiting for our next competitor coming to us from the South American nation of Peru. It is Cristiana de Osma. All right, so as Lexi Abelson walks back towards the dock, passing by the pizza truck, which I have to give a quick shout out to. Wood-fired pizza is served as breakfast in the morning and lunch at midday. They've also got cold coffee available for the spectators as well along the shore side. So the folks around here at the Lakes of Casting Stone are going to be absolutely spoiled rotten so far as food options are concerned. But it is breakfast time, and the time right now is almost 9 o'clock in the morning, mountain time here in this beautiful part of Canada, specifically Foothills County, just a little way south of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Here we go. This is our next skier representing Peru. This now is Cristiana de Osma, 14.25 meter start. Looking good. Fantastic skiing for Cristiana de Osma. So, great skiing there for Cristiana de Osma, opening up with 14.25 meters. A healthy smattering of our athletes are still gathering around dockside.
See you guys later. You will. Thank you. Good luck later. Anything else?
So, and welcome back to the announcing point. I'm Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. This is the Rocky Mountain Pro, a proud part of the Nautique Water Ski World Series, presented to you by GM Marine Engines. And also our sponsors that you see right here below my announcing position. Big shout out to all of those folks. All right, so as our drone shot comes through the tree line, we've got Cristiana de Osma with a 13-meter second pass, letting that ski execute its turns, sets up good cross-course angle. into the last third of the course now, and Christiana de Osma, fine effort there with a 6-buoy count on 13 meters. The green loop.
Now all the way up. That allows you to be light on the line like that. So good with your hands. Feel good?
So, Christiana de Osma coming to us from the South American nation of Peru. Enjoys cooking, reading, and Pilates. Although I do have to stress, not all at the same time. Apparently her favorite food is sushi. And lists as her coaches, Chet Rayleigh, Camilo Espinal, and the person whom you see on dockside offering a few tips and a few pieces of instruction, Ronnie Bischoff, who is one of the good folks at Nautique so far as event management is concerned. So now making the turn round the island, round the North Island. Here we go, folks. This is Christiana de Osma. 12 meters, and a more aggressive gate shot is required from here on out to get the ski angled out. And look how wide she is on a 135 side. Put in those tips offered by her coach Ronnie Bischoff to good use in getting through 12 meters without any problems whatsoever. So, Christiana de Osma. Looking good on the 12 meters. A skier who skied her first tournament back in 2015. Oh, that sounds so long ago. So she's been involved in the sport for the best part of a decade now. And she's climbed up rapidly among the ranks of our top skiers from South America. And among her other likes, amongst her favorite musical choices are Taylor Swift and rather surprisingly, ABBA. Let's hope that this pass coming up on 11.25 meters doesn't ultimately be her Waterloo. Christiana de Osma coming in 11.25 meters, a real sharp pull out there for the entrance gates to give her a good positional glide prior to the entrance gate shot. There's 1, there's 2, and 3. Good to go for number 4. She's nice and wide. She's waiting on each buoy now, allowing that ski to rotate, and there she goes. Fantastic skiing there for Christiana de Osma. No stranger to skiing here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. Remember that she was involved in a multiple-way runoff in the last tournament in which she skied at here at the Lakes of Casting Stone among the competitors in the U21 World Water Ski Championships. Christiana de Osma. So Christiana de Osma, who lists among her titles is the U21 World Girls Slalom Champion, won that title right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. So Christiana de Osma among her accomplishments. At 10 years old, she landed her first flip. and started skiing a few years before that. Her favorite tricks are flips. We'll see her in the tricks event coming up a little bit later on this morning or around about midday. Here we go. This is Christiana de Osma, 10.75 meters. She's gone round number one. She tries to make a play for number two, and looks like she was trying to sell us on number two, and I don't think anyone is buying at this moment in time, so it looks like it's going to be a one buoy count. One buoy there at 10.75 meters, which puts her half a buoy ahead of Lexi Abelson, but the leader still with two at 10.75 meters is Chelsea Mills, as we get confirmation that performance there yielded a score of 1 at 10.75 meters, currently putting her in second spot. From Peru, this is Christiana de Osma. Okay, as Christiana makes her way back to the dock, we'll try and keep an eye on some of the messages that you've been sending in on the live chat for on the TWBC YouTube channel. Oh, it doesn't get much better than that, does it, folks? Through the tree line, those evergreens, here in a beautiful part of the world that is Alberta, Canada. And I tell you what, they've in terms of scenery, there isn't much better out there, I can tell you that. Among our present and title sponsors, alongside Nautiques, we have the Government of Canada alongside Sport Canada. We also have the provincial government of Alberta involved as well, alongside Tourism Calgary. A fantastic place to visit, and why don't you visit Tourism Calgary to see all that this area has to offer in terms of places, sights and sounds. I mean, this area has a tradition of sporting excellence like no other. Home to the Stampeders, home to the Flames, and also home to the Winter Olympic Games all the way back in 1988. I mean, if you can imagine the imagery associated with the likes of Katarina Witt, the Jamaican bobsled team, not to mention Eddie the Eagle Edwards, they all made their names and their fame right here in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And trying to make a name for herself right here is Elizabeth Montbon with the opening pass. This is a switch up here from 14 to 13 meters. It's the green loop. Getting to work quickly here. And Elizabeth Montbon with 13 meters getting the job done. So as we look along the shoreline and seeing some adjustments being made to Neely Ross's slalom ski, there is one of Canada's water skiing legends, Drew Ross, a professional and a multiple-time Pan American Games gold medalist in slalom, way back in 1999, 2003, and 2007. His kids are competing in this event, Neely Ross and Charlie Ross.
Thank you.
And it's
Thank you.
true to say that the sport of tournament water skiing is a family affair among the Rosses. All right there, folks. We got Elizabeth Montbon, who's seen an uptick in fortunes in recent weeks, certainly since the start of the season, having switched from one ski to another, working that yellow Neo 3 slalom ski. It's actually prompted a few others to give that ski a try and incorporate it into into their arsenal. Here we go. This now is Elizabeth Montavon. This is 12 meters. This is the blue loop. Certainly has toned down her slalom technique, not nearly as aggressive as it's been several years into the past, and has used that alongside a new weapon of choice, that D3 slalom ski, to execute well here in this event. 13 and 12 meters successfully cleared. Those line lengths are in her rear view now. She's getting ready for 11.25 meters. So as we continue to work on local culinary claims to fame that can be credited to Calgary, Alberta, Canada, among them ginger beef, created in the 1970s by Chef George Wong at Calgary's Silver Inn, and the Caesar cocktail, which was created in 1969 by Walter Schell, also in an inn in Calgary, this time the Calgary Inn. So if you're ever in this area and want to check out what ginger beef and the Caesar cocktail have in store for you, then you would certainly be encouraged to do so. All right then, folks, as Neely Ross continues to warm up with her ski pro gear gloves, in the background we have Elizabeth Montavon. 11.25 meters, a little bit on the tail of the ski, but she's been able to ski out of most of those situations. Look at her go. 11.25 meters. She's wide. She executes that angle across the back of the boat, and she gets through 11.25 meters. So fantastic skiing there for her. There is Neely Ross just going through the final preparations before we send her out. And I see so many good folks here around the site, including Jim Clooney, who was a jump specialist all the way back in the day and helped Canada to 4 Team World Championship medals, a gold in 91 and 93, and individual bronze in those in one of those years as well in 93. He now chairs Water Ski and Wakeboard Canada's National Team Development Committee, known as the little man with the big heart. That is Jim Clooney. And his son, as a matter of fact, will actually be competing in this event in the U21s. And we saw him a little bit earlier yesterday, pummel jumps in the high 50-meter range. So there we go. The Clooney family still continuing to participate in the sport of tournament water skiing. I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have the pleasure of your company right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of Predator Bay Water Ski Club, and a proud member of Nautique's Water Ski World Series. The lead is 2 at 10.75 meters. That is what Elizabeth Montavon is chasing. There's number 1. There's number 2. Can she make a break on number 3? Yes, she can. Can she get to the wakes in time? Well, it's going to be a tough call from our officials whether it's going to be 2 or whether it's going to be 3. And the replay is going to be a conclusive part of that assertion, as Elizabeth Montavon gets an early indication indicates that is going to be 2 at 10.75 meters. It's the official score now, but we'll see how she worked her way towards that to score, and see how close she was to getting around buoy number 3. Gone a little bit twisted off buoy number 1. That delayed her approach into buoy number 2, and she got a decent turn on number 2, even though that was her offside turn, but just couldn't get the skier outside the buoy line for number 3. She tried to sell us on it, though, but no one was buying. So 2 at 10.75 meters, and that puts her into a two-way tie. Two-way tie for the lead in this slalom competition, the Women's Pro Round 1. So what that does, though, is it kind of sets the bar, because we now have 6 skiers remaining, starting off with Neely Ross. We send 8 through to the final, but we haven't had the second round to determine those scores yet and whether they're high enough to be in the top 8. But it's safe to say that between Chelsea Mills and Elizabeth Montavon, they have the two-way tie for the lead right now with 6 skiers remaining. The first of those 6 is Neely Ross. Not looking too bad, and technically very, very sound there on 13 meters for the opening pass. That is Neely Ross, and that, in your shot, is her father, Drew Ross. And Drew Ross, this dockside, a very familiar place with him. I mean, all the way we're extending back to 2009. Where he was part of that Canadian team, gold medal winners in the World Championships, which took place that year. And I certainly had the pleasure of being involved with the broadcast element of that 2009 World Water Ski Championships here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, when the event was televised across Canada on ESPN 3, as we have a look at Ali Garcia getting ready to go, and just trying to isolate herself away from the noise that's around dockside, as I'm sure it's not going to be too much of a stress to suggest that the person that Elizabeth Montavon is on the phone to is probably her husband, who's currently in New York City at the moment on business. Here we go. This is Neely Ross on 12 meters. Such a good glide into a gate shot, and she works the angles extremely well. Doesn't allow herself to get too far down course, and she gets the job done with 30 meters and 12 back-to-back. Fantastic skiing there from Neely Ross. Just looking at the instant replay, good counter rotation, allowing her hips and her upper body to align perfectly with the turn. So not looking too bad out there with that previous pass. That was 12 meters. Now 11.25 meters comes up in rapid succession.
Sorry.
Again, a few messages coming through. We certainly appreciate your participation in the live chat, and you can actually be a part of the live chat for this competition by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. Most of the folks here along the shore side are subscribers to the TWBC YouTube channel. Nearly 17,000 people subscribe to that YouTube channel, as we see Neely Ross get through that pass number 3. 11.25 meters. So now she's put herself in close proximity to the lead scores right now. We have a two-way tie for the lead between Chelsea Mills and Elizabeth Montavon. So Neely Ross, who's skied extensively in a number of locations this season. She was part of that whole series of tournaments in the early part of the season in Europe. Actually starting off in Africa, as a matter of fact, competed in the Royal Nautique Pro in Rabat in Morocco, and continued on to Monaco for that tournament as well. Certainly, there are opportunities aplenty for higher level elite athletes to travel to many diverse locations. One of those skiers is Neely Ross. 10.75 meters. Needs a score of 2 to take to be in a position where she ties for the lead, but she's gotten around number 3 to tie her seasonal's best score. So now she has taken the outright lead. It is a 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters. That is Neely Ross. Great skiing there. So with 5 skiers remaining, Neely Ross has put herself in a pretty darn good position right now as being one of the top 8 skiers that would advance through to the next round of the competition. Bear in mind that there is another round of slalom tomorrow for the women, so it isn't all done and dusted quite yet in respect to the top 8 that make it through to the final. But by taking the lead with a 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters, Neely Ross has definitely put her nose in front at this early stage of the game. So now I'm hearing the call of a 30-meter start for our next athlete. It is going to be Ali Garcia. As we look at the tail end of this performance, she gets the ski outside number 3. She S-turns like the best of them, and she gets to the weights in time for the boat guides for number 4, scoring 3 in the process. All right then, folks, here we go. This is Ali Garcia. Nicely done there on the first third of the course. Now she gets halfway down. 2/3 the way down the run and gets the job done. So that is Ali Garcia, who's at the beginning stages of studying for her law degree. And the legal profession very much in the blood of the Garcia family. Her father, Steve Garcia, is an attorney, and her elder brother is studying as well in the legal profession. As we look along dockside and see Ali Nicholson.
Thank you.
So as Ali Nicholson continues to ready herself, Ali Garcia, on the other hand, getting ready for the next line length shortening, which is going to be 12 meters. This event, the Rocky Mountain Pro, the first edition of this event, as part of the Nautique Water Ski World Series We've already had tournaments as part of that series are staged already. Big shout out to Ricardo and the rest of the folks at Botas Ski that are watching this action as it continues to evolve here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. And this area of the country that is Canada, the province of Alberta, it's known for the Chinook winds, which can whip up and in very, very few hours and swing the temperature up quite considerably. And we're only just a little ways away from Banff National Park, Sunset Village. And so many great places to visit around this area, including Lake Louise.
Looks good.
And this area sits within the Treaty 7 territory, a nod to the First Nations, the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and the Stoney Nakoda. Big ups to those good folks, alongside the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. So here we go, folks. This is Ali Garcia, 11.25 meters. Every one of our competitors has gotten to at least this pass. Few have actually cleared it, and looking very smooth and looking very composed and on fire. There is Ali Garcia. She gets through 11.25 meters. The current top score is 3 on that line length, and if she can get around about that range of 2 or 3, then that would set her up really, really nicely indeed to make an assault on the top 8 scores that would allow that skier to make her way through to the 3rd round final, which will take place on Sunday. We're in the pros right now of women's slalom in round 1 of this competition.
Okay.
So, Ali Nicholson there. All right there, folks. Let's have a look and see what Ali Garcia can conjure up here. This now is 10.75 meters. There's number 1. A little loose into number 2. I believe she got the ski around buoy number 2, although I think we're going to have a review to determine whether she did or not. She gets at least 1. And 1 might be enough to keep her in the top 8, but she'd rather have gotten round buoy number 2 and made a play on number 3 to know for absolute certain, to give us some level of assurance. But there we go. That is Ali Garcia. Let's have a look and see how she managed with the entrance gates. She got round number 1, and does she get round number 2? Well, I think she made contact with number 2, which would have precluded the score of anything around about that range. So it looks like it's going to be 1 at 10.75 meters, 1 at 10.75 meters. So your leader, as it stands right now, is Neely Ross on 3. We have a 2-way tie for second between Elizabeth Montavon and Chelsea Mills. And currently in a 2-way tie for For fourth, as it stands right now, is
All right,
Christiana
let's do
de
it.
Osma and Ali Garcia. Right, we're now on to the final four in this first round of women's pro slalom. Our next skier on the water, coming to us originally from Gallatin in Tennessee, but resides in Central Florida these days, where in the off-season she is a traveling nurse. This is Ali Nicholson. Setting up on Alpha 2 with the zero off system, which is part of the whole technical package inside that Nautique towboat for 2026. Fantastic skiing there for Ali Nicholson. And this event has hosted a whole slew of international class events. The 2009 Water Ski World Championship, which was also the launch venue for the Ski Nautique 200. That almost sounds like an eternity ago, but it was that boat that was launched right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone in the 2009 Water Ski World Championships, and that was certainly a great tournament, and I was grateful for being involved with that in the way that you can probably guess I was involved with. This venue was also present for the Calgary Cup Water Skiers overall tour, 2024 U17 Worlds, 2025 U21 Worlds, and 2026 O35 Worlds. So one time or another, the Lakes of Casting Stone have played host to not one but four versions of the World Water Ski Championship: the Open, the U17, U21s, and more recently, as last week, the O35 Worlds. Ali Nicholson, this is 12 meters. And Ali Nicholson looking to try and get back into a groove a little bit. Some of her performances earlier on in the season have been subpar. True, she's been able to make one or two finals, but some of the performances she needs to find a great score here in this early part of the competition to at least book her spot through to the next round of the competition, or rather at least the third round of the competition, which will be the finals. Here we are at the Lakes of Casting Stone, and a fun fact: much of the extracted gravel that was actually taken from this site to actually build it was actually used to help build Calgary's Deerfoot Trail freeway. Certainly not unique in that respect. I mean, many of the top class venues in countries such as the United Kingdom and France and Italy, they've gone the same route as well, taking gravel and hardcore from nearby locations to help construct highways and stuff like that, and leaving us with perfect ski lakes. One of which, or rather two of which, are right here just outside Calgary in Alberta. This is 11.25 meters, and this is Ali Nicholson. A little bit of a longish pull to get round number 3, but managing to stay on fire here. Round number 5, round number 6, and that is a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. And the pathway back to form continues on for Ali Nicholson as we look at our third from last skier to take to the water. That is going to be Kennedy Hansen. There we see a glimpse there of current world slalom record holder who has been rather inactive during the course of this season due to an earlier injury. Nate Smith watching on and seeing how Ali Nicholson fares with 11.25 meters. So just those of you that are curious as to what the course records are, Whitney McClintock-Greeny was able to post up a score of 1 at 10.25 meters way back in 2014. And mentioned Nate Smith just a few moments ago. He has the course record with 1 buoy at 9.75 meters. That too was produced in the same tournament in 2014. Here we go. This is Ali Nicholson. 10.75 meters. Gets it to go around buoy number 1. Can she manage? Oh, look at this. Round number 2. Good to go round number 3. She's taken the lead. Upon successfully making it round 4, she'll shrug her shoulders. She'll wonder why she didn't run that. But the score that she's produced is enough for the lead and could be enough to send her through to the third round final, which will consist of 8 skiers. Coming to us from the United States of America, it is Ali Nicholson, and I see a smile on her face, and she's satisfied with that score. Certainly a big contrast to where she's found herself in various tournaments during the course of this summer season. So welcome back, Ali Nicholson. Round number 1 and round number 2 on the instant replay here on TWBC. There's number 3. She gets the ski angled away. She tightens up on that line. And she realizes that her chances of making it round number 5 are minimal at best. So she at least secures 4. And at the same time secures the lead. With 3 skiers remaining. All right then, moving our way towards the slalom course. Our third from last skier off the dock. This is Kennedy Hansen. Kennedy Hansen has certainly come on and leaps and bounds, especially this season. Her best score, to my memory, is a score of 5 at 10.75 meters. And there is your current leaderboard right now as it stands. Nicholson, Ross, Montavon, Mills, Garcia, and De Osma. Currently our top 6 at this time. So as it stands right now, we project that the top 5 have a pretty good pathway right now to making it through to the women's slalom final, which will be the third round here at Predator Bay, here at the Rocky Mountain Pro, a part of Nautique's World Water Ski World Series. And it's presented by GM Marine.
Complicated one.
Your parents misspelled it, so,
Yeah.
and I'm to blame.
I there.
I'm sorry, Jamie.
You're good. EE.
I never would have got that on my own.
No one
and
will.
I suspect that they had it down right. Sorry about that.
You're all good.
Took me a while to get that spelling too. All right, there. Here we go. This is Kennedy Hansen, 12 meters. poetry in motion out there, folks. 5 and 6. Great skiing there from Kennedy Hansen as we peek through the tree line here. Our drone pilot, Connor Pesic, doing some fantastic work there as he pilots that UAV through the trees. I'm sure he'll be as impressed with this 12-meter pass as I am. All right there, so Kennedy Hansen. Looking along dockside right now, we see our final skier about to report for her passes once she gets out on the water from the dock. That is Regina Jaquis. So Kennedy Hansen, who skied many events during the summer, her personal best, her season's best is 5 at 10.75 meters. But she has to run through this first if she's to get anywhere close to it. Look at her go. This is Kennedy Hansen. Sweet as you like there. There we go. Kennedy Hansen, 5 and 6, and making light work, comparatively light work of that run. We have a 6 buoy count on 11, and now 10.75 meters will come into her sights. Right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club, which was founded in 1997, which makes this their 30th anniversary year. (1997). Certainly a good year so far as Dan and Sue Velsic were concerned, who founded the club on this site, and they remain active volunteers to this day. This club maintains 2 slalom courses, a jump ramp, a clubhouse, and dock facilities, and also has a full-time boat driver that covers the daylight hours between mid-May and mid-August, and qualified members cover everything else. And they use 2 brand new Nautique 2026 towboats with zero-off cruise control technology to keep the conditions consistent for every skier. Here we go. This is 10.75 meters. This is Kennedy Hansen. There's number 1, and there's a good stretch on number 2, but she's still on top. She makes a play on number 3. She sells us on number 3, and I think we're in a position to give her 3 buoys at 10.75 meters. 3 buoys at 10.75 meters. And that is Kennedy Hansen, who comes to us from Milton in the northern panhandle of Florida. There's skied a number of great tournaments there this season. Skied into 10.75 meters for much of her adventures into Europe, but it looks like the officials are going to give her 2. And judging by that replay, that looked like to be the more accurate call. So 2 at 10.75 meters goes the way of Kennedy Hansen. That ties her with at least 2 other competitors, Elizabeth Montavon and Chelsea Mills. So just looking at that performance there, Kennedy Hansen, a 2 buoy count, 3-way tie for that for the position for which two buoys at 10.75 meters currently occupies, which I believe is a three-way tie for third.
Alrighty, Becky.
Still the leader at this time is Ali Nicholson, as we now work our way to our penultimate athlete, coming to us originally from North Bay in Ontario, Canada, but resides in Central Florida these days during the summer months. Skier on the water is Jamie Bull, the current and three-time World Women's Slalom Champion. Jamie Bull opening up with a 6-buoy count on 13 meters. Easy as she does it.
And after all our efforts, did you get it right?
All right, our last skier to leave the dock, Regina Jaquez, getting ready. So Jamie Bull, a slalom specialist, has had scores into 10.75 meters and 10.25 meters. Her last tournament performance was a score of half at 10.25 meters, and preceded that with two scores into 10.25 meters. I believe the only skier in that tournament, which was the Ricciardo Pro, to get into 10.25 meters in each of the 3 rounds. Skied in the Botas event as well, where she placed in second with a score of 4 at 10.75 meters, but one of her previous rounds performances was into 10.25 meters as well. Funglis tournament, 3 scores into 10.25 meters. You're seeing a bit of a pattern here. Let's have a look and see what Jamie Bull has in store for us here now. So not bad skiing there from Jamie Bull. Looking good and looking in very, very good fettle at the moment. A member of Team Syndicate, which is one of our supporters for this event. We thank them very, very much indeed. Women's Slalom Pro Round 1. We're into our penultimate skier riding that Syndicate Works 02. And just slicing and dicing away through this run. And just another fact about the Predator Bay Water Ski Club, it runs the Splash Adaptive Water Ski Program. And it has modified skis and one-on-one coaching to make the sport accessible to skiers with a number of adaptive needs. Okay, so here we go. This is Jamie Bull, and now this is her attempt at 11.25 meters. It's the purple loop. Looking good. Bringing the ski hard up underneath her. Allowing herself to run down course. She does that to allow the ski to turn authentically on its own, without too much assistance needed from the skier that's riding on top of it. But it is a score of 6 at 11.25 meters. We will see if she's got what it takes to run through the next pass. The current top score And currently at this time would give that person a score of a positional place in no worse than third going into the reseeded second round event, which will take place tomorrow. It's Ali Nicholson. She scored 4 not too long ago. So here we go. We've got Jamie Bull. And we've also got Kerry Lee, our chief judge, overseeing things on dockside, making sure that everything is on the level. Our chief judge from Zachary, Louisiana in the United States. Oh, here we go, folks. This is Jamie Bull. Anything more than 4 will give her the lead. There's 1. There's number 2 at 10.75 meters. Good approach into number 3. She's good to go there. She's good to go for number 4. Can she make a presence felt on number 5? Yes, she can. Can she make it round number 6? Oh, yes! There you go. It's a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters. And Jamie Bull, another tournament, another run into 10.25 meters. Coming up immediately. Fantastic skiing there for Jamie Bull. 10.25 meters coming up. There you see Regina Jacques on dockside. She's seen this movie before. Good start, and just drives hard off buoy number 1. 10.25 meters coming up very, very soon for Jamie Bull. And let's talk about course records, folks. So there's 1 or 2 targets that has always been within sight of Jamie Bull in this instance whenever she's gotten through 10.75 meters and attempts 10.25 meters. Well, the first of those targets is the site record. The site record is 1 at 10.25 meters, and that was set in 2014 by Whitney McClintock-Rini. But if she is to get that ski outside buoy number 3, then she would set a pending Canadian national women's slalom record. Let's see if she can do one or the other or both. There's number 1. She ties the site record. She's round number 2. Can she make a play on number 3? Gets to the 3. And ladies and gentlemen, it is an outright Canadian women's slalom record pending. Fantastic. Confiscate that rope and handle, please. National slalom record history has been set here at the Lakes of Casting Stone in Canada. The first time anyone has ever turned 3 to get to the wakes and score 3. Pending national Canadian slalom record. Certainly been plenty of questions asked of her whether she's had the opportunity to do something like this. She's taken on that opportunity and has scored 3 at 10.25 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, making her way back to the dock. Jamie Bull with a pending national Canadian women's slalom record. All right, and just for those of you that are wondering, the boat path was approved as well. Okay, and on top of everything else, she's taken the lead. So they're getting the hugs there from their syndicate teammates.
Holy. That one ball was so good.
Yeah. Now again, I turned in at like the whitewash.
Nice.
I told you it would all come together. Good job, kiddo.
Holy shit.
Awesome.
Congratulations, Jamie. That's awesome. Way to go out there. Sorry.
Good job, JD. Nice.
I just don't ski maybe from now on.
I was even sitting down until you came out of one. I was like, oh, fuck, I'll stand up for this.
I turned in at the whitewash. I was like, play over. I was like, don't spike it, because I did at 31. I was like, Will said, don't spike it. And I pull out, and I was so narrow, and I was like, ah! I was like, still don't spike it.
Who was yelling louder?
All right there. So we made sure that that as many of you were able to bask in that celebration as possible. Now the one remaining target that Jamie Ball has in her sights is the world record.
Where are the tidbits?
Yeah.
And the world record is half a buoy just beyond that point, or at least one and a half buoys beyond that point, I should say. But skier on the water is Regina Jaquist now.
But I heard, hell yeah.
Taking more time off. Good lord. That was the first 39 I ran since Ricardo.
Congratulations, Jason.
Thank you.
Pretty awesome.
And yes, she is correct. That was her first 39 and a half off pass that she's run since Ricciardo, which was her last tournament appearance. And looks like that rest that she took after that tournament, which was in the early part of July, certainly did her wonders in respect to making that performance. But let's not forget that we have a skier on the water. It is Regina Jaquist, and she will be chasing down that lead score of halfway down, 10.25 meters. Regina Jaquist, the world record holder. So, skier on the water holds the world record with 5 at 10.25 meters. So she's well capable of usurping Jamie Ball at this early stage of the game. So, Regina Jaquist getting through the opening two passes, 13 and 12, without too many hiccups at all. Let's have a quick look at some of the messages that have come through. I'm sure I'm going to get deluged here with the live chat. Yep, true to form. Thanks a lot, you guys and girls out there, for sending in their congratulations and their comments on what they've just seen so far as Jamie Bull is concerned. But we still got a skier on the water. Let's not forget that. Let's not... So Regina Jaquist coming to us out of Santa Rosa Beach in the northern panhandle of Florida, where she runs a compounding pharmacy. It's the kind of pharmacy where they not only sell the medications, but they also create them as well for a bespoke experience in that regard. There is her husband, Jack Critchley, on the shore side. We've got about 15 minutes to go before we go into men's slalom round one, and if it's anything like what we've experienced here with the women's slalom in the first round, we are in for a treat. Regina Jaquist, 11.25 meters. Looking good. Decent shape here. Yeah, 11.25 meters, just made to look like everyone else was standing still. Fantastic skiing there from Regina Jaquist on 11.25 meters, and out there on the water, just working that good slalom ski from one side of the wakes to the other. Gets a good slingshot and gets great angle to keep her early and on pace with the run. Now 11.25 meters. The line actually comes up short by a quarter of a meter, which for those of you that are looking for some basic of comparison is about just short of the length of a high school ruler. Doesn't sound an awful lot, does it? But in terms of slalom skiing, every little bit counts. Back here on the announcing point, I'm Tony Lightfoot. Sun starting to break through the clouds here a little bit, and it's starting to get nice and toasty here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of Predator Bay Water Ski Club. So glad that you've taken some time out of your schedules to watch the performances, including Regina Jaquist on 10.75 meters. Looking in good shape. She's still there, you know. She's looking good here. And chasing down that score of halfway down 10.25 meters is Regina Jaquist. She's now slotted herself into second place so far and still continuing to ski. One of only two people to have gone through 10.75 meters in this round of the competition. So therefore occupying second place right now and still continuing to ski. Regina Jaquist absolutely on fire here. A member of Team Nautique, and using her knowledge of the boat and what it's capable of to exact a six buoy count on 10.75 meters. Well, in the last few minutes, we've seen the site record and the Canadian national women's slalom record being blown to smithereens, courtesy of Jamie Bull. One of those accolades. All right, let's get started. Here we go. Jamie Bull has an unassailable handle upon. Now, so far as the course record is concerned, that's still very much in the open. Because if Regina Jaquist can get a piece of 4 here, then she will have a claim on the site record here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. This is 10.25 meters. There's number 1. She's there for number 2. She's still there, you know. She's good to go for number 3. She skis for the wake, and we have a tie! A tie for the lead, and a tie for the course record here at Predator Bay Water Ski Club. And I'm just looking across the way, and I'm just seeing the bemused expression there by Dan Velsic, one of the major folks here behind the Lakes of Casting Stone, the Predator Bay Water Ski Club, and he can't believe what he's just saw. Not just one, but 2 skiers not only tied for the same score at 10.25 meters, but getting far enough down to set a new tie for the Predator Bay course record right here. Notwithstanding the fact that Regina Jaquist has a tie for the lead now with Jamie Bull, but just a remarkable, remarkable performance there from not just one, but 2 fantastically talented female athletes. There is your current leaderboard. Regina Jaquist, Jamie Bull tied with 3 at 10.25 meters, a new Predator Bay pending course record. Ali Nicholson on 4 at 10.75 meters to round off the top 3. Neely Ross with 3 for 4th place. Kennedy Hansen in a 3-way tie for 5th with Elizabeth Montavon and Chelsea Mills. They're on 2. Ali Garcia in 8th spot, in a 2-way tie for 8th spot, I should say, with 1 at 10.75 meters between her and Christiana Diosma. Lexi Abelson with half a buoy at 10.75 for 10th. Karen Truelove with a score of 3 at 11.25 meters for 11th. Sasha Denyaskaya rounding off the top 12 with 2 at 10.2 at 11.25 meters. Man, I'm a little bit flustered after seeing those competitors just do absolute wonders out there on the slalom course. And as we look at the lakes of Casting Stone adjacent to the Bow River that is in the foreground. Now we get to see the men's ski, so make sure you puff up those cushions. Make sure you get a refill of your favorite beverage, because we are going to go on to our next event, the men's slalom competition. Stick around, folks. The continuation of the Rocky Mountain Pro as part of the Nautique World Water Ski Series will be coming your way very, very soon, right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
All right then, folks, and tell you what, I mean, we're still reeling after that slalom performances between Jamie Bull and Regina Jaquist, and yep, a tie now, and a new tie for the course record right here at the Lakes of Castingstone, and there is your leaderboard in the women's slalom. Check out the two scores at the top: Regina Jaquist and Jamie Bull, both tying on 3 and setting the brand new Predator Bay course record. Not to mention that Jamie Bull's score of a 3 has set a pending national women's slalom record, you know, and it's an absolutely fantastic round of slalom skiing all the way throughout. So fantastic. Congratulations to those two. Ali Nicholson rounding off the top 3 with 4 at 10.75 meters, and fourth place Neely Ross with 3, and we got a multiple way tie for fifth place between Kennedy Hansen, Lisbeth Montavon, and Chelsea Mills. So now we're going to go into the men's slalom. So our first competitor out is going to be Damien Eade. And then we'll follow on with Nick Parsons. So there is your running order. Damien Eade will be our leadoff skier, followed by Nick Parsons, then Jaden Eade, Nick Adams, Thibaut Dayan, Cole McCormick, Thomas DeGasperi, Joel Poland, Jonathan Travers, Will Asher, and Charlie Ross. So we have an 11 skier field. The top 8 best score from either the first or the second round will advance those skiers concerned through to the third round final, which will take place on Sunday. All right, then, as a few folks here just struggling to get over the shock of the performances from Jamie Bourne and Regina Jaquist. I mean, it's been an absolutely fantastic event so far. The Rocky Mountain Pro, a part of the Water Ski World Series, the Nautique Water Ski World Series, presented by GM Marine. Sure, a breakfast pizza will help calm down the nerves. Here we go, coming in. Opening run, this is 13 meters, which I believe is the minimum starting line length. Damien Eade, no stranger to this venue. In the Junior World Championships 1 or 2 cycles ago, he was actually involved in a runoff situation between himself and his brother Jaden Eade, and their folks, they were present there too. The Eade family watching on as their youngest
be ready,
takes the water.
And they'll give us an
Eade
extra
will
minute,
be
but
following very soon afterwards with Nick Parsons
13,
slotted to ski in between them.
58, B2, please.
Thank you.
So glad to see so many of you responding with messages here on the live chat on TWBC's YouTube channel. And if you do want to be a part of the live chat, all you have to do is subscribe and be alongside the over 16,000 subscribers to TWBC's YouTube channel. Once you're subscribed, you can chat alongside fellow water ski enthusiasts as we see Damien Eade come back in on 12 meters. Not a bad effort there, getting the job done. Representing the United States of America, that is Damien Eade, getting through the opening passes of 13 and 12 meters. Not too much to worry him at this early stage of the game. Damien Eade. All right. All right, then, here we go. Damien Eade getting ready for 11.25 meters. There's Jaden on the outside. Damien's biggest fan going forwards, much much like they were. Okay, here we go. This is Damien Eade. Not looking too bad so far as he gets the job done on 11.25 meters. Started on 13, came back at 12. This is 11.25 meters, and he is on fire right now. Okay, so continuing right along with our coverage of this event, the Rocky Mountain Pro, as part of Nautic's Water Ski World Series, a newly minted series of events that brings together the world's top talent at various locations around the world. We started the World Series at Botas in Toledo in Spain. We're continuing it on with this event, the Rocky Mountain Pro, the inaugural edition of. Now, the next time the World Series continues on, it will be in the California Pro-Am before the attentions go towards qualification for the Masters water ski tournament. But before that, the Muma Masters takes place in March of next year. All part of the Water Ski World Series coming to you courtesy of Nautic and presented to you by GM Marine. So Damien Eade. Looking sensational out there right now as he gets ready for 10.75 meters, knowing full well that with the skiers ahead of him, that he needs to get something significant down 10.75 meters, and it wasn't quite going to happen this time around. Didn't get the best of starts, and he knows it as well. So with a score of at least 2 buoys coming his way, it could end up being 2.5, where the judges are reviewing the footage to see if he'd made an effective play on buoy number 3. But first off, let's have a look at his gate shot. Damien Eade, nice extension on buoy number 1. Got the turn that he needed. He is a lefty, which means that that turn comes to him a little bit easier than the offside turn, which is 2. Got a little bit of a delay, but the ski looked clearly outside of buoy number 3, at least from my perspective, and but the judges are still looking at this. Maybe they see something that I don't, which tends to be more often the case, but there you go. There's number 1 and number 2, a little bit further down course off number 2, and looked from this angle. Now what's going to be the determining factor is how soon did he release the handle on his approach into number 3. Typically, if you release the handle before you hit the buoy line, then you won't score the buoy in which you're approaching. However, if the hand comes off the handle, once the skier gets past the buoy line, the imaginary line that connects 1, 3, and 5, then if the handle is released after that point, then it becomes a case of adding a fraction of a buoy, whether it be 2 1/4 or 2.5. We're waiting on that call from our officials before we send our next competitor out. It looks like Nick Parsons is a scratch, so he's going to go straight into Jaden Eade.
Yes, please.
All right then, so with 2 at 10.75 meters, the score for Damien Eade, that's locked in. And now coming in on pass number 1, it is Jaden Eade. All right, so far so good there for Jaden Eade. Opening pass, 13 meters. As we look at our next skier who about to take to the water, it should be Nick Adams. But no, actually, the skier coming up next after Jaden Eade is none other than Thibaut Dayon. So it looks like Nick Adams, who was slated to ski for Australia, is a no-show as well. Okay, so Thibaut just watching on here and just trying to get himself situated prior to his excursion out there onto the slalom course. It's Jaden Eade, I believe, has made the turn round the island on a D3 Ion slalom ski. Now this is a significant change because he had been on another brand of ski for quite a while. He's on that D3 Ion slalom ski, which you have the opportunity to win if you enter our audience prize competition. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and for your chance to win yourself a slalom ski courtesy of either D3 or Connolly. And our boat driver there is Scott Ellis. Our boat judge is Harry Spavin, keeping it in the family. I know that Harry Spavin's wife, Taryn, was the boat judge from the previous event. That's why I made mention of that. All right then, folks. We're here at the Rocky Mountain Pro, Predator Bay, Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Making his way round the Turn Island. The Turn Island, which during the 2009 World Water Ski Championships was repurposed as a musical stage and welcomed such talent such as Finger 11 during those championships. But right now, in its more natural guise, it provides the turning point for our towboat before it straightens up and goes into the slalom course. And for someone like Jaden Eade, it's a beautiful thing to be a part of, being out there on the slalom course and getting through the opening two passes of 13 and 12, and now that was 11. Now that puts him within striking distance of his brother, Damien, who scored a 2 at 10.75 meters to open up the action here in the men's slalom round 1. All right there. So Jaden Eade slicing and dicing his way through pass number 3. Thibaut Dayon probably anticipating that his turn will be coming up sooner rather than later. But let's see what Jaden Eade can do first. Maybe a little bit presumptuous on Thibaut's part. Here we go. This is Jaden Eade getting a good start here. Oh, coming in hot there into number 2, and 2 is all that he gets there. So tying up with the lead and tying up with his brother significantly. 2 at 10.75 meters for Jaden Eade. 2 at 10.75 meters for from most recent skier. That is Jaden Eade. Will that be enough to make sure of his passage through to the next round? Early doors yet. So we had a list of 11 skiers. It's been reduced to 9. All right there, so moving right along, we've just seen Jaden Eade get 2 at 10.75 meters. And now, riding on a red Syndicate slalom ski, that is Thibaut Dayan, originally from Mauritius, but a French citizen. And also has a real estate brokerage business in Central Florida, which is also one of TWBC's season-long sponsors, and we certainly thank him for his contribution in that vein. It's Thibaut Dayan, of 13 meters, and doing a great job so far. So far, so good for Thibaut Dayan. Pulling out to shorten from the opening pass of 13 meters. He's been known to go in on 12 meters in a lot of the pro events that have preceded this one, and a number of pro events. That's the minimum starting line length for the finalists in more often than not during the course of the summer. This is the Rocky Mountain Pro. It's part of Nautic's Water Ski World Series, a brand new series of events that brings together the very best skiers in the world to compete, and not only for cash prize but also for a spot in the prestigious Masters Water Ski Tournament, which takes place every Memorial Day weekend in May. Okay, so waiting for the triple beep from the towboat to sound. And here comes Thibaut Dayan. He'll make a turn round the southern island. The boat straightens up. The boat accelerating up to 58 kilometers an hour. Oh, there's 12 meters coming back. Slow roll there on number 2, but he's highly aggressive with his stance and with his turn. Round number 5 into number 6, and he gets the job done. So far, so good. Trying to get a feel for the course and the water and the conditions and the boat. They all play a part in the slalom performance of these athletes. We'll see what Thibaut Dayan can do. We have Cole McCormick from Canada about to take to the water, not too in a few minutes. So here we are at Predator Bay. So Thibaut Dayan, who's skied in a number of events. Last event that he skied at was the Funglis Pro-Am. in which he scored halfway down 10.25 meters. He's also did the same performance over at the Monaco Water Ski Cup. And he also skied halfway down 10.25 meters at the Masters qualifier, which was in May of this year. So very consistent around the halfway mark at 10.25 meters, and it would need something around about that mark to possibly book himself a spot through to the next round of the competition, the final round of the competition, I should say, because each of the competitors has 2 opportunities to get their best score, this first round and also a second round, which will take place tomorrow. Just like the way that ski just whips round on his offside on number 2, and then he just pummels that ski around number 3, and then sets himself up for a nice neutral side turn where he can let the ski do the majority of the heavy lifting. So great skiing there for Thibaut Dayon. Now it is 10.75 meters, I believe. So 10.75 meters is in the offering as Cole McCormick gets set for his turn. Okay, so believe the triple beep has sounded, and Thibaut Dayon all tries to bleed off plenty of speed going into his gate shot into number 1, but he's all kinds of twisted off number 1 into number 2. He's still there on number 3. Look at him go. 10.75 meters. Continuing to ski. Look at him go. He's round number 6, and he'll have another opportunity at 10.25 meters. Coming to us from Central Florida, that is Thibaut Dayon. And as Will Asher looks through some of his more recent fin settings to determine which one is going to be best suited to the conditions and the lake here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, we are watching the replay here at Thibaut Dayon getting a good feed there into number 2 and number 3. Just drives that elbow into the water off number 3 and gives him a place to pivot that ski around. Bam! Just look at the force. Just look at the aggression. Just marveling what he has to do in order to get through 10.75 meters. Now, by skiing more than 2 at 10.75 meters, he's naturally taken the lead. But if he can get halfway down 10.25 meters, then things start getting a little bit interesting here.
Need to get radar on the red and black light.
So, let's have a look and see, shall we? We have got Thibaut Dayon, 10.25 meters, only the 3rd person today that we've seen get into this line length after Regina Jaquist and Jamie Bull, but he gets round number 2 to the wakes. He's satisfied with that, so 2 at 10.25 meters may be enough to see him through to the 3rd round final. As we see Joel Poland go through his go through the motions of his prep for this slalom event. But let's have a look at Thibaut Dayon one more time. Boom, hits the turn off number 1. The amount of force that is required to get from one side to the other is just absolutely extraordinary on 10.25 meters. Quite a remarkable performance. Certainly not one of his better performances. I mean, he's gone into halfway down 10.25 meters on more than one occasion so far this season. But he's been remarkably consistent in being able to get through 10.75 meters and put out a score on 10.25 meters all season. So big ups there to Thibaut Dayon, who scores 2. And we now move on to our next skier, who should be Cole McCormick of Canada. All right there, so moving right along. We've just seen Thibaut Dayon get round 2 at 10.25 meters and looking to replicate that feat and maybe put a big score out himself is going to be Cole McCormick. Cole McCormick, who among his many accolades at this level, former men's U.S. Masters slalom champion from about 2 seasons ago. All right, gets the job done with the pull-out for the entrance gate. Cole McCormick, 13 meters. Sets himself up nicely for an assault upon the lead score, which is 2 at 10.25 meters. And he's gotten into that line length on a number of occasions. So Cole McCormick, who has been trying to keep the rivalry alive between himself and Charlie Ross. Charlie Ross, who recently has set the Canadian national slalom record with quite a decent score into 10.25 meters, actually into 9.75 meters, the only Canadian ever to have gotten that far.
It's hard to ski there, huh? Super shallow too.
So Cole McCormick, who hasn't had the easiest of times in recent weeks, sustained an injury which has put him on the sidelines for a number of tournaments, and this is his first event back after that. Ran 2 at 10.25 meters at the Monaco Water Ski Cup, but wasn't able to ski beyond that point. So Cole McCormick, who was the runner-up in the Masters slalom competition at Callaway Gardens in Pine Mountain, Georgia, with a first-round score of 2 at 10.25 meters and 1.5 at 10.25 meters. So when he's been on, he's been exceptional in that regard. But the amount of force that a body can take, is only so much where it pertains to slalom skiing, and being able to control that amount of force, the brutal amount of force that is exerted on the body from one side to the net to the other, is something that can't be taken for granted. So we see Joel Poland on dockside getting ready to rock it out there on the slalom course. And although we don't have a bona fide men's overall event, it will be worth trying to keep on pace with Joel Poland to see if he can put up some scores in all 3 events, to see if he can come close to his existing world men's overall record. But the focus is on Cole McCormick right now with 11.25 meters, and gets that done impeccably from one side of the course to the next. So let's have a look once again and see Cole McCormick slide on in for buoy number 1. Gets a nice extension there. So fantastic skiing all the way through there for Cole McCormick, getting ready for 10.75 meters. And I tell you what, there's one thing that will help you get prepared for the day, and that's one of those breakfast pizzas. For those of you that are on site there that are watching the coverage here on TWBC on your phones or on your tablets or on your laptops, don't forget that if you're feeling a little bit hungry, we do have those wood-fired pizzas, breakfast pizza in the AM, lunchtime pizza around about midday, and they've also got cold coffee as well, and that's something that really lifts me up during the course of the day as well. But let's focus in on Cole McCormick. 10.75 meters, a pass that he's run on numerous occasions, including this summer. There's one, there's number two. He's getting the job done here on number 2 into number 3. He's been battling injuries so far this season. And I tell you what, he is back and on the attack. There you go. That is a 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters. Wonderful skiing there from Cole McCormick. And now it's a case of how far does he go down at 10.25 meters in terms of his aim of usurping Thibaut Dayon, whose score of 2 on the next pass is currently the lead. So wonderful skiing here. Wasn't an easy pass, and very few of them are at this level with 10.75 meters. That is Cole McCormick. Remarkable athleticism all the way through there for Cole McCormick. Currently, Thibaut Dayon is in the lead. Cole McCormick is in second, but continues to ski with 6 buoys at 10.75 meters. Now, let's see what he's got here for us. Pulling out for the entrance gates. Good glide into the turn. No hint of any speed being needed to be bleeded down. There's 1. There's number 2. He's still there on number 3. He's still there. Look at him go. So that is a score of 2. Actually 3. 3 buoys at 10.25 meters. 3 at 10.25 meters. I have him down for. We'll get confirmation from our officials naturally, but I don't see them with a score of anything other than 3. And with that being the case for Cole McCormick, he has taken the lead away from Thibaut Dayon with that score of 3 at 10.25 meters. Riding that LaPointe slalom ski to great effect. Getting a little ways down course, that prevented him from making an assertive attempt to get round more than 3 buoys at that point. But I think that given where his season has gone this far, he'll take it. So there we go, folks. That is Cole McCormick with a 3 buoy count to take the lead, and with 5 more competitors to go, that could well put him through to the next round of the competition, even before round 2 comes around. Now, the skier whom we were expecting to get out onto the water is Thomas de Gasperi. However, he unfortunately is injured his back to the point where he actually cannot ski in round 1. He's going to try and rest up a little bit and start his campaign tomorrow with a performance in round 2. That therefore means that we go on to our next skier, That next skier is none other than the world men's overall record holder. This is Joel Poland. Looking at its immaculate best right now, that is a 30-meter opener. They don't get much better than that, folks. Representing Great Britain, coming to us from the London area of Clapham. And he's the world record holder in overall and has won the world men's overall title. He's the current world men's jump champion. Won that title in Recetto. And when you look at the history of the world men's jump championship, I mean, you would gravitate towards the likes of Mike Hazelwood, who won it in 1981 and medaled in other championships since. And he also won the world men's overall title way back in 1977. So there are plenty of parallels to be drawn between one of the greatest skiers of all time ever to perform and one of the current greats in the form of Joel Poland. So here comes Joel Poland, second run. This is 12 meters. So Joel Poland, one of those few ambidextrous skiers, by which I mean he slaloms on a different foot compared to what he uses for tricks. He's a lefty for slalom, he's a righty for tricks. And he gets around all 6 buoys on pass number 2. That should be a 12-meter run. We'll take a look at the instant replay here for Joel Poland as he gets settled down for the next run, which should be the 11.25 meter line. All right then, folks, this is Joel Poland from Great Britain. So Joel Poland, who trains over at Matt Reaney's water ski school in Central Florida. So a former Canadian great, helping produce performances from a number of superstars, and you can certainly add Joel Poland to that illustrious list of great skiers that have come in and trained with the likes of Matt Reaney. And there you go, right there. Fantastic skiing so far there from Joel Poland. He's gotten through 11.25 meters, and he made it just look immaculately easy. As we see on dockside, we've got Jonathan Travers. Around dockside, we see Will Asher. He'll be getting ready to hit the water in very short order, and we will see what Joel Poland can do. One of 2 British skiers on this list. Good extension here and letting the ski roll up underneath the line. And just the balance that he has on his ski, bearing in mind, of course, that, as I mentioned before, he is ambidextrous. Yep. For those of you who are not quite sure what the definition of that word is, ambidextrous means that you're just as adept skiing with one foot and in one event and skiing the other event with the other foot involved. Here we go, coming on in. Joel Poland, 10.75 meters. Oh, look at the angle. Look at the release into the edge change. Boom. Wasting absolutely no time at all. 10.75 meters. Hardly a flaw in that pass. Fantastic skiing there for Joel Poland. 10.75 meters. He just absolutely crushed it. Now getting ready for 10.25 meters. And there's Joel Poland looking at this instant replay. Not too sure whether I heard this right from Joel Poland, who's sitting in the water in his 55-second drop time. That he actually started waking up around about the time of that pass, 10.75 meters, which is quite remarkable, really, considering the passes that he'd already run up to that point. The 13, the 12, the 11.25 meters. He only woke up just in time for 10.75 meters, which is remarkable. Now, if it only just woken up on 10.75 meters, let's see if he stays awake long enough to get through 10.25 meters. Look at him go. He's round one and round two. Tries to make a play on number 3, but nothing was doing there, so it's going to be a two-buoy count. Two-buoy count at 10.25 meters. And that score belonging to Joel Poland, 2 at 10.25 meters. Just did not get the start, and you need to be absolutely perfectly on to make any kind of serious assault upon that pass. Got a good number 1. The number 2 was just way too late down course, and for his effort, Joel Poland scores 2 at 10.25 meters. That currently puts him into a two-way tie. A two-way tie for second between himself and Thibaut Dayon. But in the lead right now is Cole McCormick on 3. 3 at 10.25 meters is the current lead score, and it belongs to Cole McCormick as Joel Poland returns to the dock, and for his troubles he gets 2 at 10.25 meters. All right, then moving from Great Britain, we go to the United States, and our next skier is there ready and raring to go. From Groveland in Central Florida, this is going to be Jonathan Travers.
All righty, Scott.
Okay, folks. JT giving the signal for Scott Ellis to mash the throttle down, and now he's setting his sights towards the slalom course. This is a 13-meter start, and this is Jonathan Travers. Minimum starting line length for each of our skiers is 30 meters, with hardly a breath of a breeze out there. The slalomers are not inclined to either invoke a later start in line length of 12 meters, or indeed entertain the option of an opt-up, unless fatigue becomes a factor. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and I'm glad to welcome you here to the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club, and indeed this stop on the Nautique Waterski World Series, presented by GM Marine. And it's so great to have all of you folks watching and following the event, and also great to have so many supporters for this event, including the Government of Canada, Sport Canada, Government of Alberta, and Tourism Calgary. You can check out Tourism Calgary by going to their website. That is tourismcalgary.ca. Tourismcalgary.ca is the place to go to find out a little bit more about this area, which is certainly worth a visit. Also like to tell you about Waterski Canada and Waterski and Wakeboard Alberta, alongside the Vernoberg Legacy Fund. They've also contributed into the support structure for this event. We thank them very, very much indeed. All right then, folks, let's have a look and see. This now is Jonathan Travers. So Jonathan Travers, don't see too much wrong with that run. Runs the ITS Jack Travers Waterski School alongside his father and brother and mom. And I'm sure that those folks are watching in on the coverage here. It'll be nice to actually hear from one or two of those folks there via the YouTube live chat on the YouTube channel for TWBC, because I'm sure that they get alerts as to when we go live on the events that we broadcast, and also they can enter for a chance to win themselves a ski. Yes, if you accurately predict the podium positions and also have the nearest tiebreaker, should that need to be invoked, then they could win themselves a slalom ski courtesy of D3 or Conley. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play is the place to go to find out more about and to enter for a chance to win yourself a D3 or a Conley slalom ski. Okay, Jonathan Travers approaching the course. This is now 11.25 meters. Driving hard here on 11.25 meters. I'm liking this pass. Liking this pass a lot. There you go, getting round 5 and number 6 there, slicing and dicing away and getting the job done here on that pass at 11.25 meters. For skiers this level, 11.25 meters should be a walk in the park, but consider that the line does not reach out to buoy's width, and you can just about see how much the has to stretch to allow that ski to make its way around the turn. You get to an apex, the ski wants to come back round, but you're just trying to invoke enough force upon that ski to say to it, just stay out there just a split second longer, and then you can whip yourself around to your heart's content. So there you go. That is a great looking run there. That is Jonathan Travers. As we take another glimpse of Will Asher, a team member on Team Syndicate. And speaking about teams, we have a team of support sponsors that help with the running of this event, including Caledonian Midstream, Compass Group, Wildcat Realty, Basecamp Motorsports, Wizard Lake Marine, and of course the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home venue for the Predator Bay Waterski Club and the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. Look at him go. This is at 10.75 meters. Can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong there. And he almost ended up in the water around buoy number 2, or at least from the approach into number 1 into number 2. But he's an experienced athlete. He can deal with about 90% of all situations that come his way. In this instance, that forms part of that percentile. So there we go. That is Jonathan Travers. All right, there. So moving along, Jonathan Travers just has that uncanny ability of being in the right position at the right time. And let's see if he can be in the right position at the right time on this extraordinarily short line length pass. This is 10.25 meters. 10.25 meters. There's one. There's number 2, a little bit backed off there around buoy number 2. Tried to get the ski to come round, but it was not having any of it. However, that puts him into a multiple weight tie. Puts him into a multiple weight tie with Thibaut Dayon and Joel Poland, with 2 at 10.25 meters, and at least 1 or 2 athletes getting stuck around 2, with only one competitor able to make an attempt at a turn on buoy number 3, and that is Cole McCormick, who is still our leader with 2 skiers to go. So Jonathan Travers skiing in towards the dock, our native of Groveland in Central Florida. I'm sure that he knows that that score of 2 at 10.75 meters has a better than average chance of allowing him to ski in the third round final, which will take place on Sunday. There's still a second round of elimination round skiing to come before then. But unless he places an immense value upon skiing last off the dock, it's probably safe to say that he doesn't have much incentive beyond this round to actually put out a bigger score on 10.25 meters. I may be wrong, of course, but we'll see how things play out as we can continue to rock our way through these skiers. In a few minutes, we're going to have Charlie Ross take to the water, but before him is our penultimate skier. This is Great Britain's Will Asher.
Okay, Scott.
Will Asher. For those of you that have been watching the coverage over the last hour or so, the last time we caught a glimpse of Will Asher, he was consulting his little black book, and that book contains all of the fin measurements, all of the settings, the wing depth, the fin depth, the wing length, the fin length, and all of the above. It also includes details on how he mounts his binding, where it is in relation to the tail. And he does all of that in accordance to what he's used before, experience-wise. And there you see him again. And big ups there to Vincent Stadelbauer for being able to pull this information from well over an hour ago. And we kind of wish we could zoom in at this point, but you can't have everything, I guess. Okay, so all right then. So as Charlie Ross gets ready for his go out on the water. Here we go, folks. Now, this is Will Asher. 12 meters. There you go. And that's why he's one of the world's best. Getting through 13 and 12 with immaculate ease. So as Joel Poland looks like he's trying to explain the reason why cant in the bindings may be of benefit to certain skiers. Charlie Ross just going through his last few thought processes going forwards. As he gets ready for his go out there on the water. He'll be our last skier to take to the water. And penultimate skier is Will Asher. Now, Will Asher, he's certainly tasted victory here before in 2009. He won the Men's World Slalom Championship right here on the Lakes of Casting Stone. But it's probably safe to say that he's going to have to slalom a little bit better now than he did way back in 2009. Some 18 years ago now. So now let's have a look at this once again, this instant replay of Will Asher, and just the balance and the coordination that he has between his ski and the handle and the boat, and everything is just absolutely poetry in motion. I've said that before and I'll say it again. He is just on fire, and he's been doing this for many, many years now, plied his trade in the cold and the miserable conditions in the United Kingdom for many, many years before he asserted himself on the scene in the early part of the noughties, the 2000s. Became a world slalom champion in 2005, I believe. And then replicated that feat in 2009. He's been on the podium many times in between then and now at World Championship level. But he's also competed at a number of Pro Tour events and the Masters on many occasions, winning some, podium on others, but always a consistent threat. And you never, ever count out Will Asher out at any tournament. So that was 10.75 meters, just like that. So 10.75 meters, he's now going to attack 10.25 meters. So just the amount of force and the amount of attack that he has across the course is just amazing to revel in even today. He certainly has a handle on his equipment. I mean, we just saw him less than about an hour or so ago, consulting pages upon pages of research and experimentation, and getting the numbers right, it would appear. As we had a look at Charlie Ross's equipment, which includes the new plate premiered by Pro Gear a little bit earlier on this season. He'll be using that, but that's for Charlie Ross. Now, this is 10.25 meters getting stored on number 1. There's number 2, little stored there as well. He's round number 3. He gets to 3, and by getting round number 3 into the wakes, he ties the lead with Cole McCormick. So a two-way tie exists between Cole McCormick and Will Asher with 3 at 10.25 meters. And interestingly enough, 3 at 10.25 meters is the biggest score of the day, irrespective of whether the skier is male or female. We saw Regina Jaquist and we saw Jamie Ball, both of them tie for the lead after round 1. And now we're in a similar situation here with the men's, where we have a two-way tie for the lead with exactly the same score. The only difference being there's the women ski at 55K and the men ski at 58, but that's all there is to it. So now let's bring on our final skier in round 1 of the Pro Men's Slalom competition. He comes to us out of Canada, and his name is Charlie Ross.
Okay. Not good. Confirm 3? 3? Cool.
All right, so final skier about to take to the water in round 1 of Pro Men's Slalom here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. A brand new event and part of the Nordic Water Ski World Series presented by GM Marine. Skier on the water and a Team Nordic member. This is going to be Charlie Ross. All right, so let's have a look and see what rope length he started in at. Okay, so no change from the norm. It's 13 meters. Just look at how much control he has, especially into his onside turn, which is 2, 4, and 6. Has a measure of control which is almost unrivaled in the sport of tournament water ski slalom. And there you see the leaderboard there. We've got a two-way tie for the lead existing between Cole McCormick and Will Asher. And then we've got a multiple-way tie for the next best score down. Thibaut Dayon and Joel Poland and Jonathan Travers, they've all ended up with 2.
There's some in the boat.
And also, don't forget that Thomas de Gasperi elected not to ski in this round. He's pinning his hopes on being able to get adequate enough rest to to help rehab himself from a back injury which he sustained a little bit earlier on this season. He was able to ski in the Europe and Africa Open Water Ski Championships this past weekend, but he sustained quite a bit of damage to his back after the Monaco Water Ski Cup event, which took place in southern France a little earlier on this season, and Thomas de Gasperi feeling the effects of that, but we'll hopefully see him tomorrow, because the significance of that absence is that with Thomas de Gasperi we would have 9 competitors. Without him we would have 8, and we take the best 8 scorers through to the third round final, and if there are only 8 skiers, then all 8 skiers will advance. So there we go, Charlie Ross, pass number 2, that was 12 meters. So as we continue to move right along, a big shout out to our equipment and gear sponsors. We've got Shuswap Ski and Board with locations in Calgary and Sicamous. We also have GM Marine and PCM Marine Engines combining to provide the ultimate power plant for the 2026 Correct Craft Ski Nautique towboat. JL Audio with unrivaled audio and beats. We've also got Zero Off, Syndicate Water Skis, Mastline Ropes and Eagle Gear, and Australian Gold Sunscreen. And the sun's starting to kick in a little bit here, so maybe Scott might grab a couple of containers of sunscreen before too long. And here we are, being broadcast live on TWBC to a worldwide audience. Here we go. This now is Charlie Ross. This is 10.25 meters. Gets it to go around buoy number 1. This is 11.25 meters. Almost getting ahead of myself. I do apologize. This is 11.25 meters. So fantastic skiing on the purple loop. And I mean, during the tournaments this summer, we've grown accustomed to seeing Charlie Ross produce passes like that, on shorter line lengths, and making it just as easy as some of the longer line lengths, which is why I was a little bit presumptuous there. But 11.25 meters, it's still an exceptionally immaculate pass. Just lets the ski just roll through the turn, that waits on it. He's just an incredibly gifted athlete, but having the gift of an exceptional athlete is one thing, but being able to be coached and to be able to execute turns like this on a whim is something that goes beyond talent. So as we continue on, he's a member of Team Nautique, and he gets to ski behind the very best towboats on a daily basis. And the 2026 Ski Nautique is a complete bow to stern redesign. It's significantly lighter than the previous generation, blended carbon fiber and fiberglass into a brand new hull design. And you can find out more by going to nautique.com for more details about this official towboat of the Nautique World Series of Water Skiing. This is Charlie Ross. This is 10.75 meters. Should not have too many problems running this, but managing to stay on top of the water and looking fantastic. Great skiing there from Charlie Ross. No two ways about it. He was on fire, and he certainly wasn't going to put it out anytime soon. So Charlie Ross on 10.75 meters. Just look at him come off the handle. Edge change. No air between the ski and the surface of the water to speak of. He's able to stay in full contact with the water. So fantastic athleticism there all the way through. Charlie Ross, he's been doing this for so long now. He's won world championships at junior level, at U21 level. In fact, the last world championship that he won at U21 level, he did right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. All right, then, here we go. This is Charlie Ross. 10.25 meters, trying to search for the lead score. There's one, there's two, but he will not get beyond number two, and that is going to put him into a multiple weight tie for third place at this time. So 2 at 10.25 meters is going to be the score for Charlie Ross. He'll no doubt be a little bit disappointed with that, and in comparison to what he's been able to do this season from a consistency point of view, it's certainly not one of his better scores, but he still keeps himself very much in contention. I mean, he's not out of the frame right here at this early stage. So he gets the 2, gets 2 at 10.25 meters, but finds himself in a multiple way tie for third place. We'll get the score, we'll get the leaderboard in just a moment or so to confirm that. But there we go, and just couldn't coax the ski into a turn. That ski being the Ion by D3. But not looking particularly happy there with that performance, but it is a performance that keeps him in contention. And there you see the men's slalom leaderboard. A two-way tie for the lead exists between Will Asher and Cole McCormick. A multiple-way tie for third exists between Charlie Ross, Jonathan Travers, Joel Poland, and Thibaut Dayon. And then we've got a multiple-way tie for seventh with 2 at 10.75 meters between the brothers Eid, Jaden, and Damien. So that concludes round 1 of Pro Men's Slalom. We're going to have a round 2 of Men's Slalom tomorrow. But in the meantime, we're going to go into the tricks round 1 for the women. And all that to come in less than 10 minutes. So another opportunity for you to grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage, because when we return, we will have the Women's Tricks Pro Round 1 next.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
I'm feeling free. I came to party. Come play with me. I'm feeling naughty. And talk is cheap. I came to party, so come play with me. Come play with me.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Eagle, made in the USA.
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Well, hello and good morning, and welcome to continuing in live coverage of the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, which is part of the Nordiques Water Ski World Series. All right, our next event is going to be the Tricks event, but before we get along with that, let's update you on the women's slalom leaderboard. And Regina Jaquess and Jamie Ball currently tying with the lead with 3 at 10.25 meters. In doing so, they each have a claim to the lake record, the lake course record, with 3 at 10.25 meters. And significantly for Jamie Bull, it is enough to set a pending national women's slalom record for Canada. And let's have a look at that performance, shall we? Jamie Ball, having successfully cleared 10.75 meters, took aim on this pass, 10.25 minutes. She's attempted this pass before in relation to the national record, and that was the first time that she got a successful enough turn around buoy number 2 to make a play on number 3. And as she got behind the boat, the celebration started. There you go. Jamie Ball. But looking in fine form for a potential, for a pending national slalom record. I mean, naturally, all of the things have to be in place, the length of the line, length of the handle, and all of that. But I would imagine that given how they run things here at Predator Bay, it'll just be a mere formality to sign off on a potential women's national slalom record for Canada. But she wasn't the only one. Regina Jaquess came back the very next skier and wanted to be a part of the celebrations as well. So she went out there and she skied herself to a score of a 3 at 10.25 meters, one of her best scores of the season. And this is it here. We're looking at the performance here from Regina Jaquess. Powers her way through the entrance gates and just whips the ski round. Now, being a right foot forward skier, she just let the ski come round on her on buoy number 2, skied almost all the way to number 3, got the ski around to the wakes, tied for the lead, and tied the course record right here at the Lakes of Cast in Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. Looking at this once again, just the amount of power and the amount of precision that is needed to get this far down course. And bear in mind that, I mean, the world record isn't too far away from this, about just a little over buoy and a half around about. She currently has the world record with 5 at 10.25 meters, and who's to doubt her abilities of doing more or less the same thing come round 2 or even the final. All right, there. That was the women's slalom leaderboard. Now this is the men's slalom leaderboard, and we got a 2-way tie for the lead. And lo and behold, it's the same score as the women in the tie for the lead. Will Asher and Cole McCormick with 3 at 10.25 meters. Charlie Ross in a multiple-way tie with Jonathan Travers, Joel Poland, and Thibaut Dayon on 2, and then Jaden Eade and Damien Eade tying on 2, but pass below. Let's have a look and see the two skiers that are currently tied with the lead. First off, Cole McCormick got a sensational turn there on buoy number 1, and then just drove it hard to get outside buoy number 2. let the ski run down course, but he had enough angle and enough poise to get the ski just enough outside number 3 into the wakes to score that total. So that is Cole McCormick, Canadian by citizenry, but residing in Central Florida, and looked especially on fire here as he got round buoy number 2 and round buoy number 3, arriving just on time there, and he was the first person to get that far down, 10.25 meters in this this number 1 round of slalom. And now, who tied him, I hear you say? Well, it's none other than Will Asher. Great angle off buoy number 1, and the balance that this guy has on a slalom ski is something to behold. He didn't go as far down course as Cole McCormick did on that very same turn, but Will Asher wanted to make sure that he got the whole buoy, and rather than trying to turn 3 and risk the lead, or at least a shared portion of the lead. We're just looking at this once again. Just down course here, but the handle coming up high. And gets the ski around number 3, skis to the wake. Safe as houses, 3 buoys, 10.25 meters. And one of the guys that is currently in a tie for the lead. All right, then, let's have a look at the women's starting list for the tricks event, the Pro Women Tricks. Sasha Denyer-Skyer will be our leadoff skier, followed by Hannah Stopnicki, Lexi Abelson, Anna Hunter, Kennedy Hansen, Neely Ross, and Erica Lane. The Nautique towboat, the latest edition of. There are the specs, and certainly a fine piece of machinery that has helped numerous competitors achieve personal bests, and many others with event titles over the years. Looks like we've got Becky Lathrop in the towboat, getting ready for our first athlete to take to the water, and it will be Sasha Denyer-Skyer. What a great rostrum shot that is. So our towboat there, the Craig Craft Nautique. There's Becky at the helm. Becky Lathrop just trying to get dialed in with the path. Dominic Kuhn assisting in that realm there. He's going to be the pin person for Sasha Denyer-Skyer. We have one other crew person in the boat there with the backup trick camera, but we have a full complement of cameras and equipment. And among the equipment in that 2026 Ski Nautique towboat is the technology, the patented technology such as the Hydrogate and the microtuner systems that work together for a flatter, more consistent wakes for any event, and married that with the zero-off GPS speed control, and you have got the best water ski towboat in the business, bar none. All right there, so let's continue on in this event, which is being presented by the Government of Canada alongside Sport Canada, along with the provincial government of Alberta. And for those of you that are looking for a vacation that's off the beaten path, then why don't you take a look at Calgary and via their website, tourismcalgary.ca. Tourismcalgary.ca is the place to go to find out more about this great this great city of Calgary and the greater Calgary area, especially Foothills County, which is the host of the Lakes of Casting Stone and the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. All right, and looks like we have a green light to proceed on with the tricks event in the women's competition. All right, there, here we go. Sasha Denyaskaya. So passing by the green buoy. And now getting set up for a first trick, which is going to be a toe 7 front. And here it is, well spun there, toe 7 front, a little bit of a partition there with a toe 5 back and toe back to backs, toe 5 front, toe out, toe in, launches herself with the toe wake-o, toe wake lino, good height there, a couple of side slides, reverse toe back, toe wake back to back, toe wake line back, and wonderful array of tricks there, and all performed there with great precision. So there, that is Sasha Denyaskaya. So a skier that has performed over 8,000 points in tournaments this season. Is her best score, which was at the Botas ski event, was 82.10. And if she can hold it all together with a complete run of toe tricks, which she's already done, if she can produce all of the flips that she has in store, as well as the ski lines and the conventional hand tricks, then we could be seeing a score of well in excess of 8,000 points. Now the question is, will skiing over 8,000 points probably put you in the frame for one of the better scores in this event? Probably not, no, because you're looking at competition such as the likes of Anna Hunter and Kennedy Hansen towards the end, not to mention Neely Ross and the current World Tricks record holder. All right, then. So one of our sponsors for this event is Basecamp Motorsports, and they provide us with a whole range of outdoor equipment, including that four-wheeler that has helped and assisted us here on TWBC with the setup for the event. So we thank those folks from Basecamp Motorsports for their assistance along the way. And among our other gear sponsors, we've got Caledonian Midstream, a Compass Group, Wildcat Realty, Basecamp Sports, of which we're looking at one of their products right now, alongside Wizard Lake Marine Incorporated and the Lakes of Casting Stone. All right, then, moving right along, we have got on the water Sasha Denyaskaya, originally from Eastern Europe, but now making her home in Central Florida. To the back, wake 5 front, wake 5 front reverse. Oh, wake 5 back inverted there. There's the back flip. Here is the back flip reverse. Flip twist to the back, flip twist to the front, and now she's going to go for a mow back. Nails that one. Does she go for the front flip? Yes, she does, but not able to ride that one out. But a decent looking score and a good solid target for our other skiers in which to chase down. That is Sasha Denyaskaya, and we await the point score coming through very, very soon. Once we get that point score, we will publish it up on your screen. And also I'll announce that as well. But Sasha Denierskaya producing a pass that was very, very similar to one of the competitors that skied in the Europe and Africa Open Championship this past weekend. But the major difference here is the firepower that she has towards the end of the run. With she was able to produce a full array of 6 flips, falling on the 6th and final one, and using that good Avalon trick ski to really set an edge and really drive through across the wakes. And the amount of pop that is offered by that ski is just something extraordinary. The good Avalon trick ski, but unfortunately just not getting enough height. I mean, if she'd have been about 2 inches higher off the wake, then she would have stomped the landing and skied away from that. But I think she'll be satisfied with her performance, though, with a complete set of tricks for toes and somewhere between 3/4 and 100% there on the handle run. So that is Sasha Denierskaya, who's won plenty of titles before, especially in the jump event where she truly excels. All right, our next competitor coming to us out of Canada, it will be Hannah Stopnicki. All right, then the boat motoring off. A few feet or a few meters behind that towboat is Hannah Stopnicki, who has tricked well in excess of 8,000 points. In the Ricciardo Pro, she had a season's best performance in Italy with 88.40 for a personal best. And part of the reason why she got there is she made adjustments to her to one of her runs to enable it to give it a little bit more firepower towards the end. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse, nicely landed. Surface toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe out, toe O in, toe wake O, toe wake line O. Nice delay there with the turn. Toe wake line back, front and back, toe wake line back to back. Does she have anything more? Not quite, but she stands up all the way through the tricks that she had at the beginning of the run, or all the way through to the tail end. The remarkable array of tricks. And Hannah Stopnicki, who last season, right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, won the U21 World Championships in the women's tricks. So she's well used to tasting victory right here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of Predator Bay Water Ski Club, which isn't too far away from the blue sky city that is Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Remarkably gifted skier. Toe wake line O. Toe wake line back to the front and to the back once again. Toe wake line back to back, and then she ends off with a flurry there to constitute a really, really nice performance. And each of the skiers only has 20 seconds from the start to the end of the run to get everything in, and she certainly does that. Now, as we continue on, a quick shout out to the equipment sponsors, Shuswap Ski and Board, with locations in Sicamous, BC, and Calgary, Alberta. Shuswap Ski and Board, one of our equipment and gear sponsors, alongside GM Marine and the PCM Marine Engines. We've also got JL Audio Zero Off speed control systems, Syndicate Water Skis, master line ropes. Master line ropes and eagle gear and Australian gold sunscreen. Now, we've just had a score come through for Sasha Denyaskaya. It is 74.60, 7,460. So not quite one of her best performances of a season, and probably the reason why that she came up a little bit short on her expected point total was the fall on that flip, that front flip, which would have given her an additional 800 points plus whatever tricks that she chose to, she would have chosen to put afterwards. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back. Now we beef up the speed. Back flip. Here we go with the reverse flip. Now she goes with the flip twist to the back. Returns to the front, flip twist to the back, reverse. Now what does she have left? Flip twist to the front. A couple of other tricks to throw at the end and 2 stand-up runs. Nicely done there. Hannah Stopnicki has been absolutely rock solid, consistent all the way through this summer. And there's a good reason why she's tricked close to 9,000 points as her best score of the season with her performance at the Ricchetto Pro in Italia, which is almost the second home really for Hannah Stopnicki. Has visited there on a number of occasions and continues to do so to this day. But we're here in Canada, in the beautiful area that is Foothills County, just south of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. A little bit of slack there before she went in for another of her flips, and slack line is the thing that you need to avoid whenever you're tricking at this level, because it just delays the recovery off each trick and makes the next one just that little bit harder to perform. But that shouldn't worry Hannah Stopnicki, as she's been able to get through both 22nd runs and not looking too bad at all as she recovers and tries to come to terms with what she did out there, and hopefully it will be over 8,000 points. I'm quite certain it will be. If it's over 9, then she's definitely going to be thrilled with that performance. But we await to see what the judges have assessed her with those tricks. All right, there. So we're moving on from Hannah Stopnicki. Our next competitor up is going to be Lexi Abelson. All right, on top of the water, and ably assisted by her father, Richard Abelson, with the pin release, and Becky Lathrop at the wheel of that towboat. This is now Lexi Abelson, coached by her father, Camilo Espinal, and Jimmy Seamers. Toe wake back to back and the reverse. Toe 5 front, toe out, aggressively going into that toe wrap in, toe wake lino, toe wake line back. Now here's her favorite trick, toe wake line back to back, and for good reason. Right at the very end of the run, and she pumps the fist. Fantastic effort towards the end, and she lists that toe wake line back to back at the end as being one of her favorite tricks, her favorite trick out of all of the ones that she chooses to perform in either toes or hands. We're going to see hands next, but I tell you what, some great trick in there. Toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. We're looking at a direct above shot there, and it is beautiful to see these tricks being performed at this level of intensity. Toe wrap in and just whipped across herself over the wake. Toe wake line O to follow afterwards, then the toe wake line back, and now this is a favorite move coming up right now. It's the toe wake line back to back. Boom. Lifts the ski up, plants it down, recovers well, and skis all the way throughout that first of 2 20-second runs with toe tricks. Now, Lexi Abelson, we're getting the point score. Look at this. It's a new personal best for Hannah Stopnicki. It is 88.40, 8,840 points. So well done to her. Hannah Stopnicki, 88.40. She's been on an absolute tear this summer, and she's been that consistent, you know, with her tricking that she's had to modify her run to see if she can trick a little bit higher. And that's exactly what she's done as we take a beautiful shot here of the lakes of Casting Stone with the Bow River in the background, providing a central feature for this Foothills County area just south of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. A quick shout out to LifeLink EMS. They are the paramedics on site, so should we need their assistance, they are definitely going to be Johnny on the spot in that respect. So let's have a look and see what Lexi Abelson can do by way of an encore with pass number 2. It's not going to be toe tricks, however, it's going to be hands. And we'll see what she can conjure up. Positional to the back, wake 5 front. Positional to the back, wake 5 back. Look at her go. There she goes. There's the Mo back, reverse. Getting a little bit stalled here. There's the front flip. Here comes another front flip. Boom, hits that one too. Flip twist to the back. Flip. Oh, she goes half jack. Half jack right at the bell. Bam. Look at that great performance. Look at that effort there from Lexi Abelson. Now, Lexi Abelson has been on a tear this summer as well. I mean, she's tricked over, and if I'm reading this correctly, she's tricked over 10,000 points in one of the previous tournaments. That was at the Botas Pro-Am, and was good enough for a 6th place finish there in the pro ladies tricks. Maybe, just maybe, that performance could well have been in excess of over 9,000. Therefore, taking the lead away from Hannah Stopnicki at this point in time. Using that Avalon to great effect there. Just look at the edge. Look at the amount of kick that ski affords her. There's the front flip, straight up and over. That must be absolutely killer on your back there, but Lexi Abelson, who is a gymnast as well, certainly with all of the things that she does by way of hobby, snow skiing, gymnastics, mountain biking, surfing, and eating ice cream, I would say that at least a good few of those would probably help very well with tricking, with the obvious exception being eating ice cream, of course. But there you go. That is Lexi Abelson. We await her score, and now we've got former world champion and former world trick record holder. This is Anna Hunter. Now, out of the last 4 skiers, 3 of them have held the world championship at one time or another. Not to mention the world record. And here we go. This is Anna Hunter, a realtor by trade in Central Florida. Tricks on a quantum trick ski and a rope and handle come to us courtesy of a Masterline toe wake lino, toe wake line back, reverse toe wake line back to back, and she just absolutely stomps her way through that run there. Fluid motion from start to finish. Just a remarkably adept athlete out there who can move from one side of the wake to the other and make it feel just absolutely effortless. So that is Anna Hunter. Just looking at this performance again, look at that. Look at how steady she was with the toe wake back-to-back reverse. There are certain elements and certain places in the trick skier's run which provide a stepping stone to continued aggression and intensity during the course of the run, and something like that, like the toe wake line back there towards the end, and the toe wake line back-to-back, nice delayed plant of that ski towards the end there. One of the keys to actually getting height and getting credit on that, on a trick like that, which is the toe wake line back-to-back, is to advance your spin and your turn ahead of the ski, and then let the ski provide the landing spot and ski away from it. Easier said than done, of course, but Anna Hunter, who's tricked over 10,000 points on at least a couple of occasions, in fact, looking at the performances that she's put out there, 10,760 in the last tournament that she skied, which was the Southern Regionals in the United States, 10,020 at the Botas Pro-Am, and she had replicant scores for a second-place finish at the Masters Water Ski Tournament in Callaway Gardens in Pine Mountain, Georgia, with 10,600. Now, her best score last season was 10,730, so she's consistently over 10,000 points. Now, she's going to have to conjure up some magic here to stay on pace with the likes of Lexi Abelson and even the likes of Neely Ross and Erica Lang, who will be a part of the end of their list of tricks. But unfortunately for Anna Hunter, she will not be. She won't be tricking over 10,000 points. She'll struggle to trick over 6,000 or 7,000 points on the strength of that run. But she does have another round to go, so it's not all doom and gloom yet here for Anna Hunter as she swims into shore. Oh, and by the way, we will have all 7 skiers present on this list tricking in the final on Sunday. We're sticking to the qualification numbers of 8, and obviously as we have less than 8, then everyone goes through to the next round of the competition. So she's got at least one more round of tricks, actually 2 more rounds of tricks. The preliminary round in tomorrow, and for round 2, and then the final on Sunday. So. Just looking at that second trick, which was the ski line 5 front, an incredibly difficult trick to coordinate. So Anna Hunter swimming into shore. And now we're down to our final 3. We're going to see Neely Ross and Erica Lang take to the water very, very soon. But before them, we will have Kennedy Hansen. All right, then, moving on to our third from last skier to take to the water. It will be Kennedy Hansen. Becky Lathrop at the helm of that towboat. Russ Dixon is our chief driver, along with our drivers, Becky Lathrop that I've mentioned, and Scott Ellis. We await the score for Lexi Abelson to come through. Kennedy Hansen on the water right now, 28.9, with the boat speed A1, no ballast to speak of, tow wake back to back, and there's the reverse. Quick grab of the line there with the tow wake O, and getting a little bit twisted there after recovering from the tow wake line O. Now tow wake line back to back, losing a little bit of time towards the end there. You only get 20 seconds to fit in everything. And a delay in the recovery from each trick doesn't help. So, looks like we got a score. It is 10,030. 10,030 for Lexi Abelson. 10,030 points. 10,030 points there for Lexi Abelson. And as we focus in on Kennedy Hansen, she's been over 10,000 points on a number of occasions so far, and looks like we're going to get a score. It's not even going to be close to 5,000. It is 4,980, 4,980 for Anna Hunter with the tricks that she had on first pass of toes, and the limited amount of tricks that she had on the handle pass before she fell. So we are up to date so far as our scores are concerned. We're waiting for Kennedy Hansen to come back in with the handle run. So as Lexi Abelson sprints back towards the dock, I'm not too sure why, but okay, so Kennedy Hansen getting ready to go, and it looks like Lexi Abelson may have issue with the point score, and but apparently it's the occasion is more of a joyous one rather than the alternative. So Lexi Abelson in certainly in good shape point-wise after the 2 20-second runs, 10,030 points. On the starting dock is Neely Ross, waiting patiently for her go, for her opportunity to shine out there on the water is Kennedy Hansen. Getting ready to go. All right, let's see what Kennedy Hansen has by way of a second pass. .1, which is to be expected, being a little higher than toes. There's the mode back-to-back reverse. What does she do for an encore? There we go. There's regular flip twist to the back, flip twist to the back reverse. Doesn't have many flips to do here now. She drops the boat speed. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back. Fantastic skiing there for Kennedy Hansen. So fantastic skiing there for Kennedy Hansen all the way through there. All right, there. So continuing on, we've got point scores already up on the leaderboard with Lexi Abelson way out in front there with 10,030 points. All right, so as we continue to roll along with our tricks competition, we're waiting on the score for Kennedy Hansen to be revealed. It shouldn't take too long. The tricks that she performed look pretty clean. But now let's have a look and see what Neely Ross can do. She's been on an absolute tear this summer with wins in tournaments such as the Morocco Royal Nautique Pro and the Monaco Water Ski Cup. And now getting set up, shaking out the nerves. Toe 7 front will be the first trick. Keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back. It's reverse. Surface toe back to back, toe 5 front. Toe wake O, toe wake line O. Toe wake line back now, back and front. Toe wake line back to back, recovers well on that one. Toe wake line 5 back with the limited amount of time that she had at the end of the run. So fantastic skiing there all the way through. Just highly dynamic trick in there, and she is on point for each of the moves that she puts out there for a show. So remarkable trick skiing there, starting off with the toe 7 front, which is one of the hardest moves that you can do and maintain a high tempo, which Neely Ross was able to do by keeping that toe foot close to the standing leg. She was able to spin in and out without having to over pull and do too much with the lower half of the body. I mean, just the amount of balance that is required and necessary to make this pass a reality is just absolutely beyond words. Toe 8 line 5 back at the moment, but hard to say whether that toe 8 line 5 back at the very end would have been enough to have counted within the 20 seconds of time afforded each skier. As Erica Lang readies herself for her performance with 2 20-second runs. All right, then, getting ready to bring Neely Ross back into the course for the second and final 20-second run. 10,810 is her season's best. So that season's best performance performed in the first round of action at the Ricetto Pro in Italy. Let's see what she has in store for us. She's definitely capable of tricking towards the 12,000 point mark. Let's see if she has what it takes here and now. Positional to the back. Mo back, reverse. Now she works her way towards the front flip, stomps the landing, stomps this one too with the reverse front flip. Flip twist to the back. Now positional to the front, flip twist to the back. There's the reverse. Ski line back, slows everything down. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back. Surface back-to-backs. Yes, absolutely. Not a foot wrong out there with either of the 2:22 runs. She's cool, she's precise, she's determined, and she's back to the starting dock right now, having completed 2:22 runs. And there's a reason why she's been consistently tricking over 10,000 points, and you've just seen it. Tremendous with these tricks. I mean, it is just an absolute pleasure to see her ski out there, especially when she stomps her front flips like that with just amazing regularity and great precision here. You're just going from one trick to the next. Flip twist to the back. Then she slows everything down. Ski line back. Positionals. Wake 5 front. Wake 5 back reverse. 310 points for each of those fives. And then just does some surface back-to-backs. And, yep. All right, getting the signal from the towboat to proceed. 10,080 for Kennedy Hansen. 10,080, which I believe is one of the better scores of the season. I believe she's been over 10,000 at least a couple of times. That is a Kennedy Hansen score. All right, then, let's move on to our final skier, the current world women's trick record holder. She's achieved that distinction on more than one occasion, and there's a good reason why she has, because she is certainly one of the innovators in women's tricks. One of the first to go over 10,000, one of the first to hit front flips and multiple front flips. And let's have a look there. Positional to the back, Mo back-to-back. Here's the Mo back-to-back reverse. Half jack to the front. What does she have left? There's the front flip. There's the front flip reverse. Does she have anything left there? Wake 5 front. Oh no, she had a hard time recovering on the wake 5 front, and then threw the wake 5 back there without thinking too much about the consequences, and taking a fall as a result. So she will wait to see what she's got with the toe tricks on pass number 2. So Erica Lang, the current world record holder, setting the world record with 11,710 not too long ago, superseding the total that was produced earlier on in the season by Neely Ross. And so far as the battle between those two competitors, so far as it looks like from here, Neely Ross may have the upper hand. However, the leaderboard tells a different picture at this juncture. We're still waiting on Neely Ross's score, but Kennedy Hansen, she scores 10,080 points, 50 points more than Lexi Abelson. And just to give you an idea of how tight this community is in tricking, both between the men's and the women's competition, there are very, very few people that each trick skier trusts with the pin release and anything else that goes along with the tricking event. And the reason why I mentioned that is that Lexi Abelson had her father in the towboat, and that same person is riding in the towboat right now, overlooking Erica Lang's tricks. So an interesting observation there. Now we got the men's tricks to come up very, very soon. We got Martin Labra, who will be first off the dock. Right, a few of our good friends around the dockside getting ready for their turn. Martin Labro is our lead-off skier in the men's tricking competition in the pros. Then we'll follow on with Thomas Daigle and Pablo Font, along with Dominique Kuhn, Matthias Gonzalez, Joel Poland, Patricio Font, and Jake Abelson. Let's see what Erica Lang can do by way of recovery with the toe tricks. It's going to be a toe 7 front to get. No, it isn't. It's toe wake 5 back. Going high tempo here right from the get-go. Surface toe back-to-backs, toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight in, toe wake low, toe wake line-o now. Transitioning to the toe wake line back, and now toe wake line back-to-back without any change in position. And it looks like Erica Lang, unfortunately, unable to get the maximum out of that performance. 10,280 for Neely Ross. 10,280 there for Neely Ross, taking the lead. And I would surmise that given that Erica Lang fell not just once but twice in that performance there in round number 1, it's probably safe to say that your leader after round 1 provisionally is Neely Ross. It didn't look too bad there with the first few tricks, although there was a slight hesitation at the beginning there for Erica Lang. Getting some good height and some good spin here. Grabbing onto the rope there, just edging to the wake there with aggressive abandon here. Toe wake line O towards the end. Then tightening up the line, toe wake line back. Now edging up for the toe wake line back to back, just losing her axis towards the end, and that unfortunately represents the end of Erica Lang's efforts. Not just for the tournament, but I mean for the round 1, so because each tricker has a secondary round of preliminary round tricks, and as we have fewer than 8 skiers in this girls tricks event, then all of them will advance through to the final. Okay, so we're working our way from women's tricks onto men's tricks straight away. We have 8 competitors in this one. Starting off with Martin Labra, then Thomas Daigle, Pablo Font, Dominique Kuhn, Matthias Gonzalez, Joel Poland, Pato Font, and Jake Abelson. So for those of you that are watching, you are watching the Nautique Water Ski World Series, with the event being the Rocky Mountain Pro. Going straight into our first competitor, coming to us from Chile, it is going to be Martin Labra. And within about the next 24 hours, you'll get to hear from him on the TWBC podcast. So be sure to be tuned in later on this afternoon, the TWBC podcast, where we had a conversation with Martin Labra and a Matty Gonzalez both at the same time. Should be quite entertaining. Here we go. This is Martin Labra. Toe wake 5 back reverse. Toe wake back to backs. Surface toe back to backs. Toe 5 front. Toe O out. Toe O in. Toe wake O. Toe wake line O. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back. Toe wake line back to back reverse. Toe wake line 5 back and going down hard on that one. Yeah, the initial indication there was a little bit deceptive upon that fall. It looked like he may have hurt something, but then he raised his hand to say, I'm okay, everything's fine. And that is one of the signature moves from Martin Labra, the reverse toe wake back to back. Toe wake 5 back, I should say. And when you get to hear his answer as to why he tried that trick, it was because someone else had suggested that he tried it, and after a few attempts, he was landing them consistency. I'm talking about the toe wake 5 back reverse. Oh, and there was every reason to believe that things might have gone a little bit south there for Martin Labra on that fall. There was a reason that Toti Miranda stood up quickly as a result of that. Let's have a look at this. Toe wake line 5 back. Boom. Oh, ouch. That hurt me. All right, a wonderful view of this this Predator Bay location, located at the Lakes of Casting Stone. And as you can see, a wonderful facility, a 2-lake facility, allowing for some of our members to slalom on one lake whilst a world-class competition takes place on the other. All right, our towboat is making its way back into the course with Martin Labra. Handle tricks coming up next. Let's see what he's got to offer us here. Is it going to be flips first? Yes, it is. Mo back back. Mo back back reverse. Here he comes in with the half jack. Flip twist to the back, flip twist to the back. Now he goes for the front flips. Boom, hits that one. Does he go for another one? No, but he goes in for the ski lines. Ski line O, ski line back to back. Does he have anything more? Travels across the wake with a ski line back. And a great effort there. So it looks like we got a score for Erica Lang. It's 84-30. 84-30 for Erica Lang, which means that we have our full complement of scores in the pro women's competition. But just looking at these moves, getting excellent height and excellent precision there with the landings as he works his way from one trick to the next. So just working his way from one trick to the next there. Ski line 5 back. And I believe he tried the ski line 5 back reverse for that move, but decided to go against that as he throws in a ski line back to back and then a ski line back to open to end things off. All right, and before we go into our next competitor, let's have a little look at the trick leaderboard. Neely Ross with 10-80 has the lead ahead of Kennedy Hansen one of her better scores of the season with 10,080, and Lexi Abelson with 10,030. Hannah Stopnicki with a new personal best of 88.40. Erica Lang with 84.30. Sasha Denyaskaya with 74.60. And Anna Hunter with 49.80. So a few great scores there towards the top, but there are some scores that need to be improved upon for the concerned skiers to get anywhere close to where they would typically find themselves upon 2 successful completions of 20-second runs. All right there, so we've just seen Martin Labra. We'll now go on to our next competitor. It is going to be Thomas Daigle. All right then, looks like Thomas Daigle is going to do the toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 in, traveling across the wake there, toe wake line back, toe front, a couple of toe sides, toe wake back to back, losing time here. Oh, there you go, stomps a toe wake line back to back with just seconds remaining at the end of round of pass number 1, I beg your pardon. So Thomas Daigle would probably first to admit that trick skiing isn't quite his forte. However, he's still there, he's still performing, and he's still working as hard as he can to execute the tricks that he has programmed in pass number 1, including that toe wake O, and then did the toe wake line back, and then worked his way into position with the toe side slides, and then turns neatly into that reverse toe back, and just setting himself up there to edge across the top of the wake, just being patient. But will that patience be rewarded with the points on that toe wake line back to back, or did he expend too much time preparing for that toe wake line back to back for it to be scored? Only time they tell, as they say. All right, back here. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company here in men's tricks round 1. We've still got the jump event to go today, as well as the next round of a U21 tricking. Right here at the event, this event being the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, the inaugural event, and it's been supported by the Nautique Water Ski World Series, a new season-long series of events featuring the world's top water ski athletes. You can find out more by going to nautique.com, nautique.com for more information on the Nautique World Series of water skiing. Here we go, folks. This is Thomas Daigle. C3 with the reaction on from 0 off. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the front. There's the front flip. There's the reverse. Oh, nicely done though. Ski line O. Some 5s at the back at the end, and tries the ski line back right at the buzzer. So wonderful skiing there from Thomas Daigle. He was on fire right from the start there. Certainly had to wait for 1 or 2 instances to make sure that he got the trick that he was performing away. But the flips he did were extraordinarily high. He certainly has this element of trick skiing down, including the front flip. And he did the reverse as well, and just look how he releases that one hand, to steady himself upon the landing. Ski line O, wake 5 back, hand to hand, and then got a little bit caught up in the line towards the end there, right there, which was the inverted ski line back. But well done there to Thomas Daigle. We'll get the point score for him and Martin Labra very, very soon. Our remaining skiers on the start list involve Dominic Kuhn, Matias Gonzalez, Joel Poland, Patricio Font, and Jake Abelson. But before all of those competitors, we'll get to see Pablo Font trick next.
Can somebody get him a water, please? Can you get Cash water? Thank you.
All right, so the chief judge has given the green light for Pablo Font to proceed. Skier number 3 of 8 to leave the dock. All right, moving right along. Coming in for his first pass is going to be Pablo Font. And it looks like he's going to start off with toe tricks for us. Puts his leg over the front part of his other leg, and looks like he's going to start off with a toe 7 front. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and here's the reverse. Surface toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe wake line back. Oh no! And the ski coming over a little bit too late to ski away from, and that was a little bit of a disjointed sequence there in the middle. We'll have a look at this in closer forensic detail, but Pablo Font one of 8 skiers in this competition in the pro men's tricks, and as 8 make their way through to the final on Sunday, he's already assured himself of a place in that competition by being part of only an 8 skier elimination round. There's still another round of tricks to come tomorrow before the event final on Sunday. But right now, off to a real sluggish start there. That is Pablo Font. So as we continue to work our way through, just a quick note about our judging panel. Our chief judge is Kerry Lee. Our ACJ is Nikki Lee, along with scorer Christy Kingsmill. Our cadre of judges feature Jeffrey Armstrong, Kyle Eade, Tamron Grant, Cole McCormick, and Harry Spavin. And our safety director is Michelle Clooney. Looks like we got a point score, 11,510, 11,510 for Martin Labra. So 11,510, and one of his better scores of the season. Martin Labra takes the lead. Still waiting for Pablo Font's second pass, and indeed the complete effort of Thomas Daigle to be added into the mix.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Tell me when. 19.3, 18.6, C3. How's your pretty bow? I love your pretty bow. Yes, it is. And it's a good bow. Okay, here we go.
All right there, mashing the throttle down. Transition time is over between passes. Here we go. This now is Pablo Font. 31.1, Charlie 2, 50% of ballast. Look like some pretty aggressive numbers. Positional to the back. Mo back-to-back case in the wake. Flip twist to the front. Oh, there's the front flip twist to the back. What does he have remaining? He's all over the place here. He's trying his best to stay upright here. Ski line 5 front. Ski line back to back, and he is definitely in good shape there. Managed to recover what was a little bit of a tricky situation there in the middle of the run, but there we go. Pablo Font there coming through clutch with his second and final 20-second run. I don't know what the total is going to be, but it's certainly something for him to build from, you know, when it comes round to the second round of tricks, which will be tomorrow. And obviously, whatever happens there, he's going to be a part of the men's tricking final, as we only have 8 skiers in the preliminary round competition. Just really went for it there with the front flip, and not even too sure how to describe that, but it's certainly a different way of rotating, a different way of executing a trick that many of our competitors in this men's tricking competition are quite familiar with. Ski line 5 front towards the end. Ski line back. Positional to the back. Ski line back to back. Stops momentarily in the back and then spins towards the front there right to the very end. All right, moving on there from Pablo Font, we now move on to an Austrian athlete who currently trains in Central Florida at this time. It is Dominic Kern. Setting up the speed, 83.30 for Thomas Daigle, currently in second spot right now. Toe wake 5 back, toe wake front, a toe side there, and now as he motors along here. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe O in, toe wake O, toe wake line O. Nice height there. Toe wake line back to back. All right, and he manages to get it all done there towards the end, and I certainly like the way that he tricks. He motors on, and keeps a good, consistent pace all the way through there. That is Dominic Kuhn, a skier for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns during the collegiate season. And that's going to come around pretty soon, around about late August, early part of September, when most U.S. colleges, college students return from their summer vacations and get back to the grind of academics. Toe Waco, just lifting the ski clean over the line there. One of the cleanest looking toe wake linos that you're ever going to see. And that one too, the toe wake line back to back. So plenty to like about that run there from Dominic Kuhn. A skier that's been consistently running over 10,000 points during the course of the European summer season before making his way over here to Foothills County, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club and the Lakes of Casting Stone. There's a Pato Fond there, giving as good as he can get. All right, watching around dockside, interesting developments. We've got Matty Gonzalez, who will be part of an episode on the TWBC podcast. You'll be able to listen to him, and also Martin Labra within the next few hours. So keep an eye out from that. There have been some new episodes being uploaded to the Spotify, to the YouTube channel. So keep an eye on new content on the podcast playlist, the TWBC podcast. Listen to it on Spotify, listen to it on YouTube Music, and indeed the YouTube channel. Mo backpack reverse. Boom, hits the wake beautifully here with the front flips. He's only got one more flip that he can do here to total 6. Ski line 5 back, ski line back to back, ski line O, positional to the back, ski line 5 front. Yeah, absolutely, come on. All the way through, and that should be well in excess of 10,000 points. How deep is that pass? Are those passes going to be in respect to the 10,000 or even 11,000 mark? Starting off with the positional and then the flip twist back to back. That's otherwise known as the mobe. And then replicated that with the reverse. Just motoring along here, just pull the drawstring and off he goes. Keeping a good tight iron grip of the handle there for the ski line 5 back. The ski line 5, ski line back to back, and then positional here for the ski line O. Ski line 5 front. Aggressively making his way from one trick to the next, and this should be a high point score. Diego Font, on the other hand, we await Pablo Font. On the other hand, would probably expect a trick score to be a little lower than what he's accustomed to. All right, so we're just waiting on Matias Gonzalez to hit the water. Waiting for the green light from our judges panel before we proceed on with our next athlete. Sound of the boat reigniting and getting ready for our skier from Chile. It's Matias Gonzalez, Pan American men's trick champion. He'll get to defend that title around about this time next season when the Pan American Games takes place in Lima in Peru. But between now and then, he's got a whole slew of tournaments that he's going to do, not only for himself but also for country as well. The Odasur Games, the Pan American Water Ski Championships, the world titles in both U21 and in Open at the beginning of the next calendar year. So toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back to back reverse, surface toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe out, toe in, toe wake O, toe wake line O, toe wake line back, toe wake line back to back. Now does he do the reverse? Yes, he does. Toe wake stands up, toe wake line 5 back. Look at this. Toe wake front, toe wake line front. Yeah, that's the Matias Gonzalez we all know. Extremely quick with toe tricks, probably one of the quickest toe trickers ever to put a ski on his or her foot and perform toe tricks. Be interesting to actually measure how many points he produces per second when he is throwing tricks from one end of the course to the other with such speed and such efficiency here. Just working his way from one trick to the next. There we go. Toe wake line back to back, and there's the reverse. Stands up. Full access. Boom. Toe wake line 5 back. Just planting that ski in the water and just absolutely almost grinding that boat into a halt as he recovers there with the toe wake line 5 back right to the tail end of the run. We've only got 2 point scores right now. We've got Martin Labra with 11,510, and by contrast, we have Thomas Daigle with 83.30. So the officials are taking their time in getting these point scores out, and that is an indication as to the content of their run. 84.30, 8,430 for Pablo Font. So losing a huge chunk of his tricks due to the fall that he took quite early on in his effort. However, it is 100 points ahead of Thomas Daigle. So Pablo Font moving into second spot right now, but whether he stays there or not is highly unlikely. Okay, moving on up. This is Matias Gonzalez. 28.3 kilometers an hour. C3, 25% ballast. Mo back, reverse. He has 4 more flips that he can do. There's the first one. There's the half jack. Here's flip number 4. Flip twist to the back. Flip. No, goes for the front flip. What has he got remaining? Ski line O. Ski line back to back. Recovers. Ski line 5 back. Ski line 5 front. Ski line back. There you go. Great skiing there, but even Mati Gonzalez feels that he might have left something on the table out there towards the end, but he has 2 stand-up runs to his credit, and that should be in excess of 10,000 points. It may be a struggle to find an 11,000 point score there for Mati Gonzalez based upon that effort, but you just never know as we continue onwards. We've got 3 skiers to go. We got Pato Font coming up soon, and then Jake Abelson. But before those two, we've got Joel Poland. Just Matty Gonzalez. Front flip and then goes into the ski lines. The ski line back to back. Ski line 5 back and then ski line 5 front. Going in really, really deep here with some of these turns and landings and recoveries. And that was probably what Matty was more concerned with. The amount of time that he lost between each trick, which prevented him from gaining an advantage or at least a foothold against the likes of Martin Labra, who tricked 11,510. So Joel Poland working his way towards the tricking course. Now, I know this much, that wrap there is not going to be for a toe 7 front. It's going to be for that. Toe wake 5 back, toe wake front, toe side, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse. Surface toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe wake O. What does he have left? Toe wake line O. Does he have anything more? Toe wake line back, toe wake line 5 back, toe wake line back to back, toe wake line back to back reverse. Toe wake line front. Yeah, stomps the run there. Makes it look effortless. So we wait for our penultimate skier to hit the water in just a moment. It's going to be Pato Font from Mexico, but from Great Britain on the water at this time is Joel Poland. Started off high tempo, high aggression. Toe wake 5 back and worked his way for the reverse toe tricks in the middle part of the run. Good sharp pull there to initiate the spin there for the toe wake line O, and then it's just a case of advancing the body enough to where the ski can come round and stomp the landing just like that. Toe wake line back to back towards the end, and then the toe wake line front to end things off there for pass number 1. Pass number 2 is coming up very, very soon. You are watching the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am as part of Nautique Water Ski World Series, presented by GM Marine. So here we are at the Predator Bay Water Ski Club, which was founded some 30 years ago by Dan and Sue Velsick, who remain active volunteers to this day. It maintains 2 slalom courses, 1 jump, a clubhouse, and dockside facilities. Features a full-time boat driver, which covers the daylight hours from mid-May to mid-August, and qualified members cover the rest. Uses 2 2026 Ski Nautique tournament towboats with 0 off, and a slew of other technologies involved in making sure that the conditions stay consistent for every athlete. And we also have the Splash Adaptive Water Ski Program, modified pieces of equipment to help adaptive needs. But look at this there for Joel Poland. Getting it done. There's the super move. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. What does he have remaining? Ski line O. Positional to the back, ski line back to back, ski line back. There you go, 2 stand-up runs there for Joel Poland. Just an absolutely mind-boggling array of tricks there towards the end, and Joel Poland is pretty happy with that performance, I would say. And we got a big score coming through for Dominic. It is 11,040 points. 11,040 points. 11,040. And just looking at the tricks that Joel Poland would, there we go, with the super mob, with the handle pass across the back in mid rotation. He's been doing that for quite a while now, and is one of the innovators of contemporary men's trick skiing, with the runs creation and each trick's execution. All right, we're down to our final two skiers. We'll see Jake Abelson hit the water in just a few minutes, but before him, it is going to be Pato Font. All right, here we go, folks. Right here, right now. This is Pato Font. And I got some news that has managed to catch my attention a little bit, and I'll present that news in just a moment. But here we go. This here is Pato Font. Former world champion, former trick world record holder, multiple-time Pan American Games trick champion, Pan American Championships trick champion. Look at him go, toe wake line 5 back. Toe wake line tricks towards the end. Fantastic skiing there for Pato Font. Now looking back at some of the scores for the women's competition, I see a score of 10,780 points from Neely Ross. Now, I've cross-referenced that with the site records for Predator Bay, and I see that Neely Ross's previous best performance here, which is the site record, was 10,220. So, provisionally, a new course record here at Predator Bay. Neely Ross with 10,780 points. So congratulations to her. She's still got two more rounds of skiing to come. But Neely Ross on a tear right now, and getting the provisional site record here at Predator Bay, as we look at the tail end of Pato Font's toe pass of some exceptionally difficult toe tricks. Now he's going to transition from one to the other. That transition normally takes just a few moments, but it involves switching out skis, switching out lines. We're down to one final skier. That is Jake Abelson on the starting dock. I'm sure his father's going to be in the boat overseeing the action as well. Seems to be a very high demand person to have in the towboat to watch over your skiing. Though I'm sure he doesn't charge Jake Abelson too much. So as I mentioned, the potential new site record for the women's tricks competition. Let me tell you about the events that have been hosted here. The 2009 World Water Ski Championships. There was actually the launch site for the Ski Nautique 200 all the way back in the day. Pro Shootout 2012 to 2024. Calgary Cup Overall Tour 2022 to 2023. And World Championships in the U17, U21, and O35. Look at this. Oh my word, he went down early there and cased the top of the wake there with one of the flip moves that he had planned. So he's going to have to look over and get something going with the second round, the second and third round to climb his way up out of this soup. So, Pato Font, not all doom and gloom so far. He tricked well enough on pass number 1 to put up a pretty big score after pass number 1. It just wasn't to be with his handle run. Mo back-to-back was his opening trick, and as he went through the remaining, that's where things started to unravel there for him with that landing. And he just brought the handle up and tried to recover the trick, and unfortunately it just was not going to happen. That is a Pato Font, and we now move on to our next and last skier here in the men's Pro Tricks event in round 1. The person to whom I'm referring to is Jake Abelson. All right, here we go. Coming in on pass number 1 of 2, Jake Abelson. A world champion at youth level. Certainly no stranger to tasting success here in both the U17 and U21 in successive years. Again, off to a sprightly start here. Toe wake O, toe wake line O, the current world men's trick record holder. Toe wake 5 back, toe wake line back to back, and it's reversed. Does he have anything left? Toe wake line front, and the ease by which he is able to recover that trick in the end is just absolutely astounding. There were trickers way back in the 80s and early 90s that had so much trouble recovering from that trick that many of them decided to take it out of their run entirely. But you're looking at some of the trickers and the skill level now from each of them that they're able to recover from one of the hardest toe tricks to do, despite the fact that it's only a toe wake front. But it was a toe wake line front. Part of the reason why that the toe wake line front is among those tricks that is seeing a revised point score attached to them is the recovery and the amount of difficulty, the degree of difficulty that the recovery entails on the toe wake line front. But preceding that, toe wake line 5 back there. Good launch, toe wake line back to back. Toe wake line back to back reverse, edges across the back of across the wake, just picks the ski up and then just slaps it down and skis away. All right, then. Looks like we got a score. And ladies and gentlemen, a pending world record, 13,140 points. 13,140 points for Matias Gonzalez, a pending world record. Wow. We're breaking records left, right, and center. Course records, Canadian national records, and now world records. So that was Matias Gonzalez. And looks like someone's in a rush to spread the news. We do have a thing called the internet, you know. So, Matty Gonzalez, 13,140 points. So let's have a look here. Just a little over 30 kilometers an hour for the boat speed. Now, what can Jake Abelson do by way of a response? Ski line 5 back. Ski line 7 back. Look it and go. Ski line 0. Positional to the back. Ski line 0. Reverse. Oh, goes in hard there for a wake 5 front, and he was just moments away from skiing all the way through that pass, and he might have had the perfect response to Matias Gonzalez's pending world men's trick record. So let's have a look and see what Jake Abelson was able to conjure up here. Mode back-to-back, and it's reverse. The height is critical with each of these moves. It allows the skier to fully recover and soften up the landing, and also to recover each trick to where they can actually move on to the next one with relative ease. Jake Abelson there, ski line 5 back. He's at the tail end of the run now. Ski line 7 back. Brings the handle down nice and low and recovers it well. Ski line 0, positional to the back. Ski line 5 front, nails that one too, and just missing out on the handle for the wake 7 front, which is the last trick in his run. So wow. So it looks like we've got our leaderboard up there. Matias Gonzalez with a 13,140. That is the current top score. And it looks like it's going to take a little while before we actually get the point score from our remaining skiers, Joel Poland, Pato Font, and Jake Abelson. Those are the remaining scores that we've got. Now let's get Joel Poland's. Joel Poland's score is 12,160. If my memory serves me right, that might actually be a new British record. So we'll double check on that. So we got 2 more scores to come. We got the score for Pato Font to come in. We've also got the score for Jake Abelson, but significantly, a pending world men's trick record courtesy of Matias Gonzalez. We'll have those point scores up for you on the flip side of this break. But you are watching the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am being brought to you by Nordiques as part of the Nordiques Water Ski World Series. When we return, it'll be Women's Jump Round 1, and all that is coming your way next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shuswap Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between.
We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
World record ropes masterline.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Well, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Rocky Mountain Pro, as part of the Nautique Water Ski World Series. The schedule up on your left side of your screen indicates what our next event is going to be. It's going to be women's jump round 1, followed by men's jump round 1. All right, then, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard in men's tricks. And there you see at the top a pending world men's trick record, courtesy of Chile's Matias Gonzalez with 13,140 points. So congratulations to him. That record will be submitted for scrutiny, and hopefully we'll get confirmation within about the next few days or weeks or maybe months. But so far as Matias Gonzalez is concerned, 13,140 points is the lead. Jake Abelson with a 12,470 points, just marginally behind there, and he would have taken the world record himself had he have landed that wake 7 front at the very end. So congratulations to him. Now, how about Joel Poland, 12,160 points? A great score there from him. And looking at some of the other scores on the list there, Patricio Font, he scored 6,680, 6,820, I beg your pardon. But there is a significant score there, 11,040 points. That is a new Austrian national men's record, courtesy of Dominic Kuhn, so congratulations to him as well. But there you see one last time the men's trick leaderboard up on your screen, and in your top 8 there. And if you want to keep an eye on the scores as they are progressing, then you can watch through the IWWF tournament scoring system. Right, we go into women's jump there. Amelia Mendez will be our lead-off skier, followed by Kate Pensano, then Augustina Vara, Kennedy Hansen, Regina Jaquist, Maisa Jakobsen, and Sasha Denierskaya. And as we have less than 8, and we take 8 through to the final, then these competitors will have 3 rounds to ski, with the title and the money going as a result of the scores in round number 3, which is the final on Sunday. Wonderful facility, this, the Lakes of Cast in Stone, home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. You see the lakes there clearly in the foreground, and in the background the Bow River. And if we were to look up over those foothills, you will see the city of Calgary, the blue sky city, as it were. Calgary itself, host to a number of world-class events, including the 1988 Winter Olympic Games. It's also home to the Calgary Stampede, the greatest outdoor show on earth, the Calgary Flames, the 1989 Stanley Cup champs, and of course the CFL's Calgary Stampeders. Other area attractions involve Sunshine Village and Banff National Park, and you could also go and see Lake Louise, which isn't too far away from here, still in the same province of Alberta. And Calgary sits within Treaty 7 territory, the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and the Stoney Nakoda First Nations, with recognition also given to Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. So, we got Amelia Mendez, our first competitor, our lead-off skier in the jumping competition. We're working at a rapid pace here. Still got plenty of skiing to come. And whilst you're waiting for our first jump to be taken by Amelia Mendez, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. And then that way you'll be informed as the next time we go live. And also be a part of the live chat. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is afternoon in this area of North America, right here in Alberta. All right, jump number one looks like it's going to be a pretty subtle single cut. Nothing too stressful for Amelia Mendez, whose best jump in the last season or two has been around about 36 meters, but mostly her average is about a 34-meter jump. And Amelia Mendez getting jump number one under her belt will get a distance for her very, very soon. So, jump number one from Amelia Mendez. Okay, jump number one. 38.7 meters. 38.7 meters, which seems a little weird of a distance on a single cut. But I'll go along with that for the time being. 38.7 meters.
Did you hear that? Single cut, 38 meters.
Yeah, and Kate seems to agree with me on that assertion. But we'll continue on. Here we go, folks. This now is Amelia Mendez, and passing up on jump number two.
There's a problem on the jump lobby.
All right, it looks like we're going to have to deal with one or two technical issues, but in the meantime, sit back, relax, and grab yourself a drink and a nice comfy seat to relax on, when we return for the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, we'll have the continuation of the women's jump with Amelia Mendez's first jump off the water next.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between.
We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspot.
All right then, folks, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Rocky Mountain Pro for 2026 as part of Nautique's Water Ski World Series presented by GM Marine. So, from the news that I have been forwarded to me, Amelia Mendez is going to be starting from scratch. I don't know about you, but most pros can't even jump 37.8 meters off a single cut, much less a jumper whose personal best is 35 meters in the form of Amelia Mendez, and we'll see how things pan out, and probably the reason why we got that skewed distance is the grid kind of got decalibrated, so we've replotted the buoys. Didn't take us so long, and we now got a functioning grid. There's Scott Ellis there at the helm, and in the passenger seat is Cole McCormick. two generations of pro water ski athletes right there in the same boat. And they're bringing in Amelia Mendez on a retake of jump number 1. All right, so Amelia Mendez has decided to double up a little bit here instead of the single cut, which she took on the original attempt on jump number 1. She's going to go for a blast of the ramp there for a retake on jump number 1. Amelia Mendez is personal best, and you can understand my confusion a little bit here with in relation to the original distance on jump number 1. Her personal best is actually a jump of 36.3 meters, which she achieved last season at the tail end of the 2025 season in Chile at their national championships. So working against that, we'll see if Amelia Mendez can actually come away with a jump distance around about that same point, if not just a little bit more. There's Kate Pinsonneau getting ready with her Goodman sticks. Kate Pinsonneau from Canada, but also skis for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns. Hearing some planes across the sky, although I can quite reliably tell you that none of those planes are WestJet right now. And I've been joined here by none other than the Canadian Cannonball himself, Mr. Jim Clooney. How are you doing, sir?
Doing great, Tony. Good to be here. Good to see you guys here. And good conditions for jump here. So hopefully a lot of good jumping.
Oh, and Amelia Mendez, deciding to pass up on the original attempt of jump number 2. She passed up on the original on the retry of jump number 1. So if you're in a position where you've passed up on your opening 2 jumps, what do you need to do here, Jimmy?
Well, she had a little spill yesterday in familiarization, and I was driving actually, but so she's probably just got to get some confidence back, get looking at the jump, and I think there's a bit of a schedule change, so she's probably just hopefully she can get over the jump here on number 3, and then build for that in the next round.
All right, so as we continue to work along, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's is Jim Clooney, and Jim, these days your involvement with the Canadian national programs, tell us a little bit about that.
Probably a little more involved with the local club, like in Saskatoon, and our provincial guys in Saskatoon and in Saskatchewan, and quite a few developing jumpers from our part of the country, so it's been a lot of fun the last few years.
All right then, so Amelia Mendez coming in on jump number 3. Now we've got some news which is going to be especially delightful for those who like the jump event more than the tricks and jump and slalom. But I tell you what, that is a pretty tasty looking distance. If it's anything over 36.3, it'll be a PB for her.
Yeah, it's good to get her back over the jump, and she knows it's just like it was before she had the spill, and she can build off that now.
We'll get a distance in just a moment or so. decent edge all the way across the top left-hand corner, and jumping at this level, at this beginner level, I would say it's very, very important to know where the pressure is on the line, and keeping that pressure across the left arm is certainly well advised.
Well, it's one of the great things about this series that is going on this year. You get, some exposure to the bigger events for these kids, and they just build and build and build off of it. And, Kate Pinsino is a good example. The next skier, she's been on the junior scene for a few years and just be going into open women very soon, if not this event.
All right, then. And our next skier is Kate Pinsino. Now, here's the news. Our schedule originally called for Tricks to be our next event after the conclusion of the jumping. But what we've decided to do, because of imminent inclement weather coming through within the next 24 hours, we decided to switch from Tricks through to U21 jumping, which will be the next event to take to the water after we are done with women's jump and men's jump. So we're going to go into U21 jump after open jump.
And I think we got the chief judge here also informing us we're going to get to see the second round of open jump as well. And then they're going to try and avoid some rough weather tomorrow, which is hats off to Carrie and the team for sort of looking over, the forecast to come and trying to keep the skiers with the best conditions possible.
Well, it's not an uncommon thing to do whenever you have inclement weather coming through. I mean, just as recently as last week at the Europe and Africa Open Championships, we actually went on to the jump finals a little earlier than scheduled to miss what turned out to be a pretty vicious storm over in Poteen, Georgia. But here is Kate Pinsino.
Yeah, that very below average jump for Kate. I think she went 46 yesterday. Just wasn't in the course there. She probably anticipated more wind than that there is, or she did not anticipate the wind that there was, but she was just way too early for her. She's usually a pretty aggressive cutter.
All right there, so 40.5 meters on that opening jump, 40.5. And as she comes off the top of the jump and lands, and for the first time, let's go to dockside and check in with Cash.
We are here with Amelia Mendez. Tell me, how did you feel about your first jump?
Not that good, but I feel happy that I could get over the third jump, and I'm happy for it.
Nice, that's incredible. So tell me, do you find that jump is more raw physical strength or more mental courage?
Mental courage. Well, yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, for our last question, what would you give advice to somebody like me striving to be better at jump and as good as the pros like you guys?
Maybe it's always on your head. The technique is one thing, but the head is very important too.
Okay, final question. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
No.
Okay, that's good. All right, congratulations. We're excited to see you in the final rounds, and Tony, back to you.
Thank you very much, and looking a lot better on that second jump, coming in with a little bit more speed and a good pull off the top, but certainly plenty to build upon there, Jimmy.
Yeah, I think she won't be happy with that, but she's kind of going in the right direction. I think, we've had dead calm, hot day, and now there's a little bit of wind swirling, nothing significant, but sometimes the skier can think it's windier than it is and make some weird adjustments. But knowing Kate, she'll get in the course on this third one and try and do something with it.
All right, so Kate Pinsino having a look at the tail of the tape here. Her personal best, or at least one of her best jumps of the season, is a 46.3 meter jump or 152 feet. So she's got that to battle against.
Yeah, she's got a lot of experience, and I've seen her a lot in the last few years, and she's like a tiger out there. I've seen her have a few setbacks or like bumps, bruises. She just grinds right through everything.
All right, here we go, folks. This is Kate Pinsonow. Now she's going to bring it down just a little bit later now. Let's see how wide she gets up on the boat, how much effort she puts into this one. Turns in, drives in hard off that wake. Oh, and that switch kicked in and kicked in hard.
Yeah, and she kind of slipped. She came out of the turn a bit on her heels and just never recovered. So she was coming in. She needed to be a little more on her toes so she could get that extension. So she'll work with that, though. She's experienced, and we haven't seen the last of her this weekend.
So that jump is just a little ways short of the 40-meter mark, Kate Pinsonow. So 43.4 meters is going to be her best jump distance. 37.9 last jump, so 43.4 meters takes the lead after 2 skiers. Now, here's an exciting competitor to watch. She comes to us out of Canada. It's going to be Nellie Allard.
Possibly scratched. She had a fall yesterday, and I'd heard nothing formal. I just heard on the grapevine that she's unable to continue.
Now, this time, Nellie Allard would have competed. Okay.
Yeah, and it was really unfortunate because her training was going pretty good leading up to the tournament, and then yesterday in official familiarization, straight out the front on her opener.
All right, then. So moving on to our next competitor, it is going to be Augustina Vara from Chile. And this young competitor, whether it be in the youth divisions or skiing for the University of Alabama for many seasons, has definitely made a name for herself in that regard. So far so good with our jumping, 43.4 meters, our lead score after two competitors, courtesy of Kate Pinsonow. We'll try and find out a little bit more information here in regards to Augustina Vara, including her personal best. Now, Augustina Vara, who graduated from the University of Alabama with a degree in software engineering. Her best jump this season has been 49.5 meters or 162 feet. And let's have a look and see what we've got here for Augustina Vara. Oh! A little early or a little bit late, Jimmy?
To me, I looked early, I think, just pulling out on a 3/4 cut. Just never kind of got up on the boat and free of it for long enough. So, and when you don't...
Okay, with that in mind, let's send it on over to Cash.
Hi, we're with Kate Pinsonow, and how did you feel about your first jump?
I mean, I wasn't very happy with it. My last jump was definitely what I was looking for, but didn't get it through the ramp, so...
Nice, that's great. So, how does the environment just feel here at Predator Bay?
It's awesome. The site's awesome. Everyone being here is just so fun and awesome with the U21 and the Pro this year. So fun.
Nice, that's great. How do you feel the physical impact and longevity of jump can take a toll on you?
Well, I definitely already feel it. Even at 19, I feel very old at sometimes with my back and my hips and all that from hitting the ramp, but nothing you can do about it, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so do you find that jump to you is more of a raw physical power or mental strength and timing?
Probably both, but a lot of mental strength because I definitely struggle sometimes with that aspect. Like I can have fine technique, but it's hard to get over some days.
Nice, that's great. And for our final question, pineapple on pizza or no?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oof. Okay, it was so great watching you. Congratulations, and we'll be excited to watch you in the next rounds. Tony, back to you.
All right there. So as we look around dockside and pick out a few of our personalities in this particular event, we see Regina Jaquist, who is going to be our 6th skier off the dock. Scrub that, our 5th skier off the dock. Let's see what Augustina Vara can do. Passing up on jump number 1. Augustina Vara has had one or two complications in regards to injuries, but all that is in a rearview mirror as she lands and rides that one out. That is Augustina Vara. Plenty to like on that jump there, Jimmy.
Yeah, for sure. She was a lot deeper in the course, and I'm sure you noticed as well as an old skier, we got a perfect little headwind is shown up here just in time for the jump event. So where I'm going with that, conditions are just perfect. So a lot of the jumpers are going to be sort of getting pumped up to the next level.
And almost becoming a victim of the switch, because she came across the second wake and started easing up towards the jump, and whenever you do that and the switch is activated...
Yeah, dropping her chest a little bit right at the end there.
Yeah, very close to the bottom right-hand corner and just managing to get that.
Good-looking jump, though.
Yeah, the jump certainly looked good.
47.6.
Yep, and she takes the lead with that one, 47.6 meters. Just a skosh under 160 feet, 47.6 meters. As we see our next competitor, Kennedy Hansen, getting ready to rock the roost, as it were. 54K, letter S, boat path split. One final attempt. Here she comes, Augustina Vara. Oh, and
that looked a better cut too.
Yeah, the cut was good. The timing wasn't, unfortunately, there for her.
I'm not sure if she made it for familiarization yesterday. It was split into two different things, so she might have been in a later group when I wasn't here. But as I was watching her, thinking this might be her first time on the water here this year, so you can be rest assured it takes a little bit of effort and experience to learn the timing here, like any other lake. Your visuals are different. On one side here, you're looking at the beautiful slope and the trees, and then the other one, it's more open. So it's sort of something that does take a little bit of concentration and practice.
Indeed, you're right there, Jim, as we get ready for our next competitor coming to us from the United States of America. And I tell you what, this young competitor has been on a tear this summer. Scoring a personal best over at the Ricciardo Pro, and has come through with 10,000 point trick runs and gotten 5 at 10.75 meters as her personal best earlier on in the summer. She comes to us out of Milton in the Florida Panhandle, and this is going to be Kennedy Hansen.
Yeah, definitely an overall powerhouse. Been sort of watching her the last, I'd say 18 months, and it's like trick scores going up, slalom scores going up. I would say jump, she's moving up, but not at the same rate yet. But a lot of these overall skiers, usually the best of them, develop their jump last, because learning all the tricks takes so many hours, and slalom sort of usually the second to develop. And if you look at Alexia Abelson, jump, okay, now she's 16, 17. Now they just decide to work on jump, and there it goes.
That also extends a little bit to what youth divisions can do, especially in Canada. Because for many years, and I don't know whether it still exists, but the earlier youth divisions are prohibited from sending their kids onto the jump ramp, But then once they get to a certain age, 16, 17, 18, then they can start hitting the ramp with some degree of force. But here we go. This is Kennedy Hansen. Her best jump this season has been a 48.5 meter jump, or 159 feet. Let's see what she's got. Oh, and passing up on that jump. And we've seen an extraordinarily high amount of passes so far in this event, Jim.
Yeah, and I've been here for the last week and been in the boat a ton and seen a lot of the skiers on their first, couple jumps ever on the site, which could be Kennedy as well. Just the visual makes you think you're late, but they turn to the jump and wind up there early. So she's well experienced. She'll make that adjustment.
And the timing has to be right, because like a few years ago, before they even had like the jump switches and the zero off, you could actually afford to turn and point your skis at the jump and actually time with that way. With the advent of zero off and the jump switch, if you point your skis towards the jump and that switch hits you, you probably end up going several feet to right of where your aim was initially.
Yeah, like when the power of this Nautique, 450 horsepower, and especially for the men at 57, when that switch kicks in, it's using all 450 of those horses right through the jump. And I've been this boat's running good. We're at a high elevation here, so it's anybody that knows much about combustion. You're losing at least 5% horsepower every time you go up 1,000 feet, and I think we're 3,300 feet here. I could be fact checked.
That's why they call it the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am.
Yeah, so it's you can just hear the throttle of the engine of the boat if we just shut up.
Here we go, coming in, Kennedy Hansen. Oh, and passing up on jump number 2. Now her back is seriously up against the wall here.
Yeah, that's a head scratcher. That one looked okay to me from here, but we're not watching it on the water. We're watching it on a monitor, so it kind of, we wouldn't be the best judge of that.
All right, then. So 2 passes, 2 jumps. And there we go. That is Kennedy Hansen. And a little bit of slack in the line and the turn, and that complicates matters with the jump switch as well, because when that line tightens, the boat thinks that you're putting in the maximum tension and force against the line, when in actuality all you're doing is you're trying to aim the skis at the jump and hopefully hit the thing and make it over. So go for it. Go for it. All right then. So we've got Regina Jaquist about to take to the water. And if you're curious as to the engine that's being used, the PCM ZZ6 6.2 liter 450 horsepower engine. And
yeah, and we were here, pretty cool. The tech showed up a couple days ago, and we were driving from Mill, and every time the boat stopped, they're going over it, fine-tuning it, plugging the computer in, asking for feedback, and the boats are just phenomenal.
Yep, certainly a far cry from what they were a few years ago when we were jumping between you and me, Jimmy. You know, with double barrel carburetors and stuff like that. Those things were a beast, but they were hard to control. Here we go. This is Kennedy Hansen. Nice. Nicely done. Probably not too near a personal best, which is 48.5 meters, mind you, but she at least lands one and puts a score on the board.
Yeah, she's in the tournament now, and we'll build from there, I'm sure.
So Kennedy Hansen, a lot smoother turn here. It was a lot slower, a lot more controlled, as she definitely had more line tension, more controllable line tension. It is going to be, what is that? That's 47.7 meters. So actually one of her better jumps of the season. 47.7.
That took the lead, I think, too.
Indeed it is. And looking against her jumps earlier on in the season, 47.7. That's actually a second longest jump distance this season there, Jimmy.
Right on. Tony, I'll see you in a little bit. I got a few duties to do here with the tournament, but great job, and see you guys in a bit.
Oh, why, thank you. All right, then, whilst Jim attends to his coaching duties along the shore side, we now bring on our next competitor. It is going to be Regina Jaquist. It's a little odd. Not too sure what's happening here with the line. All right then, so one of the greatest overall water skiers of all time about to take to the water. It is going to be none other than Regina Jaquess. All right, working our way towards the end of the jump lake. Currently a pharmacist, a compound pharmacist. Trains in Central Florida over at, I believe, a Ski Fluid from time to time. Her coach is her husband, Jack Critchley, and who we'll see a little bit later on jump himself. Here we go. Regina Jaquess taking the full double cut. Now nice and wide up on the towboat. Oh, getting pulled over the skis there, and had to think twice before pushing anything more off the second wake into the jump. That could have spelled disaster there for Regina Jaquess, but she lands the opener, and that should be close to 50 meters. But Regina Jaquess almost found out to her cost, putting too much pressure on the line right from the get-go. Looks like we got a distance coming through very, very soon for Regina Jaquess. So a jump of 47.1 meters, but a fast third segment is attached to that distance. So which opens up, or at least invokes some possibilities in regards to a re-jump, but more details on that when they become appropriate and applicable. So Regina Jaquess 47.1. That currently puts her in second spot right now. As we see Maisa Jakobsen go through her visualization training. Here we go, folks. Now, Regina Jaquess sending this cut down later. Now with this camera view, listen out for the engine noise. Turns. And kicks in the switch almost as soon as she completes the turn, which certainly makes life a little bit more challenging making it onto the jump unless you have enough aim in front of the ramp to compensate for that. And the slack line doesn't exactly help either. Pretty close to the bottom right-hand corner, but I tell you what, she brought the heat on, I tell you what, off the turn. And it is 50.1 meters. She definitely takes the lead. And with two skiers remaining, Maisa Jakobsen and Sasha Denyaskaya, she's definitely put something for them to get after and attack. So 50.1 meters. And with that, let's send it over to Cash.
So didn't feel much there, but the last one was good. Didn't do a practice set, but it felt great out there.
Nice. So on your last jump, what was your main focus coming into the ramp?
My main focus coming into the ramp was just keep my body position, have a good body position, be strong, stay tall, and try to kick it.
Nice. So I know that you guys may be here for a while, so do you have any specific goals that you're going to set for yourself in the coming rounds?
Yeah, definitely want to make the podium and maybe win an event. That would be pretty fun.
Nice. That's great. Well, it was very great talking to you. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Tony, back to you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, here we go. Regina Jacquis, on jump number 3, taking in a lot of speed into the jump there, but the timing was a little ways off, so passing up on jump number 3, our third from last skier to hit the water, Regina Jacquis. But she does hold the lead at 50.1 meters as we carry on towards our remaining 2 competitors. And a little bit of slack in the line as she turns. She tries to suck it up as quickly as she could. But I detect that she was probably a little bit early coming into the range of the jumping ramp. And Regina Jacquis, who has skied here on a number of occasions before, certainly knows the site well enough to be able to make some adjustments to the timing. So we're on dockside right now. Our next skier to take to the water, representing Denmark, it is Maja Jakobsen. So just washing the soap out of the bindings, and there she goes, Maja Jakobsen. All right, making our way down towards the end of the lake, and tell you a little bit about our support structure for this event. The presenting and title sponsors involve the Government of Canada, Sport Canada, the provincial government of the province of Alberta. Alongside Tourism Calgary, we'll thank those organizations indeed, the water ski organizations as well, Water Ski and Water Ski Canada, along with Water Ski and Wakeboard Alberta, and of course the Vernoberg Legacy Fund. We'll mention some of the other entities that have lent us their support for this wonderful event. Maja Jakobsen, here she comes. Here she comes, jump number 1, and deciding to pass up on that one. So a lot of the jumpers decided not to take their opening jumps. And Maja Jakobsen coming into this event with some pretty decent distances. 53.3 meters is her best coming into this event. And that was the first time that she competed with the ramp of 1.65 meters high with the boat speed at maximum of 54 up until that time. She had been jumping at the 1 meter 50 ramp height at 51 kilometers an hour. Her last event in which she competed as a junior athlete was the U.S. Junior Masters in the latter part of May this year, where she jumped a 45.9 meter jump to take the win in that event. There's certainly been jumping a little bit to and from the junior settings and the open settings, which explains the reason why the distances are a little bit less in some places and a little higher than average on others. But I can tell you that a PB from the Ricciardo Pro is a 53.3 meter jump. Let's have a look and see what she's got. Jump number 2. And not able to control much of anything on that jump there, and deciding to drop the handle, which means it's a 0 score on jump number 2. And now she's got a little bit of a challenge awaiting her. She's not only got to land the next jump, but it's also got to be a significant enough distance to take the lead. And I don't know what's going on here, but she's got some issues here, and it looks like she may have sustained an injury here. An injury due to her taking that jump in a rather unorthodox fashion. So Maisa Jakobsen taking that ski off, that would be a left ski, which would indicate that the injury, if she had sustained an injury, will be more concentrated upon the right ski, and she doesn't want to move around that ski too much. So let's have a look at this jump again. Turns in, and it would appear that the injury she sustained is certainly consistent with maybe an ankle twist or a knee or a combination of a knee and ankle twist. I'm certainly by no means a medical professional. So it looks like we're hearing initial reports that she has damaged her right knee, which would almost certainly signal the end of this season there for her. But it's always concerning when something like that happens, and we saw that last week in the Europe and African Open jump competition, where Elena Parkamenka also was eliminated from the competition due to her twisting her right knee in the championships there in Poteet, Georgia. So it can happen just like that and totally unexpectedly. Okay, looks like Maisa Jakobsen has been taken out of the water, and looks like the jump ski was able to be removed without cutting at the rubbers around the binding, which is probably the most. All right, so Maisa Jakobsen is being attended to. Hopefully those nearest and dearest are rest assured that that the best is being done for her at this point from a medical point of view. But it's always sad to see that happen, and I'm trying to fill for a little bit of time here due to one or two technical issues in relation to that effort, But as we continue on, let me tell you about our corporate and community sponsors: Caledonia Midstream, Compass Group, Wildcat Realty, Base Camp Watersports, Wizard Lake Marine Incorporated, and the Lakes of Casting Stone. Among our equipment and gear sponsors, Shuswap Ski and Board, with locations in Sicamous in BC and in Calgary in Alberta. GM Marine and PCM Marine Engines, JL Audio, Zero Off, Speed Control, Syndicate Water Skis, Masterline Ropes, and Eagle Gear, and Australian Gold Sunscreen. And we're certainly thankful for these folks, although we kind of wish that they stayed put. The LifeLink EMS paramedics on site, I'm sure they're attending to Maisa right now to make sure that she has gotten the best care possible. So the boat has made its way back to the dock. We're almost ready to take on our next competitor, who will be Sasha Denyashkaya. The boat making its way away from the dock. probably the last thing that Sasha wanted to see before she hit the water.
Thank you.
We'll try and get you as much information, as much reliable information as we can in regards to the condition of Maisa Jakobsen. But we're certainly going forward. We wish her the best with her recovery, which starts right now. So a lot of conversation around the dock in regards to Maisa's present jump condition after taking that second attempt and not able to take the third one. That was Maisa Jakobsen, our previous jumper, and our last jumper on the list to take to the water right now is Sasha Denyaskaya. Sasha Denyaskaya, jump number one. Wonderful looking opening jump there in full control, and that should be enough to enable her to take the lead away from Regina Jaquist, who still stands at the head of the pack right now with a 50.1 meter attempt. So she's taken the lead, but not by much though, 50.2. I told you she'd take the lead, but I didn't figure on the lead being that slight between herself and Regina Jaquist. Sasha on 50.2, Regina Jaquist 50.1. And then you move down the list and see that Kennedy Hansen is currently in third spot with a 47.7 meters, so that represents your top three. So Sasha Denyaskaya, her best jump this season from what I'm able to ascertain is a 53.1 meter jump for 174 feet over at the Ricciardo Pro. Here she comes. Oh, and passing up on jump number two. The jump that she actually produced in the final round of the Ricciardo Pro was actually 53.9 meters, which is about 176 feet, give or take. So Sasha Denyaskaya has one more attempt to go. So, Sasha Denyaskaya. Right, a good few of our coaches are along the shore side there, getting ready for their skier to hit the water. We have Samson Clooney, our first skier to take to the water at 1.65 meter ramp height for the men's jumps. Here is Sasha Denyaskaya getting ready for a jump number 3. Already in the lead with 50.2, passing up on jump number 2. Here she comes. Beautiful looking jump there. She got almost all of that. Getting a lot of speed, and the lift looked fairly decent as well. So I reckon she already has the lead. She might have extended it just a little ways as well on top of that jump of 50.2. Taking the skis off, and it is 52.9. 52.9.
Thank you.
So 52.9 meters, her best jump out of the 3. And that jump distance of 52.9 is probably among our top 5 jump distances landed so far this season. Her personal best is 53.9. So about a meter behind that. But she has 2 more rounds to go. The second round of the pros and the third and last round, the 8 skier final. So as we get ready for the men's jump, pro men's jump round 1, this confirms our leaderboard. Sasha Denyaskaya with 52.9 or 174 feet. Regina Jaquist on 50.1 in second. Kennedy Hansen on 47.7 meters is in third. Augustina Vara with 47.6, just marginally behind in fourth. Kate Pinsno in fifth with 43.4. Amelia Mendez with 34.8. And we wish a speedy recovery for our skier that's currently in 7th place, Maisa Jakobsen, who was unable to land a jump. So the road to recovery starts today for our Danish competitor. All right there, so joining me here at the mic and getting ready for the men's jump pros in round number 1, we've got Kyle Eade. So how you doing, sir?
Tony, how you doing?
Doing pretty good, doing pretty good.
Morning, Tony, or afternoon. Sorry, mate. Yeah, they're doing well, thanks. Just excited to be here and check out the pro men's jump. And we're kicking off with Samson Clooney, who's this is going to be his one of his first pro events. We'll see how he sort of sets the pace. But it's been a big day here so far, Tony. You've been calling all the action and some pretty big records. The Canadian slalom record, that was huge this morning, was from Jamie Bull, the 3 at 41. And then obviously the trick record, 13.140 from Mateus Gonzalez. So some amazing skiing here at Predator Bay, and we expect nothing less than that in this jump.
And don't forget about the Austrian national men's trick record.
Oh yeah, Dominic Kuhn over 11,000. So
for the first time ever.
So Samson Clooney kicking it off. It's 57k. The ramp is at 5.5, 1.65 for these first couple of skiers. A double cut as Samson powers in here, gets uncharacteristic. For him, yeah, he usually gets his pretty full extension off the jump, Tony, and sitting back on that one.
Comes into the ramp like a ball out of a china shop.
He jumped extremely well yesterday in the under 21 section of this event. Posted a 57.5 meter jump. He's slotted himself into second right behind Jake Abelson. And he was so consistent too, right around 57 meters on all 3 jumps. But that one, not the one he wanted to start with.
We'll get the distance very, very soon, and that is... But while we wait for the distance, let's send it on over to Cash.
We are here with Sasha. Tell us, how did it feel out there?
It's really nice. We have a nice boat, great driver, awesome team, and we have a little bit of headwind, which is awesome. Conditions are great, so yeah.
Nice. What did you find was working well for you?
I think I'm trying to figure out my timing. I think that was nice, and getting used to like better swing and just seeing the ramp a little bit more often. Yeah, I think small improvements every set.
Yeah, that's great. What does it mean to you to compete in the Canadian Pro-Am?
I mean, it's awesome to come here. I feel like this club is really nice. Everybody's super warm, welcoming. It's really beautiful. So it's awesome to travel, hang out with friends, and see beautiful lakes, and yeah, just do what we love.
That's great. We look forward to watching you jump in the next rounds. And Tony, back to you.
Thank you very much. And here we go. This is Samson Clooney. Second jump. Here he comes. Better. Much better.
That's more like it there from Samson Clooney. Shades of what he did yesterday in the under-21. That's in the mid to high 50s. Big turn. He's improved a lot over the last couple of years. He was a strong junior, right around 50 meters. But when he put his speed up, he really sort of excelled. Handled the 57K. It suited his style. He always comes off the ramp just like that. Kind of moves forward nicely over his skis, just like his dad. And there you go, 57.2, 188 on jump number 2. And he's got more in the tank.
He's significantly taller than his dad.
Yeah, well, I heard Jim was up here earlier commentating for some of the ladies' jump. And yeah, he definitely had one of the best ramp works in the business back when he skied. And definitely his air form was very nice, just like Samson's there. Floating, maxing out his time in the air to send that one down to 188 feet. So a great jump for Samson on number 2. Let's see if he can push it a little bit later.
All right, so with one more jump to come, Samson Clooney knocking one down of around about 57.2 meters. I think his best jump yesterday was around about 58 or somewhere there and thereabouts.
Yeah, 57.5 is what I recall from yesterday, just behind Jake Abelson, who had a 58.6. So he's second in the under-21 and challenging that lead that Jake had. Here we go, jump at number 3. Let's see what we can do. If he can leave it just a little later, he drifts back a touch. Hopefully he's got a little better off the ramp. He boots it.
Oh, yeah, he presses out over those skis like no one else I've seen.
No, he comes over off the ramp and moves over his skis really well, but I don't think he quite had the heat on that one. I think he started to drift back a little bit on his setup. Had to wait a second and then kind of push it from the turn. But still a good round of jumping, a 57.2 in the books, and a good score for our first skier off the dock.
Right, let's have a look at this one more time. Turns in, keeps the handle down nice and low and just not let it move. And the jump distance is going to be 56.7.
Yeah, consistent jumping. Aside from that first one, which he kind of sat back on, 2 jumps right around 57 meters. So he's in form, and he's got another round in the under-21, and he's got another round in the pro jumping as well. So. And from what I've heard, we've got a big afternoon of jumping, Tony. The weather's maybe kind of coming in a bit tailwind tomorrow, so I think the schedule's changed, and we're going to do a fair bit of jumping this afternoon. So if you're tuning into the webcast or here on site, you've got a lot of exciting jump to come. What was the latest on? We see Mazer being wheelchaired off there. I know she injured her knee. Tony, did you hear what exactly happened? Was it on the ramp, on the landing?
Yeah, I believe the injury. I mean, from looking at the instant replay, I think a lot of it was due to the impact of the jump. It kind of twisted over her ankle, and that probably stretched out her ligaments to the breaking point a little bit too much.
So unfortunate, because Mazer's been jumping so strong this year. A lot of the European tournaments on podiums all over the place. Such a strong and young jumper too, so hopefully that injury is not as bad as we think, and she's back on the water again soon. We'd love to see her. It's been a bit of a rough trip for her. Her skis didn't make it. She kind of practiced on some other skis just to kind of get a look at the ramp. They did come in the end, and then straight away she passed jump 1, and then to have that happen on the ramp, very odd. Like, it doesn't have on landings. Yes, you see that a little bit. The skis get pulled apart. wrenches the knee a little bit. But on the ramp, it doesn't happen too frequently.
As exemplified last week at the Europe and Africa Open Championships, Elena Partmenko from Belarus, she was within 12 points of the overall lead, just behind Sofia Hotsvedavia. There was only 12 overall points between them, and it would have only taken a mildly far jump there from Elena Partmenkova, but knee just got wrenched back, and that was it for her challenge.
Jake Abelson come barreling in. He's a bit early there, but great ramp work. This guy's so strong. There's a jump upwards of 58 meters right off the get-go there for jump number 1. Yeah, I think his setup was a little early though, but exciting young skier. Obviously, the world trick record holder, a strong slalom skier as well, and he is really learning how to fly in the jump. His personal best, 212 feet, somewhere around 64 meters. But he is so strong and getting after it, really starting to push for some big jumps. Still electing to jump on 5.5, the 1.65 meter ramp.
All right, there we've got a distance, 191 feet or 58.2, and this is a skier who 2 cycles ago in the Junior World Championships just absolutely lit this place on fire. He barely made it into the jump final, and then when he was jumping in the final, he just unloaded and became the world champion.
Yeah, no, he had a great event there. I don't think he won tricks, but one jump for sure.
We are here with Samson Clooney, so tell us, how did those jumps compare to what you were hoping for?
They were all right. First one had a little bit more heat in it. Second one, didn't quite get it off the top 100%. Kind of the same with the third one, but it was okay.
Nice. So what's your mindset going into a tournament like this and jumping in it?
Just about finding the spot early on the first jump and just building into the set. And yeah, you just got to go get after it.
That's great. So who are a couple of people that have helped you get to this moment in your life?
My dad, Jim Clooney, is a really good coach for me. Usually jumping with him at home. And then Kyle Eade and Jack Critchley, when I'm down south, have been really great.
Nice. It's been awesome watching you guys so much. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you in the next rounds. Tony, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, as Jake Abelson knocks down another jump there, around about the same distance, I fancy. And
I think he eked out a few more meters there. He looked like he just jumped past that 60-meter buoy. I've got to say that's our first, 59.9. There we go.
Oh,
added
so
2 meters.
close,
Yep.
huh?
That's his longest jump of the weekend so far, but I still think he's leaving a little bit out there. Like I say, he has been 64-something meters is his personal best. He's had a couple tumbles here and there. He's had a big summer. He's traveled all over the place. So maybe just kind of taking a little bit easier on these first couple of rounds.
So Jake Abelson, certainly one of the up-and-coming talents there, being touted as the next great overall threat from the United States.
He seriously challenged the under-17 world overall record. I don't think it kind of went through. He had performances big enough, but for some administration kind of reason, the scores didn't go through. And just a few weekends ago, he had a shot at the under-21 world overall record by Joel Poland. He's got a couple more years to break that, and he's so close already. So, yep, he's going to be competing alongside the likes of Joel Poland and Louis Duplan Fribourg for a lot of years. Here he is, jump at number 3. Again, just a little early into the bottom, I think. Letting up, and another nice-looking jump, but maybe lacking a little of the distance he's looking for today.
Oh, yes, sir. Jake Abelson, his personal best is 64.5 meters or 212 feet. I don't think he's going to get anywhere close to that with jump number 3. But he has 2 more rounds to go, though. I mean, he's got the second round and he's got the final.
Well, we have seen it. It's going to be our first jump over 60 meters, 60.1. 197, not quite the 200-foot mark that we're looking for, but he leads the way after 2 skiers. 60.1 for Jake Abelson, Samson Clooney back at 57.2. And our next skier is going to be Martin Labra, I believe, and the ramp will be going up to the full 1.8 meters, 6 foot high for the rest of this open field.
Now, with my apologies, and to clarify, we actually have 10 skiers in this pro men's jump competition, so we take the top 8. So, I mean, Jake still has a pretty good chance of making it through to the 8 skier final, but it's going to be a little bit out of his hands. save for what he does in the second round. Now, if he unloads with a jump of somewhere close to 64 meters and anywhere close to his personal best, he might have enough to challenge the jumps from the other competitors to maybe sneak into that top 8, but only time will tell. Martin Labra, who's on a little bit of a comeback trail. He sustained an injury last season, and I got the chance to talk to both him and Martin Labra as part of the TWBC podcast, and that will be released within the next few hours, so make sure you tune into that. The episode featuring Martin Labra and Matty Gonzalez, which was conducted yesterday before Matty Gonzalez's 13,000 point score for a pending new world record. So find out what makes these guys tick between Martin Labra and Matty Gonzalez when you listen to the next episode of the TWBC podcast, available on Spotify, YouTube Music, our YouTube channel, and wherever else you choose to listen to your favorite podcast.
Yeah, well, talk about future overall skiers. This is definitely one of them. He was a 2-time junior world overall champion, which is pretty hard to do when you pick it up when you're maybe 15 and then again when you're 17. He's a junior world jump champion. I believe he's maybe a junior world trick champion as well, somewhere along the lines. Maybe Matty Gonzalez got him on those ones. But he's moved into under 21s and into pro and making strides. But yeah, he was off for a little while last year with a knee injury, sustained jumping. Kind of took some time to rebuild and just starting to get back into it. Tricking exceptionally well. I've seen some scores out of him, well over 12,000, 12,800, 12,900, somewhere around there. But still working on getting the jump back to his form before he was injured.
Yes, and one of those tournaments was actually one of the tournaments that you hosted, and he scored 12,940 at the Bill Wenner Memorial record this season. So he's definitely close to breaking through the 13,000 point barrier and would only be about the third person ever to do so. Here he comes. Let's see what he's got so far as jumping is concerned. Ah, look at that! Good speed, good flight, and good extension off the top of the jump there. That is everything that you'd want out of a jump there, Kyle.
Oh, definitely. That was a great opening jump, the best opening jump we've seen so far. You see the extra force upwards off that 6-foot-high jump ramp. Some of that's Martin, too. He's a strong kid. Really kind of drives in, and that ramp threw him up there. He went very, very high. Maybe lacked a little bit of the speed, but that's going to be close to our lead. Right around, yes, it ties at 60.1. Right up there with Jake Abelson's longest jump, and he's got 2 more remaining.
Yes, indeed, and 60.1 meters. Now, one of the things that has made jumping at the 6-foot ramp height a little easier, not easy, but a little easier, is the advent of the long skis. Because I mean, when I started jumping at the 1.80 ramp height, I was jumping on shorter jump skis, and I'll explain that in detail as we transfer over to Cash.
Here with Jake Abelson, and tell us, Jake, how are those first couple of jumps feeling out there?
I felt good out there. The wind's a nice headwind right now, and Scott feels great behind the wheel. Felt comfortable with my whole set. Felt like I was shifting a bit through the wakes, but overall, I'm pretty happy with the score. 60.1 is a good jump here.
That's great. What is your mindset going into a huge tournament like this and ripping the jumpers?
Really just trying to feel my skis from the second I touch the water, try and find my feet, feel comfortable, and then ultimately try and drive hard into the base.
That's great. How has your season been this far? I know coming into a tournament like this, it may be a little crazy, but probably not for you guys. So how has it felt throughout the season?
Throughout the season, it's felt pretty good. I've had a couple good scores, which I've been happy about. Jump's definitely been up and down, but really happy to be out here competing with the pros. It's always a great opportunity to learn and watch them fly far.
Nice. That's awesome. It's been such a blast watching all of you guys jump, and we look forward to seeing you compete in the next rounds. Sweet. Tony, back to you. Yeah, no problem.
All right, thanks, Cash. And while we were interviewing Jake in the background, Martin Labra posted a big jump. It's going to take the lead. How far is it?
61.1 meters, exactly 200 feet.
And I think he was pretty happy with that. He threw a little fist on the landing, it looked like. Maybe I misread it, but it was technically a really good jump there.
His personal best is 62.7, though, so it's a little ways off from his PB.
I think that's a little out of date. I have a feeling he's been closer to maybe 63 or 4. But yeah, definitely maybe since his injury, that's right where he's been. So a good jump on his second one. He's looking strong. He very consistent. Yeah, there's a little fist throw there. I think he's happy with the way he came off the ramp, and hopefully we can add a little more speed to this third and final jump.
Yeah, and the Masters qualifier, he jumped 64.9, which is 212 feet. So he's been capable of jumping a heck of a lot further than the previous jump distance of 61.1 meters. Now let's see if he can just absolutely unload on this one. Here he comes, Martin Labra, third and last jump. Let's see what he's got. Oh,
no, decides to let that one go. He's happy with jump number 2. Maybe try to push that one down a little bit. Who knows? I like riding along on board the boat as he comes into the course. You hear the acceleration as he starts to cut. And that boat's set on, I think it was like a letter of X or something like that. And that really, the boat accelerates a ton when he starts cutting, and you can hear those revs being applied as he's building speed into the ramp or on his setup on his countercut. Here's the replay. Let's see where he was. I actually think he might have ended up a touch early on jump number 3. Maybe thought he was in the course, turned a little bit harder, but a good round of jumping. He's our leader so far with 200 feet, exactly.
All right there, so there we go. Martin Labra with 61.1. Jake Abelson with a meter behind him, or 60.1. And Samson Clooney with his jump distance of 57.2. All right, skier about to take to the water next is Thomas Daigle. Now, as we get ready for Thomas Daigle jumping, the point that I was attempting to make in regards to hitting the jump at the 6-foot ramp height with longer skis compared to shorter skis. Back in the day, when you had the likes of Sammy Duvall and Mike Hazelwood and all of those folks, they would jump in on jump ski lengths at about maybe 70, 75 or 76 6 inches. And when you hit the jump, you felt the ramp almost instantaneously. When you hit the ramp on shorter jump skis. Now the longer jump skis, it kind of transfers that force over a longer surface area, which makes it just a little bit more forgiving. And the added benefit of having the longer jump skis, of course, is it generates more speed and you get more lift because you've got more surface area. So a little bit of a comparison between yesteryear and our contemporary era.
Well, you're right, Tony. There's a lot of changes being made over the last sort of 20 years or so, maybe 30, I would say. Long jump skis came in around 95, 96 is the first few pairs that we saw go up over 80, 84 inches or so, I want to guess. So it's been 30 years, so we're going back a fair ways, but also the ramp dimensions changed too. So the ramp's been added a little bit more length to it, so it's a bit more of a gradual impact. Jumping's got a lot safer, and obviously jumpers are going a lot further. So it's been good news for spectators because, you can see a lot of these guys charging at it. In the past, when you're on a big cut on short skis, if it wasn't absolutely perfect, you'd be letting it go or not lunging at it and really kind of trying to drive through it and get that big distance. But you got a little bit more of a margin of safety on the longer skis.
Here we go. This now is Thomas Daigle coming in on jump number 1. Nice.
Yeah, there's a nice sider, I think, for Thomas. He's a bit early. He's making a lot of noise out there. I don't know if it's good or bad, but 55 meters or so on jump number 1. He's been traveling around competing at some of the World Water Skiers pro overall events, and he is a great overall skier. He doesn't get to do a lot of skiing. He does a lot of snow skiing, and he spends a little time in the summers, traveling around some of these pro events, and he's fairly well balanced in all 3 events. Jumps upwards of 60 meters, runs into 39 off, and trick. We saw him earlier trick around 8,300 points. So as an overall skier, exceptional skier, but hasn't really got the one strong event that sort of makes his mark and gets him into finals. That was 55.8 on jump number 1.
So 55.8 meters at 183 feet, and I don't know what happened there, but I found the reaction after that jump from him just rather unusual.
Yeah, it was a little different, but maybe it was something funny on the landing, because it wasn't a huge jump. It was a good sider. It was a 55.8. He's got a lot more in him. He has been over 200 feet. He knows he's got to go over 200 feet to get ahead in the lead right now. We've got 10 skiers, obviously 8 going through. They've got another round this afternoon. Conditions looking absolutely perfect here at Predator Bay. Slight headwind. Everything's set up for some big, long jumps. And this is Thomas Daigle. Ladder X on this zero off setting. Leaves this one a lot later. That's a big turn. Carrying a ton of speed. Can he hold on to it? No, he doesn't. He knew it. He was late. Big turn, Tony.
Yes, absolutely. And looking at some of his previous jump distances, I'm looking at a distance of 60.3 meters, which is 198 feet, as one of his better jumps. So far this season, he's gone as far as 59.9 meters at LA Night Jam in Zachary, Louisiana. And his most recent competition was a 59.6, and that was at the Granite Cup. So Thomas Daigle, I mean, we're convinced that he's gone over 60 meters and won in excess of 200 feet. Or at least he's certainly capable of it from the training that he's received over at Jack Travis's place, to the best of my knowledge.
I'm not sure. He came out and practiced yesterday. I don't know why he wouldn't be jumping now. Are we skipping him on the order? Is Carter Lucas not supposed to be after him?
All right, we got some great jumping to come from the likes of Carter Lucas, who's coming up next, and Will Roberts, and a sensation in the form of Brandon Schipper, who's 7th off the dock, followed by Jack Ridgely, Luca Ruckenwald, and finally Joel Poland. Thomas Daigle. Looking good there on that jump there for Thomas Daigle as he comes back in. A pass there on jump number 2, and I don't know what's happening for Thomas Daigle. He drops the handle, skis into shore, and all right, so as Thomas Daigle leaves the stage, as it were, we've got our next competitor on the water. It's going to be Carter Lucas.
All right. All right, on the water, Carter Lucas, another Canadian. We've had one so far. We've had a couple so far. We've had Samson Clooney. We've had Thomas Daigle. And our third Canadian, it is going to be Carter Lucas. And he has improved a lot over the last few years. Really picking up his jumping. only a couple of years ago as he went over 200 feet for the first time. Now has a personal best around 15 feet. Let's go, jump number 1. Get behind him, boots it, and there's a 60-meter jump on jump number 1.
Nice. Well in control and looking in good form out there. That is Carter Lucas, and some of our previous competitors found their timing to be a little bit skewed in relation to the first jump, but Carter Lucas appears to have familiarized himself with the jump course and its surroundings, and was able to take the first jump and can build upon that for the remaining 2 jumps.
There it is, 196, 59.7 on jump number 1. It's a strong opener. This guy does a lot of skiing in Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, not far from here. Has come down to Predator Bay quite a few times, though, and competed here. So knows the site, knows the setup, and doesn't hold back on jump number 1.
Just getting a little bit out the back there, and came into the ramp quite early. That's why you see that left ski come off the side more than the top.
Yeah, interesting, wasn't it? He was definitely early, still decided to take it. And he's always been able to kick really well. He does split his skis a lot in the air, gets his body kind of between him and then leans into it. He's always got a lot of lift. He goes up and down a lot. But lately he's figured out how to generate a little more power, a little more speed too. And that's been carrying him down the lake. Let's see if he can get this one a little later and challenge that lead at 61.1 from Martin Labra.
And he's certainly got the capability of doing it. His personal best is 64.8 meters over at LA Night Jam, which is 212 feet. Here he comes.
Oh, that's a nice jump. And that's going to be in the lead, I think. It's around 61, 62. Got a few distance grid buoys out there that we can kind of gauge distances on. And he floated past the 60-meter buoys there. And definitely had a much more aggressive turn, but he held it. Stayed on edge off the second wake. Get a lot of skiers who aren't as strong or as technically refined as someone like Carter turn like that, and they cannot hold it at the wakes or into the bottom, and they won't get their lift. But he did it all. And there's our lead, 61.9, 203 feet. Great second jump for Carter Lucas.
So Carter Lucas, 61.9 is his best jump ever. His personal best is 64.8 meters, but then he's kind of struggled a little bit since then to register a distance anywhere close to that. His best jump between the last 2 tournaments that he competed in was about a 61.3 meter. So he's gotten his confidence back to jump over that type of distance. Let's see if he can just unload on jump number 3 to really put the heat on the remaining competitors, Kyle.
Oh, for sure. He's got more. Watching the replays there, you could see he was a little earlier, maybe hit middle of the jump, came off a little bit to the left-hand side, and didn't really get the full extension either. You can see his body kind of slide to the left of his skis, didn't get the full extension through his legs. So there's a couple more meters left, and that would definitely take him through to our top 8 in the finals. 61.9, the door's kind of open a little bit.
Oh, guess the speed, but I still think the timing is a little ways off.
Again, a nice third jump. Really good set of jumping. He went up really well on the last one, but I don't think he carried it. I don't think he had the heat or the timing that he needed to get 62, 63, or the 64 to get close to his personal best. But a great set. Carter Lucas from Canada doing it well out there. A consistent set, 61.4, 201 on jump number 3.
All right, so not a bad set of jumps. I'm sure that he'll make some adjustments, timing adjustments here, because as he turned and headed towards the jump, the switch kicked on here, slung him off the turn in towards the ramp. And a little later, he was a little closer to the bottom right-hand corner, but still has plenty of room to work with.
Yeah, he wasn't pushing it that hard, was he? He had room there. That angle that we're watching that replay on, really nice, as you can see him, his timing into the bottom of the jump, the direction he was holding, and kind of exactly what happened on the jump. First round down for Carter Lucas. He's got another round later on this afternoon. Hopefully he can eke out a couple more meters. We're going to move through to our next skier. It looks like it's going to be Will Roberts from the US.
So, continuing on with this competition, the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am as part of Nordique's Water Ski World Series, right here at the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. Club formed in 1997 by Dan and Sue Velsick, who remain active volunteers to this day. And what I mean by active is they basically just steer the direction of this facility to further and further greatness. And we certainly thank the efforts of both Sue and Dan, not only for this tournament, but also for all of the others that have been here, the U17 World Championships, the U21 Worlds, the O35 Worlds last week, So, I mean, they have been working their
tails off, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
The commitment, not from just Dan and Sue, but the whole Predator Bay Water Ski Club to bring such big international IWWF events here, like the under-17, the under-21, the over-35 world champs. What a commitment, to bring the side up to spec and really want to showcase what they have here at this club. And it's been some amazing results, and this is going one step further, having the Nordique Series Pro events. So let's see what Will Roberts can do on jump number 1. A little birdie told me he took a little bit of a crash in his practice round. It seems like he's okay. He was moving around pretty well last night, but maybe he's going to be a little gun shy here on jump number 1 as he drifts back, takes it pretty easy, not much of a turn. Oh, and a little bit of a trip through the wakes. Just kind of feeling things out there on jump 1.
All right, then, and as he recovers there on jump number 1, let's send it over to Cash.
We're here with Carter Lucas. Tell us, those are some pretty big jumps out there. How'd you feel about them?
It felt good. It was a good opening round. Could have done some things a little differently, but we're jumping again today, so hopefully I'll change that for round 2.
So what's your favorite thing about hopping on the jump skis?
Probably the airtime. Honestly, there's nothing really like it. It's crazy.
I've personally never been on the jump skis, so what do you think about when you're out there taking those massive hits and everything?
Honestly, not a lot. I try to think about as little as possible. Just try to keep like 3 keys that I'm doing in practice, and that's about it. Not try to worry about anything out there. Adrenaline's high, so not really thinking. But
nice. It's been awesome watching you guys so much. Congratulations, and we look forward to watching you in the next round. Tony, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed. And as we continue to work our way through this list of jumpers here at the Rocky Mountain Pro as part of Nordique's Water Ski World Series. And so far we've had site records here at Predator Bay shattered left, right, and center. William McClintock's site record, that's disappeared now. It's now at a tie for 3 at 10.25 meters between Jamie Ball and Regina Jaquist. I'm sure the men will want to take aim at the site record for the men's, which is 1 at 9.75 meters, courtesy of Nate Smith. But let's focus back in upon the jump in as we take a look at Will Roberts' second jump, passing up on jump number 1, I believe. So not a bad effort there on jump number 2. Certainly got his legs underneath him that time. So getting his legs underneath and jumping over 60 meters on the second attempt. It is 198 feet or 60.2 meters, 60.2. 198 feet for Will Roberts. Let me tell you a little bit more about Predator Bay. It maintains 2 slalom courses, 1 jump ramp, a clubhouse and dock facilities. It has a full-time boat driver which covers the daytime hours from mid-May to mid-August. And qualified members cover the evenings driving here for the local ski club members. They have use of 2 2026 Ski Nordique towboats with zero-off cruise control technology to keep conditions consistent for every skier. And for those adaptive athletes, we have the Splash Adaptive Water Ski Program with modified skis and one-to-one coaching, which makes the sport accessible to skiers with adaptive needs. Here we go. This is Will Roberts' third and last jump. 60.2 on the middle jump distance, and passing up on that one. So if he has any loftier ambitions going forward, he's got to exact them on round 2. So that's Will Roberts. So now we are down to our final 4. We'll see Jack Critchley, Luca Ruckenwald, and Joel Poland in a few moments, but before then we are going to see Brandon Schipper.
Yeah, so an easy round of competition there for Will Roberts. 60.1 was a good jump, but it's going to slot him somewhere tied in there with Jake Abelson, I believe. Maybe third, so far third equal as we go on through this 10-man strong field in the preliminary round. Round number 1, round 2 later on this afternoon. Brandon Schipper, the big guy on the dock, about to leave.
Yes, Brandon Schipper, he set the world on fire, literally on fire last season by jumping a tremendous distance of over 220 feet just a few hours after getting off a plane and traveling to Rocchetto just outside Milan. And I tell you what, this guy is an exciting athlete to watch. He coined the expression holy bucket.
Yeah, an exciting jumper, big strong guy, spends a lot of time in the gym, CrossFit athlete. It all depends on how much training this guy's been doing. He skis a lot, he skis hard when he can, but he doesn't get to ski all year round. Hopefully he's had some time on the water of late and can show us some of those big jumps like he had at the World Champs in last year that got him through the final and placed him pretty well in the top 12.
All right, there. Here we go. This is Brandon Schipper coming in on jump number 1.
All right, setting up kind of early here on his setup. Had to wait a little bit and crushing a little bit, slipping out on jump number 1. Still upwards of high 50s. See by the momentum he carries through that jump ramp that sent him down the lake, even with sort of some slightly early setup and definitely not getting his lift.
Yeah, rocking back on the skis, and it wasn't a pretty picture as he came off the jump there, just not getting the pull that we'd normally associated with him coming off the jump. And the distance is going to reflect that. It's going to be about 59 or so meters, 59.5 meters, or 195 feet. All right, so the skier on the water is Brandon Schipper. Coming in on jump number 2, just marginally below the 60-meter barrier there on the opening jump, and here he comes on jump number 2 on ZB with the 0 off. Oh, and upper body crushed, and most of the distance went almost completely out of the window and almost completely out of the front there, Kyle.
Yeah, for sure. On jump number 2 there. Jump 1 was 59.5. It was a nice, easy one, set up a little bit early, but got his legs on the ramp, lost a little bit of direction. That one had some more speed, definitely had the heat, but yeah, hit the ramp like a ton of bricks, and this guy is probably weighing in at 210, 220 pounds, and probably putting a hurting on the jump ramp when he hits it like that.
Okay, so we're pushing the distance. It's 59.9 meters, and definitely a far cry from what he was able to produce around about this time last year at the World Water Ski Championships at Richeto.
All right, so 2 jumps there, right around the 59 meters, 59 and a half, and then just a shade down on jump number 2. But he's finding his timing, he's finding his setups. He had a little practice here last night. All of the athletes flew in a little bit early to get some time on the water. This is the Predator Bay Water Ski Club working with everybody to make sure they're accustomed, got some familiar time, so they could come out in the tournament and really excel. And here we go. This is the 3rd and final. He's left this one late. Can he get his legs on the jump? Strong into the bottom. Yes, that's a good kick. Doesn't carry too much more. It's right around the same mark, 60 meters, give or take.
Almost dropped the handle on the way out.
Not the round of competition that we would like to have seen from him. I think he was just holding back a little bit, maybe saving something for the second round and hopefully the final, but he's going to be mid-pack there around 60 meters. So there's quite a few skiers. It's starting to stack up, Tony. The lead right now is Carter Lucas, 61.9. We'll be back to Martin Labber at 61.1. I think Will Roberts, 60.2. Jake Abelson, 60.1. And maybe slotting himself into sort of 5th position or so is Brandon Shipper with another jump around 59 meters.
Little bit of loose line as he made his turn, and he had to pull up on the handle, which meant that his position was altered off the turn.
And obviously this first round is seeded. We're working through our skiers from the bottom ones through to the top, and our next skiers are ranked, in the top sort of 2-3 in the world. Jack Critchley has a personal best of over 234 feet, 71 meters. And yeah, the stakes are going to raise here a little bit as we go through these next 3 skiers.
All right, as Brandon Shipper makes his way back to the dock and back to the skier area, we now bring on our final 3 competitors. We'll have Luca Ruckenwald and Joel Poland up in a few minutes, but before them, we'll have Jack Critchley, and Jack Critchley has been on form of recent times.
All right, so hitting the water for Great Britain, it is Jack Critchley. He's had a bit of an up and down year. The potential's there for this guy to go huge every time he hits the water. He's had a few tournaments where he hasn't quite put it together. And he's been chasing the next 2 competitors, Luca Ruckenwald and Joel Poland, who've been dominating the jump scene so far this year. The one skier missing, Ryan Dodd, he's been at quite a few events earlier on in the season, but maybe sustained a bit of an injury from a crash at one of these earlier Nautique Series events in Botas. No, it was in Richeto, wasn't it? Where he kind of had a bit of a crash out the front, and I don't know if he's quite recovered from that. So we wish him well. Hopefully we see him back at the pro events here in the next month or so. We got a lot coming up back in the States over the next month through August and September. Here's Jack Critchley, jump number 1, a little bit slow on his turn, powers through and sits down.
Taking in a lot of speed, but the control was deserted him.
I don't like the look of this.
Oh my word!
I didn't mention it, but he had he sustained a bit of a knee injury on his last jump in practice. He had a big jump; it was some 65+ meters, and he really he looked good. But he said on the ramp his knee just kind of gave way, and maybe a little similar to what we saw from Miser. And he's taken his skis off because you could see him on the ramp there, just want no part of trying to kick. So his knee is not feeling well. He's gone out there and given a shot and said, you know what, it's not happening today. no one wants to see this. It's unfortunate. I don't think he's going to be carried away like we saw from Miser on a wheelchair, but it's definitely aggravated it, and he's come in. Yeah, I believe it's his right leg there, his right knee. And that's the one that takes all the load when you hit that jump ramp, and even on the landings, obviously, too. But you're trying to keep your direction from right to left. It's got all the power through that leg, and Jack's a strong guy, too. So he really can handle a lot of pulling to the bottom of the jump. And you could see him just a little early there, and I think he was just bracing for the ramp and just ended up sitting down. That right leg said, nah. And then the whole time in the air, he's probably going, this landing's not going to feel good. Let's go straight away, and he's into the dock. It's been sore for a while, but his last jump on the ramp last night or yesterday, he hurt it a lot.
So Jack Critchley feeling the effects out there of that impact on the ramp there with his right knee, and he tried to stand up upon the landing, but nothing was doing. And certainly someone who's been hitting the ramp for many seasons, you know, and you sometimes develop a little bit of a tolerance for the amount of abuse that is exerted on that right knee as you make that turn and head towards the jump, and then the impact, and then by the time you impact the jump and you're airborne, your troubles are not complete by that point. You still got to deal with the landing, and for Jack Critchley, a situation that he doesn't want to be involved with.
No, hearts go out to Jack. Hopefully he can get it seen to and figure out what's going on. It's been plaguing him for a little while, and just flared up a lot over the last day or so, and it's not looking good. He tried to get a brace to kind of help things out through this event, but nothing was going to help hitting that 6-foot ramp. So we're going to move through to our next skier. It's Luke and Rockenwald. Obviously, when a skier comes in a little earlier than expected, only taking one jump, not the normal 3, this next skier gets an extra minute to get ready. So we don't want to rush him. We want to make sure he's prepared. But he looks like he's got his bindings on now, and he is ready to hit the water. This guy has been in form all year. He's picked up a win at the Ricciotto Pro. It went well over 70 meters at that event, and that's what put the pressure on Ryan Dodd. And unfortunate for Ryan, he wasn't able to come away with the win. But that was one of Luca's first victories, and it was good to see him on the top of a pro podium.
So Luca Rockenwald out on the water has finished no worse than 3rd in every single tournament between the end of last season and currently of this season.
I'll tell you what, this guy has really come from, in 2023, I really kind of started to notice him. He was posting jumps in the mid-teens, you know, but looking technically just spot on. You know, he does everything so easy, so smooth, and he's just been building since then. He's also in school. He's starting to become a doctor as well, so he doesn't get as much time as some of these other athletes training and competing around the world. But he's chasing it, and he's going to do as much as he can, and it's his technique that's just really carrying him through. I remember one event last year in Orlando, he hadn't hardly skied at all, flew across from Austria after being in school, hit the water, and posted his first 70-meter jump, which was awesome to see. And yeah, he's got some even bigger distances since then.
Yes, absolutely, and taking some wins along the way as well. He's the current European Open men's jump champion, jumped 68.1 meters to secure that title in Poteen, Georgia, in the pro event that took place in that same location. He won that event with a 64.7 meter jump. And in Ricciotto, he jumped over 70 meters for the first time to record a personal best of 71.1 meters. But at this moment in time, passing up on jump number 1, and we'll see what he can do with the remaining 2.
Three jumps. Well, these competitors are going to get 3 jumps today. only the longest will count. It doesn't matter what you do on jumps 1 or 2, as long as you post one score, you got to ski it away. There's no points for form, it's purely distance. To get that distance, it's speed, which is established on that cut as you see him coming in. Obviously, his timing wasn't quite there. The second ingredient is getting through that ramp, extending off the top, driving, and maximizing your air time, floating it down the lake. And that's what produces big jumps. And Luca's been doing it all season, right from Moomba Masters. I think he finished up in the top 3 down there. And like Tony was saying, every event this guy shows up at, he's consistent, and he's posting big jumps and really challenging the remaining guy on the dock, Joel Poland, who went undefeated last year in the jump event. Not so much this year. Ryan's already grabbed one victory away from him. I think it was down at the Moomba Masters where Ryan came out and ahead. But Joel's been picking up pretty much every victory since then. But I think these guys are tight friends too, and he can see the challenge coming from Luca here over the last few competitions.
So, skier on the water, future doctor, Luca Rockenwald. His specialty he wants to excel in is an orthopedic doctor, which works out really well for the sport that he's currently engaged in right now. Let's see what he's got. Jump number 2, Luca Rockenwald of Austria. Ah, yes, absolutely blast the jump there. That's got to be well in excess of 60 meters, and it might even be enough to take the lead at this early juncture of the competition. Luca Rockenwald.
I'm just kind of looking around and checking out the flags behind us, and the wind seems to have sort of shifted around a little bit. And the earlier skiers had a bit of a breath of headwind in the air. That one didn't look like he had much support. It was a good jump. It's not a big jump for Luca, but I have a feeling it did take the lead. We may be looking at a 62.8, 206. But if you watch him as he comes off the ramp there, he sort of wasn't able to really press into his skis and float it down the lake. And that's the results of kind of that tailwind. He sort of felt loose there, I think. Just sort of hung back a little bit. Didn't really feel the support, the line support, and the wind underneath his skis to really lean into it and milk the distance. So 62.8, it's a lead, it's a good jump. But, he's capable of much bigger jumps.
And one of the things that I notice is he doesn't force his kick and his height off the ramp too much. You know, he holds the position, comes off the second wake, and just holds it there and just waits for the pull of the boat to pull him up over the tips of his skis and flies in for the landing. And that's a product of load and edge and direction coming off the second wake.
No, he does that exceptionally well. He really holds his position very still. Doesn't move. I think he turned a little harder than he wanted to on that one. Maybe he'll kind of calm down a little bit on jump number 3. Try and get a little bit more in the air. And post, something around 65 would be a good first round score, I think. No.
Nope.
Didn't feel comfortable. He takes the lead. It's on his jump number 2 at 62.8. But, maybe leaving a little distance out there, and he'll hopefully look back at some of this footage on the webcast, see what was happening, think about things, and try and figure out his timing. With the way the club and the lake is positioned, the wind does get a little bit swirly around some of the hills we got in the background, and that can play a little havoc with your setups. It's definitely something you can adjust to and figure out, and I'm sure we'll see him come back and go bigger and better in round at number 2. 59.3 on jump at number 3.
All right, which brings us on to our last jumper in the men's pro division. In the men's pro division in round 1, we'll bring on Joel Poland.
Yeah, it came off the left-hand side there, Tony, on that last one. So, yeah, maybe didn't quite have his timing. Didn't feel like he could keep driving. The problem with being that early is, you end up letting up a little bit. You don't have quite the same pull from the boat. And you don't really want that left ski to sort of drop off the side of the ramp. It doesn't make you feel confident to go ahead and extend fully. So, yeah, I heard some comments from Joel there. Looks like it's going tail, which, yeah, the wind has sort of swirled around a little bit. A friendly little spray in the face from Joel to Luca, saying, hey, good jumping, but I'm going to get you this time.
All right, Joel Poland, who achieved a an ambition in regards to men's overall scoring. He's the current world record holder, but the most recent world men's overall record was especially satisfying to him because it was the first time that he'd gotten a significant way through 10.25 meters, tricked over 12,000 and jumped over 230 feet.
I mean, all of his world records are amazing. You know, he's been breaking that maybe 8-9 times now, but this last one, you're right, he excelled. He had like a score that he was looking for in each and every event. His other records, for him, he was missing a little bit here and there in one of the events. But a 3 at 41, a 12-160, and a 234-foot jump is just incredible, and to be able to do that in one round. He's had a good day today, too. He's run 2 at 41. He's tricked 12-160. He's slalom and tricked well. Let's see what he's got on the jump event.
All right, let's see what he's got. He was certainly throwing bombs down yesterday in practice. Let's see what he's got now. Oh, extends that one out.
And there's your leader from jump number 1. You saw the intensity shift, just went after it from jump number 1. A lot of speed into the turn, way down the lake. Was confident in his turn, got those skis around and really went after it. Right from jump number 1. That's going to be a 65, 66 meter jump, I think. Squeaked on the corner fairly comfortably. Maybe not full lift, but let's see what it is. 66.1, ladies and gentlemen. There's your new leader, and he will be going into round 2 in the top seed, 217 feet.
So 66.1 meters.
It's not really fair. He makes it look just a little bit too easy.
And just look at him against the background of the trees as we send it over to Cash.
I'm here with Luca. Tell us, those are some pretty amazing jumps. How did you feel about them?
Yeah, I wouldn't say too great. It's a little tricky. We have a good headwind now, and just couldn't get my timing right. Like, it was too early on the first one. Then the second one was fine. Couldn't really get it off the rim. And the last one was a really good cut, just way too early.
Yeah, speaking of the weather, the conditions have gotten a little windy here. How have you felt that they have made you have to adjust to how the wind's acting?
Yeah, definitely had to adjust to yesterday. We had less wind. It's a good headwind. Like, we like this headwind. It's just with the narrow six, it's hard to keep the speed and get your timing right, but we'll try our best and hopefully a little bit better the next round.
So when you guys are in the air soaring, what do you think about? Oh, that was big. So what do you think about when you're soaring through the air?
Depends on the jump. Like, if it's a really good jump, I'm just trying to enjoy it. Like, that 3 to 4 second flight time is just amazing. But if it's a not too good of a jump, I'm just straight in my head thinking about what I can do better on the next one.
Yeah, it's been amazing watching all of you pros jump. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to seeing you in the next events.
Yeah, thank you.
So see you. Tony, back to you.
All right, just looking at Joel Poland, 65.6 meters or 215 feet. Now, I've been doing a little bit of calculation myself in regards to the world overall record, and I know some of the figures are completely outdated, you know, in respect to the world record that he produced a month or two back. But if this were calculated against the previous world overall record, which would still be in his possession, he would have jumped within 21.2 overall points. It would have been that close to breaking another world record had it not been for the world overall record that he set at your place not too long ago there, Kyle.
Yeah, no, he's had a stellar day. Like I said, he slalomed exceptionally well, 2 at 41. 12.160 is his standard run. He missed ski line back, so he's got a few more points there. But he's going after it here in this jump event. He's not holding back at all. He's got the lead already, but he's still pushing. He wants a big jump out here. Really getting after it right there at the end of his turn. Now drives into the bottom, and I think he came off the ramp a little better, but not the speed. So maybe a little shorter on jump number 3. Consistent round of jumping though, 66.1, 217. And Joel Poland, another day at the office done, and done well. I want to say that Joel, to be honest, out of everybody that competed today, he's the only one that really kind of locked in with his timing and kind of found his spot straight away. I did think that Luca got a little bit disadvantaged with the conditions. The wind got a little bit swirly. I think it sort of switched crosswind, maybe tailwind. He didn't really know what to expect out there, where it was a lot more consistent for Joel, and that's where he was able to post distances 66, 65, 66 on that jump number 3.
So looking at this jump again, this is his third and last, which yielded a distance of 66 meters. Now let's see if we can break this jump down a little bit. He was very close to the bottom right-hand corner there, Kyle.
Yeah, no, he was definitely pushing it, and I think that was what held him back a little bit on the last one. Kind of let up a little bit, or kind of had to watch that right corner go by. Everyone says don't look at the bottom right, but when you come barreling in at 70+ mile an hour, it's hard to not kind of fix your focus there, and then you don't keep your direction quite as well. His eyes should be up on that top left, but he was nowhere near the top left. Came off in the middle of the jump, but another big jump for Joel Poland, and congrats for a great set.
And with that, let's send it over to Cash.
We're here with Joel Poland. Those were some pretty incredible jumps out there. How did you feel about them?
Thank you. Yeah, it felt good. Super consistent. Each jump was like a different style as well, which was kind of cool. But yeah, that last one was late. Like I think I just made it on. Like I'm surprised I got a fin still. But it's a fun set, honestly.
That's great. So when you're out there, what are your main keys that you try to focus on to make a perfect jump?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you. Yeah, no, I got a few little things. Honestly, more than anything, it's more about not thinking. You know, trying to switch off and trust yourself. But yeah, that kind of thing.
That's awesome. So what are you looking forward to throughout the rest of the week?
I'm excited for Sunday. Hopefully 3 out of 3 finals. Right now it's looking good. And yeah, I feel like I could get a pretty good 3-event round in. Today was good. 12-1, 2 at 41, 66. But there's like a little more in every area. So if I can bump that up a little more on Sunday, I'll be pretty stoked.
That's awesome. It's been amazing watching all of you guys jump and trick and all of that. So thank you so much for your time. Tony, back to you.
Thank you very much. And for those of you that are keeping an eye on the overall score for Joel Poland, he's currently on 26:42.96, and which is within 22 or 23 points of the former world record, of which he had possession of as well. But let's have a look at the men's jump leaderboard. Joel Poland right out there in front, nearly 4-meter advantage ahead of anyone else with 66.1 meters or 217 feet. Luca Rockenwald with 62.8 for second. Carla Lucas with 61.9 for third. Martin Labra with 61.1, and to round off the top 5, we have Will Roberts with 60.2 meters for 198 feet. Some great jumping out there, and something to be excited about for the remaining rounds.
No, for sure, and it was good to see Carter Lucas up there in the 3rd spot, the Canadian, and young Samson Clooney so far in the top 8. Another Canadian, young Canadian, that I'm sure the crowd here will be cheering for in the next round.
All right, then, as we continue on with coverage for this event, we're going to go into the U21 Women's Jump Round 2. That should be in less than 10 minutes' time. But you are watching continuing live and exclusive coverage of the Rocky Mountain Pro as part of Nautique's Water Ski World Series. When we return, we will have the U21 Women's Jump Round 2 coming right at you next.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline, made in the USA.
All right, then, welcome back to continuing live and exclusive coverage of this, the Rocky Mountain Pro, as part of Nautic's Water Ski World Series. I'm Tony Lyford and glad to have the pleasure of your company for this event. Right now, this is round 2 of the U21 women's jump competition. There is your running order: Carly Bonham, Sophie Strichuk, Lexi Abelson, Zali Rees, Nellie Allah, Cameron Waters, and Kate Pinsnow. And obviously that competitor number 5, Maisa Jakobsen, unable to continue on with competitive action due to the knee injury she sustained in the pro jump competition in round 1. All right, we're back on now. Carly Bonham will be our lead-off skier. She jumped 23.7 meters in the previous round, and we'll see what she's got here in the second round. It looks like an early approach and barely able to get beyond the jump ramp in taking a pass on that opener. So Carly Bonham, no score on jump number 1, 2 more attempts remaining. All right, looking at the starting dock, Sophie Strelchuk from Canada getting ready to go as well. And our first 4 jumpers all jump at the 1.50 m ramp height, which is the equivalent of 5 foot high. Our driver is Russ Dixon. Okay, here we go. This is Carly Bonham, letter K, 51 kilometers an hour. Turns in and deciding to pass up on jump number 2 as well. So the timing is completely skewed at this point there for Carly. Has got 2 more attempts. She's got 1 more attempt as it turns out. So no jump on jump number 1. She replicated that on jump number 2, and unfortunately for Carly Bonham, no score to speak of, except for the jump in round number 1, where she jumped 23.7 meters. So Carly Bonham, we're jumping at this juncture. We were anticipating going into the tricks event immediately after the women's jump round 1 in the pros, but because of impending inclement weather, we've decided to change the schedule a little bit and to accommodate jumpers at an earlier time. So let's have a look at the schedule. Women's jump round 2, U21 men's jump round 2, and then we've got the women's pros round 2 and the men's pros round 2. And that will be the balance of our action for today. Here we go, jump number 3, and managing to hit the ramp, and I think posting up a bigger distance than what she did in the initial first round. And here's Carly Bonham coming into the shore, and there on the bottom of your screen is your chance to win yourself a ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and your chance to win yourself a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski. Carly Bonham, nice turn. And driving it on home, good technique, solid looking jump there. Would probably have wished that was a first jump, and maybe something to build upon for the remaining 2 in this second round. Distance coming through, it's going to be 24.7 meters, 24.7 meters, a whole meter more than what she did in round number 1. So that's always something there for Carly Bonham. All right, getting ready for her 3 jumps is another skier from Canada, Sophie Strelchuk. Who jumped 32.3 meters in the previous round that was held yesterday for a 106-foot jump. Sophie Strelchuk. Okay, here we go now. This is Sophie Strelchuk. Jump number 1. Good dose of speed. Pretty close to the bottom right-hand corner as the switch kicked in on her. But looking to try and improve upon her best jump distance from yesterday, which is 32.3 meters. Handle up a little bit high on the turn, which forces the weight on the back of the skis and makes it a little bit more difficult to obtain and maintain control into the bottom of the ramp. But it is a distance of 30.3 meters, 30.3 meters, which is the equivalent of 99 feet. So let's have a look and see what she's jumped in the past and some other biographical information for Sophie Strelchuk. Skis at the Saskatoon Water Ski Club. Counts among her coaches Jim Clooney and Jack Critchley, Carter Lucas and Boyd Hollebaum. Among her support crew, and Sophie Strelchuk. A little bit more speed there. So a skier who lists her favorite food as macaroni. Yeah, I can certainly live with that too. And Sophie Strelchuk, I'm sure that this second jump there for her is going to be a little bit longer. Indeed it is. The distance is coming through around about now for Sophie Strelchuk. Distance of 31.9 or 105 feet. But she's still a little bit behind the 8 ball here because a previous best jump from yesterday is 32.3 meters. So still got a little bit of a ceiling to work with here. At least so far as her first jump is concerning, her first round score is concerning in comparison to this round. All right, there, coming into to the course for a third and last jump, a quick turn. And unfortunately, the timing kind of deserted her at that point, so deciding to drop the handle and ski around the left-hand side of the ramp. And Sophie Strelchuk returns to the shore with a best jump distance in this round of 31.9 meters or 105 feet. Next up is going to be Lexi Abelson. So as we continue on with this competition, let me mention to you a number of things in regards to our sponsors, our support entities such as the Government of Canada, Sport Canada, the provincial government of Alberta, along with Tourism Calgary. We'll thank those guys very much indeed for their support of this event and many others that continue to be held here. The Lakes are cast in stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. Our water ski organizations and legacy funds have contributed as well, such as Water Ski Canada and Water Ski and Wakeboard Alberta, alongside the Vernoberg Legacy Fund. Our corporate and community sponsors, they're important too. We've got Caledonian Midstream, Compass Group, Wildcat Realty, Basecamp Motorsports, Wizard Lake Marine Incorporated, along with the Lakes of Cast in Stone. And where would we be without equipment and gear, courtesy of the likes of Shoe Swap Ski and Board, with locations in Calgary and Sicamous in BC. How about GM Marine and PCM Marine Engines? They provide the power for our Nautique towboats for this competition and many others. JL Audio, Zero Off, Syndicate Water Skis, Masterline Ropes and Eagle Gear, along with Australian Gold Sunscreen. And we've had to lean on these cats in recent times. LifeLink EMS, they're the paramedics on site, and they provide medical assistance in situations that necessitate the need for something like that. So LifeLink EMS, we thank those guys for being present right here at the Lakes of Cast in Stone. Now, skier on the water is Lexi Abelson, who jumped 35.9 or 118 feet in round number 1. Here comes Lexi, jump number 1, gets in deep on this turn. Oh, nice. That jump is going to be just a little way short of 40 meters, I would say. She certainly had the speed and the lift to work with. The jump distance coming through any moment now for Lexi Abelson. Medaled in the recent World Water Ski Championships in the U17s, and will no doubt be looking to do something similar in Barama Lacus in the southern part of Peru, as she opens up with 37.2 meters, 37.2 meters on the opener. 37.4, I'm corrected to 37.4, but it is a sight better than what she produced in round number 1, where she nailed down a 35.9 meter effort there. So Lexi Abelson still out on the water. Her favorite disciplines are slalom and trick. She's got the complete overall package. She just needs to get some better jumps under her belt to really expand upon that, as she sinks into the water, having refused to take jump number 2. But she is already she's already bumped up her distance to the tune of 37.4 meters. And we will see if she's got anything left in the tank for a third and last jump. Started to edge almost immediately after the turn was complete, and once the switch kicked in, she started to lose her hips coming into the ramp. And when that happens, the only safe course of action is to drop the handle and ski around the left-hand side. So skiing behind the brand new 2026 Ski Nautique. It is a complete bow to stern redesign. It's significantly lighter than the previous generation, and it blends the best qualities of carbon fiber and fiberglass into a new hull. The 2026 Ski Nautique, the official towboat of the Nautique Water Ski World Series. You can find out more about the series itself and about the boat that's pulling that series by going to nautique.com. That is nautique.com. So, now we've seen Richard and Jake on the bleachers and getting ready to bring in Lexi Abelson on jump number 3. Let's see what she's got. She's on 37.4 right now. Nice, sails in for a beautiful landing, and she's definitely got the best technical elements down. It's just a case of finding the timing and finding the right spot and what is a safe jump to risk. We await the distance there for Lexi Abelson. All right, Lexi Abelson. It's 38.6 meters, 38.6. 38.6 meters. So already on good form, and 38.6 meters expanding upon her previously best jump distance in this competition. Now, whether that jump is a personal best or anywhere close to that is yet to be determined. As a matter of fact, she has jumped over 40 meters before. She actually jumped 40 on the nose at the Botas Pro-Am in Spain this past June. So she's jumping there and thereabouts. That's Lexi Abelson, as we now turn our attention from Lexi to Zali Reeves from Australia, who jumped 41.2 meters in the previous round. And we'll see what she can do by way of an encore in round number 2. This is the women's U21 jump round number 2 here at the Rocky Mountain Pro, coming to you live from the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. So Zali Reeves pulling up some information on her. Started skiing in 2012, one of my favorite years. It was the year in which London hosted the Summer Olympic Games. And here she comes. Oh, almost getting pulled over the right ski as she came off the second wakes into the jump, but she held it all together. So just looking at this jump there for Zali Reeves, a little bit of loose line in the turn, which didn't exactly help her cause, but she's strong enough to hold most of it together. And it is 42.5 meters, 42.5. 1.3 meters better than in round number 1. And 42.5 meters. Let me look down the list of her previous jumps. 41.3 in another tournament. 43.5. Yep, so I'm figuring that 43.5 meters, the jump that she produced at the Masters last chance qualifier for the U17 jump competition there. 43.5, so she's got a little bit to go. Skied at the Ski Fluid Classic not too long before that and registered a distance of 45.4. So not quite at personal best level yet, but if she was to get somewhere close to about 46 meters, then we can start talking in that realm. Rising up just before hitting the jump. And that might have contributed to that upper body crush that she had to sustain in order to ride that jump out. Zali Reeves from Australia. So Zali Reeves, who comes to us from Lake Kawamba. And not looking too bad on the jump number 2. So Zali Reeves on jump number 1 jumped 42.5 meters, which was already better than the first round. First jump 42.5. We're waiting on the distance to come through on the second jump. They're working on getting the jump distance to us. It will take just a skosh longer. While all of that is happening, we've got our next jumper to take to the water. I believe it's going to be either Nelly Ala or Cameron Waters. At least according to the list that I have in front of me. It's certainly not going to be Maisa Jakobsen, unfortunately, injuring herself in the pro women's jump division. So looks like Zali Reeves has been given a little bit of a gift here because that jump distance on jump number 2 wasn't registered. So she's been offered a re-jump there for jump number 2, and she will take that jump as a re-ride of a second attempt, and then we'll go on to a third and last jump, having one additional hit at the jump. Here we go, coming in, Zali Reeves. This her second jump, re-jump. I think that one might actually be a little further than the previously attempted jump for the second attempt. Bringing the handle up a little bit high, and that probably caused a delay in the turn, and unfortunately unable to get much in the way of distance with 41.0 meters. Okay, so Zali Reeves, 41 meters on the middle jump distance, and has one more attempt to go. Best jump of this competition, which is the first attempt in this round, was 42.5. But her personal best distance is around the 46 meter mark. So looking for something around about that range. So let's see what we've got. Zali Reeves driving it on home. Ah, beautiful jump there. That's got to be over 43 meters, maybe hitting 44. She came in with a lot of speed and she kicked the heck out of that one. The question is, how much further is it going to be? So a jump on jump number 3, rather surprising, the distance 41.6 meters, which meant that a 42.5 meter jump on jump number 1 ends up being her best. Now, I was convinced that this jump was longer, certainly longer than anything else that she's put out there so far in this competition, and she's convinced that it is as well. So there might be 1 or 2 questions asked in regards to that jump, but for the meantime, she currently has the lead with 42.5 meters. So 42.5 meters on jump number 1, and that last one was 41.6 meters. For Zali Reeves now. Looks like the boat is making its way back towards the ramp, and the reason why it's doing that is so we can raise it from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters high. There is your leaderboard: Reeves, Abelson, Striachuk, and Bonham in that order in this round. So as we continue on, let me mention a couple of other things in regards to this event, including a little bit of fun facts about the Predator Bay Ski Club and the lakes in Cast in Stone. The lakes are cast in stone itself. Lake temperatures run cool from the start of the season in the mid-50s in May, but by late July, right where we are right now, they're typically in the mid-80s degrees Fahrenheit, so skiers are getting the warmest water of the year this weekend. Lake 1 was dug in 1996. Lake 2 was completed in 2006, 3 years before this site hosted the World Championships in 2009, and the site in its entirety covers approximately 80 acres. And to make sure we have enough lake and enough water, we actually had to extract the gravel from this site, and it was used, the gravel itself was used to help build Calgary's Deerfoot Trail Freeway, which links this area of Foothills County to Calgary, Alberta itself. The lakes sit next to the Bow River, which flows out of the Canadian Rockies and eventually joins the Oldman River to form the South Saskatchewan River. Bet you didn't know that. And this facility, it's 2 man-made water ski lakes, and the ski season runs from May to early October. So, and a quick reminder to the folks along the shore side that are watching the coverage on their cell phones and on their tablets and on their laptops or on their stone tablets, if they're watching this coverage, that we do have some on-site catering or on-site food. The wood-fired pizza. They had breakfast pizza this morning. The lunchtime pizza is currently being served right now. And cold coffee is available for spectators. There are beverages for sale under the big white tent across from the jump ramp. So make sure you take advantage of that. So Russ Dixon at the helm of that towboat, and the ramp should be at 1.65 meter high. Certainly looks high enough now. As we now get ready for our next competitor, about to take to the ramp and ski behind that Nautique towboat, a brand new addition to the Nautique fleet of water sports, of towed water sports boats. They produce the wake boats, the legendary wake boats in the G Series. But the main boat, of which Correct Craft is famed for, is the Nautique. For many, many years, the ultimate in towboat technology, and still continues to lead the way with the technologies that exist in that towboat, like the Panerai display console, the newly sculptured interior, which is made to accommodate slalom skis and equipment in ergonomically designed surfaces in that towboat. And of course, a towboat of the caliber of the 2026 Ski Nautique wouldn't be complete without its integrated zero-off system. That, alongside Hydrogate and the micro-tuner systems, they work together for a flatter, more consistent wake for every event, alongside the GPS speed control recalibrated for the new hull. Skier about to take to the water, and a skier who skis for Louisiana Lafayette Raging Cajuns during the collegiate season. It is Cameron Waters. Looks like the skiers that we had to go first off the dock in this round. Obviously, we know that Maisa Jakobsen is not going to be no longer available, not only for this tournament, but for the remaining portion of the season, due to the injury that she sustained jumping in the pro women round one. Nelly Ala as well will not be competing in the jump event in the U21s, which leaves us with two competitors in the U21s round two of the jump event, and starting off with Cameron Waters, who comes to us out of Central Florida, but during the collegiate season is a resident of Lafayette, Louisiana. Here we go, Cameron Waters, jump number one in round two, and she bulks on jump number one and will sink in as the towboat makes its way back towards her. So 0 score on jump number one for Cameron Waters. So looking at this jump once again, Cameron Waters. Looks like a good turn, but was just way, way too early, and that was evidenced by her skiing round the bottom left-hand corner of the jump there, miles early. As Cameron Waters makes her way down along the lake. Quick shout out to our officials and judging crew. Kerry Lee is the chief judge, ably assisted by Nikki Lee, both from the United States, as well as our scorer Christy Kingsmill. Our cadre of officials includes Jeffrey Armstrong, Kyle Eade, Taryn Grant, Cole McCormick, and Harry Spavin. Our safety director is Michelle Clooney. Here we go. This is Cameron Waters at 54 kilometers an hour. Letter P turns in. Ah, yes, nice looking jump there. Good angle off the second wake, and just tightening up on the line and using that extra tension off the top of the jump to propel herself off the top of the ramp and give herself some distance to work with. In the first round, she jumped 40.3 meters, and I suspect that jump is going to be a little ways further than that. Or maybe I'm wrong, because the jump distance on jump number 2 is 39.5 meters, 39.5, and I'm convinced that that jump was a lot longer than that. So propelling herself across the jump there, and the landing looks soft enough, and she's good to go. That is Cameron Waters. Another look at our jump ramp here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. Out nice and wide of that Nautique towboat for 2026. Here she comes. Yeah, not a bad effort there all the way through. Passed up on jump number 1, jumped 39.5 meters on the second attempt. And we're still looking for a distance to exceed 40.3, the distance she started out with on in the previous round. And the distance coming through, it's going to be a little bit better for her. It's 41.1, 41.1 meters for Cameron Waters. Cameron Waters, who competed here last season in the World U21 Water Ski Championships, one of the premier events produced and hosted by the Predator Bay Water Ski Club. They've held world championships in each of the past 3 seasons, including this one. 2 seasons ago, they hosted the U17 Worlds. 1 season ago, they hosted the U21 Worlds, and this season they have previously hosted the O35 Worlds, which took place up until last week. So now, having seen Cameron Waters with her jump of 41.1 meters, and Zali Rees in the lead with 42.5. We now bring on Kate Pinsonneau. So coming to us out of British Columbia, skis over at Chimney Lake in BC and Kamloops Water Ski Club, and also trains over at Matt Reaney's Water Ski School in Central Florida. This is Kate Pinsonneau. List Shoe Swap Ski and Board is one of her major sponsors. Up and over, and will land and ride that jump out. Kate Pinsonneau earlier on in the season jumped 46.2 meters. So her best jump is around the 46-meter range. We'll see if that is anywhere close in terms of distance, and looks like it is going to be 42.2 meters. So she's still got a little bit of work to do to get anywhere close to Zali Rees, who holds the sway, holds the lead with 42.5 meters. holds the lead in the U21 women's jump competition when you factor in results from yesterday in the first round, and also today, which we're concluding with the remaining 2 jumps with Kate Pinsino. Here we go, Kate Pinsino. Ah, nice looking jump there. That has got to be a little bit further, at least at first blush. Been proven wrong before in thinking that the jump distance was better than the previous one. Inching little by little for 139 feet or 42.3 meters. That is Kate Pinsino. So edging just a little bit closer towards the lead distance, our best distance of 42.5 meters. That jump distance of 42.5 meters is the current lead distance, courtesy of Zali Rees of Australia. But if she can jump close to a personal best being 46.2 or 152 feet, then things can start to get real interesting real fast. Probably fair to say that Kate Pinsino is already through to the jump final in the U21s after her performance in round 2, which will conclude with this last jump. So Kate Pinsino looking a little distraught for some reason. She's already out-jumped what she did in round 1. And the distance is being flashed up on the screen for our jumper. It is going to be around about 43 meters from what I can tell. Getting a good dose of speed, and the kick was there. But her positioning just needed a little bit of work there for Kate Pinsino. So Kate Pinsino on her last jump, I believe it is 43 meters. We'll confirm that distance in just a moment, as we have a look at the leaderboard, I believe, after the second round of U21 jump. And yes, indeed, it is 43 meters, and that gives her 141 feet for the lead distance going into the U21 women's final. Then we have Zali Rees with 42.5, Cameron Waters on 41.1, Lexi Abelson with 38.6, Sophie Strelchuk with 31.9. and Carly Bonham on 24.7. Those are your participants in the U21 women's jump competition in leadership order. So now we'll continue on into U21 men's jumping competition. We'll reduce the ramp height from 1.65 meters to 1.50 meters. So for those of you that have just tuned in on this fine afternoon, you are most certainly welcome to the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am as part of the Nordiques Water Ski World Series. So glad to have you tuned in, no matter where you have to be across the world. You could be tuning in Canada, you could be tuning in elsewhere, you could be tuning in across the Atlantic in France or in the rest of Europe. You might be tuning in to us in London, England, where the time right now is 11:40 at night. You could be tuning in to us in Santiago de Chile, where it is 20 minutes to 7 in the evening there. It's almost a 20 minutes to 6 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And other places a little further afield around the world, it is tomorrow morning in places such as Perth, Australia, or Tokyo, Japan, or Hobart in Australia. So wherever you happen to be watching us, you are most certainly welcome. So great to have each and every one of you tuned in. We're just waiting on the ramp to be reduced in height from 1.65 m to 1.50 m, and that is for our next 3 competitors. And then after those 3 competitors, the ramp goes back up again to 1.65 meters high for competitors 4 through to 12. And provided that each of those competitors takes the lead and maintains a similar position from that point onwards, from skier number 4 onwards, the chances of them making it through to the final are pretty good, considering that we have 12 skiers and the top 8 make it through to the final. So just waiting on our officials to get things situated with the ramp.
Thanks for calling Wakehouse. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
All right, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this event. We're into the U21 men's round 2 starting list. We have Rich Kruger, Giovanni Bloyer, Graydon Swanson, Jaden Eade, Hayden Bickerton, Max Strelchuk, Damien Eade, Dash Kruger, Brett Ellis, Enzo Christian, Samson Clooney, and Jake Abelson. Those are the 12 skiers on the list here. And this is the first of them. This is Rich Kruger at 45 kilometers an hour, just driving in, boom, hitting that jump there with full force. He's pleased with that jump distance, as he should be. He came into the jump like a bat out of somewhere. Jumped 31.5 meters in the round previous to this one. Certainly no accident that this young man has a fantastic jumping ability. His father is the one and only Freddie the Nightmare Krueger. Certainly has the balance in the air, and it is going to be a 32-meter jump, or 105, 32 meters exactly. So 32 meters. He's already out-jumped what he did yesterday, but he has 2 more jumps remaining now. If he was to hold on to that jump a little bit more through the air and take a little bit more pressure with his left arm coming off the top, he could absolutely fly. As if he isn't already doing so right now. I tell you what, Rich Krueger with 32 meters, 105 feet. He's up alongside of the boat. Turns in, drives hard off the second wake. Whoa! Taking in a lot of speed there, and a little bit frustrated that he had to pop the handle and ski around the bottom left-hand corner for safety. So no score on jump number 2, but he's already ahead of where he was yesterday after round number 1 of U21 men's jumping. Wow, such a prodigious talent there. That is a Rich Krueger taking a pass on jump number 2. And still trying to gain as much advice as possible and much direction from his father, Freddie the Krueger. A recent inductee into the USA Water Ski Hall of Fame. And already continuing to have an impact upon the sport in so many ways, whether it's speed control systems, whether it's jump skis and equipment, whether it's coaching. He certainly has a wealth of experience to draw upon. And here comes Rich Krueger, trying to brush against the tree line here as he works his way towards the jump course. Now nice and high up on the towboat. Now let's see what he can do with this. Turns in, drives it hard off the second wake. Oh, look at this! Nailing that jump there. Can he land and ride it out? Yes, he can! Beautiful jump in there from Rich Krueger. Is that annoyance or celebration I detect? And the distance is coming through. It is 36.4. 36.4 or 119 feet. 36.4. Certainly a heck of a lot more than what he jumped in the round 1, I can tell you. Not too sure how close that is to a PB, but 36.4 meters is an absolutely sensational jump here from Rich Krueger. And I suspect that we're going to see a heck of a lot more of him in the years to come. Look at that turn. So many similarities between that turn and from what we've been able to see from years and years of watching Freddie the Nightmare Krueger. I mean, the similarities are absolutely uncanny, you know, where he places the handle, what his position is off the turn. Such a great talent. Rich Kruger. All right, so moving on from Rich Kruger, we now go on to a skier who comes to us out of the land of 1,000 lakes, Minnesota. It'll be Giovanni Bloyer out on the water. And I mentioned Minnesota because starting next week, we at TWBC will be broadcasting the U.S. Water Ski Nationals as our next event after this one. So make sure you tune in for that one. Those of you especially in the United States of America, TWBC will be broadcasting the U.S. Water Ski Nationals starting next week. Rich Kruger with 36.4 meters. All right there, Giovanni Bloyer, who jumped 39.5 meters or 130 feet in the round previous to this one. Just waiting his time. Oh, a little bit early on that one. Just not able to get the timing correct. That is Giovanni Bloyer as he sinks into the water. For those of you that are just joining us at this moment in time, you are watching the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am as part of Nautique's newly formed Water Ski World Series of events, marrying up several events into a cohesive water ski series of tournaments, starting off with the Botas Ski Pro-Am in Spain not too long ago. Following on with this tournament, the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am right here in the Lakes of Casting Stone in Canada. Our next tournament on the Nautique Water Ski Pro Series, the World Series, is going to be the California Pro in just a few weeks' time, and then the World Series kicks back off again for the Moomba Masters, which is on the Yarra River this upcoming March in Melbourne, Australia, followed by the big one, the Masters Water Ski Tournament, which takes place every May Memorial Day at Callaway Gardens in Pine Mountain in Georgia. Here we go. Good solid jump in there on jump number 2, passing up on the first one. So lessening his opportunities by one single jump. The jump distance should be revealed any moment now. So he should have an indication of what he has produced there. It's a 37.4 meter leap. 37.4. So Giovanni Bloyer with 37.4 meters. So now one last attempt. Coming in. 51K, letter N, 2 feet wide with the boat path. And a steady-looking jump may not be all that far upon reflection, but the technique is certainly there. Timing just needs a little bit of adjustment, that's all. And that yields a little bit more in the way of distance by about 0.7 of a meter. It is 38.1 meters. A little ways behind what he jumped yesterday. He jumped 39.5 meters. But just coming off the ramp a little bit on his left side, and that's not always the safest course of action in regards to water ski jumping. Coming off the side is one thing, but with the weight skewed across the left-hand side, it presents some challenges that you need to be ready for. All right there, so that is Giovanni Bloia. We now go on to our last skier in the under-21 men's jumping competition at the 1.50 meter ramp height. It is going to be Graydon Swanson. Just getting nicely warmed up and settled into his jump skis, Graydon Swanson, who's been one of our homegrown assistants here for TWBC. We thank him very much for his assistance and continued support. Graydon Swanson. So the leaderboard looks like Giovanni Bloia currently in the lead with 38.1 meters at least in today's competition. Currently in second spot is Rich Kruger with 36.4. As we continue to work our way down this list in the U21 men's jump round 2. And Graydon Swanson living life dangerously there, taking in a bit of heat onto the jump there and getting a little bit twisted in the air as he came off the ramp. So let's have a look at Graydon Swanson. His opening jump distance is 40.5 meters. Letting that left ski come away from him dramatically as he came off the top of the jump there. And whenever your skis start to part company with each other, you're not going to get the height or the float that you would like, as evidenced by that jump there from Graydon Swanson. Here we go, U21 men's jump round number 2. Coming in, jump number 2. Better, definitely a little bit more compact coming off the jump there. Okay, looking at Graydon Swanson once again as he receives the cheers from the local crowd here. All right, this is something to write home about. It's 43.4 meters, 43.4 meters. A great looking effort here, just driving really, really hard off that turn, and the switch almost pulling him completely off his edge, coming off the second wake into the jump there as he tried to control his direction and edge across the ramp surface. Here we go, folks. Now, Graydon Swanson. Let's see what he can do on the third and last jump. He's on 43.4 meters. Very close to the bottom right-hand corner of the ramp there, and taking in a lot of speed there and getting a good little bit of distance there with the 3 jumps that were at his disposal. That is Graydon Swanson. Distance should be revealed any moment now for Graydon Swanson. It is a little bit of a reduction in distance. It is 42.1 meters on the third and last, which means that his best jump is 142 feet or 43.4 meters. That's Graydon Swanson. He is the last jumper to go at 1.50 meters. The ramp is going to be raised up to 1.65 meters high for the remaining 8 skiers. The top 8 advance through to the men's jump final in the U21s. Game on. Okay, let's bring it on. We've got Jaden Eade, our lead-off skier at this new ramp height of 1.65 meters high in the U21 men's jumping competition in round number 2. All right there, now we've got Jaden Eade, who wasn't able to register a jump distance in the previous round. Let's see what he can do here and now. Letter U. Yes, he'll definitely register a jump in this round. Whether it'll be enough to be in the top 8 or not is another matter entirely. So 47.7 meters on the opening jump distance. So 47.7 meters to open up with, and 47.7 would actually be among the better jump distances that we've seen so far in the very first attempt. Now, Jaden Eade, let me see if I can pull up some information on him in regards to his best jump in. Here he comes, jump number 2. Trying not to hit the switch too soon, and that's exactly what he did this time around. So Jaden Eade, who is currently a student at the University of Louisiana at Monroe in northeast Louisiana, the United States. His coach is, well, he doesn't have to look very far for that. His father is his coach, and he skis over at Lake Fluid. In terms of his best jump distances, they've been around about 186 feet, or about 56.8 meters. Performed that at the Florida State. And from as far as I can tell, 186 feet is his personal best distance as well. So his season's best of 56.8 is his PB as well. And if he aspires to be among our top jumpers in this competition in the U21 men's division, he's going to have to conjure up some magic here. And if he does it by way of a new personal best distance, then that is going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons here. Here we go. This is Jaden Eade, jump number 3. Beautifully executed jump, well over his skis. Does he land and ski it out? Just about. Saving the drama there. That is Jaden Eade. The jump distance, this is going to be huge. It's going to be one in excess of 50 meters, I fancy. And it is in excess of 50 meters. It is 53.6. 53.6, or 176 feet, 53.6 meters. And that vaults him quite a ways up the leaderboard right now. As a matter of fact, that would put him in 5th place when you consider the other jumpers' first round distance into the mix, 53.6. But there is a lot of competition on its way. And starting off with Hayden Bickerton from Australia. He will be our next competitor. All right, next on the water from Australia, it is Hayden Bickerton. All right, so Hayden Bickerton, who comes to us from New South Wales in Australia, more specifically the major city of Sydney. Skis over at Stony Park, and and Manly Dam in Australia. Among his favorite foods, any kind of steak. Okay, we'll see if we can put that to the test at some stage. There's steak and then there is steak. And certainly around these parts in Alberta, they know steak, the difference between steak and steak. Here we go. Coming in, jump number 1. This is Hayden Bickerton. Oh, and dropping the handle a little bit early there on his approach to the ramp on jump number 1. 46 meters is what he produced in round number 1 to get us to this stage of the competition. We are in round 2. So handle up a little bit high, which affected his ability to hold that kind of angle across the back of the boat in towards the ramp there. So Hayden Bickerton, let's have a look at the schedule. We've still got U21 men's jump round 2, and we've got women's pro jump round 2, as well as pro men's jump round 2 to come. So we are just really reeling it in, folks. We've got jumping all the way through towards the end of the day, and the reason why we had our schedules shift is because we anticipate inclement weather coming in for the times in which we'd originally scheduled those events. Specifically, inclement wind conditions, which presents a problem in the jump event if it's blowing the wrong way. So we want to make sure we give our competitors the very best in terms of conditions in which they can perform at the very best in. That's the reason why we've got that schedule change. Women's Jump Pro is our next event after the conclusion of this one. And then Men's Pro to come as the last event of the day. Here we go. This is Hayden Bickerton coming in on jump number 2. Oh, and passing up on the handle there. And for you folks out there in Australia, and you're probably watching us in the early hours in the morning. Yes, it's nearly 9:15 on Saturday morning for you folks there watching in Australia, and I'm sure that some of you are watching in on Hayden Bickerton passing up on his opening 2 jumps. We'll see if he can bring this together and conjure up a distance that will satisfy his needs going forward. Let's talk about personal best. Let's talk about his best jump coming into this event. He skied at the Florida State Championships not too long ago and produced a distance of 48 meters or 157 feet. So he's definitely capable of putting a distance out there. Skied at the Ski Fluid Classic, where he posted up a jump of 48.5 meters or 159 feet. And has jumped over 50 meters as well in that same tournament. 50.8 meters or 167 feet. So he's got the minerals. Let's see if he can conjure up some magic with them right here, right now. Coached by Australia's greats Ryan Green and Bruce Coburn. Here he comes. This is Hayden Bickerton driving in off the turn. Nice looking jump there, well constructed. Passing up on the first 2, landing on the third. Jump may not be anywhere close to 50 meters, but we'll be curious to find out what he's produced on that third and last attempt. So the final jump, the only jump, 47.6 meters, 47.6 there for Hayden Bickerton. Handle up a little bit high on the turn, but was patient enough to allow the skis to rotate through and allow him to push all the way through into the jump there, almost clipping the bottom right-hand corner in the process, but managing to make a lemonade out of lemons at that point. So driving in off the second wake, good extension off the turp. A jump that should have led off for him and given him 2 more attempts to maybe post up over 50 meters, but it is what it is. It's 47.6 meters. And next our next skier from Canada is Max Strilchuk. So, Max Strilchuk, who comes to us from the province of Saskatchewan. Skis over at the Saskatoon Water Ski Club alongside Brunson Forest Water Ski Club. I bet some of those folks are watching in right now. Currently lives in Lloydminster. So glad to have you join us here for continuing the action on this competition, which is the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am as part of the Nordique Water Ski World Series. Letter W, 57K, boat path split. Looks like he's maintaining his width. And it's a good thing, too, because he's going to need all the speed that he can find to actually hit the ramp at the right place. So, Max Strilchuk. As Damien Eade gets ready to jump, we'll look at the instant replay for Max Strilchuk, getting a little bit stretched coming into the bottom. And I tell you what, it is a 50.8 meter jump, or 167 feet. 50.8 meters for Max Strilchuk. And 50.8 meters, it is nearly 2 meter improvement upon the first round, where he jumped 49 meters on the nose for 161 feet, and he's already 6 foot further than that. Max Strilchuk, he says his favorite food is steak, and he says his hobbies are the gym. The gym isn't a hobby, it's torture. Here we go, Max Strilchuk. Tight line off the turn, driving it on home. Yes, there you go. Great impact, good looking jump there. Max Strilchuk, who in the Western Canadian and Saskatchewan Provincial Championships, he was able to put out a distance of 49.2 meters in 2 out of the 4 rounds. His best jump ever is in the 53 meter range. And Max Strilchuk is there and thereabouts with his technique. Indeed, the jump distance coming through is 52.3 meters. 52.3 or 172 feet. So again, a little bit stretched coming to the bottom, but he had just enough strength to hold off the boat as it was starting to accelerate away under the technology offered by Zero Off cruise control systems, an integral part of the entire package that is the 2026 Ski Nautique by Correct Craft. Max Strilchuk, 57 kilometers an hour boat speed, letter W. Split is the boat path. Turns in, tightens up the line, allows the boat to accelerate up and over. I'm not too sure whether he got all of that jump there, but it's certainly a heck of a lot better than what he did in the round previous to this one. Max Strilchuk. So Max Strilchuk, who at the Sunset Cup produced a jump distance of 54.7. He's certainly not going to do it or anywhere close on jump number 3. But 49.9 meters is the jump distance on jump number 3. His best jump distance is 52.3 meters. So Max Strilchuk out of Canada, out of the province of Saskatchewan. And now we're down to our final 6 jumpers, and we're going to have Dash Kruger and Brett Ellis and Enzo Christian and Samson Clooney and Jake Abelson all coming up very, very soon. But before those competitors, we will have Damien Eade. So, working his way in towards the jump course, having jumped a distance of 50.1 or 164 feet in the round previous to this one. From Polk City in Central Florida, it is Damien Eade. So, as we work our way towards the tail end of our jump-in round 2, let me remind you that after we get done with this round of jumping, we've still got 2 more rounds of jumping to come, and they will be a part of our pros. The women first, then the men. So we're on full-on jump mode here, as we retooled the schedule to accommodate better condition. Oh no, and he's down! He's out the back. Oh my word, and the swimmers are in there and trying to manage the situation. Hit the bottom right-hand corner. So Damien Eade being transported to the shore are probably in shock more than anything else at this point. Handle up high off the turn as we have a look at this instant replay and driving off the second wake. Oh! Oh, man alive. That was one of the gnarliest falls ever. Looking at the instant replay here. So Damien Eade attended to by our EMS officials. You always have the medical officials on standby in the hopes that you never need them, but we've needed their assistance on more than one occasion so far in this event, and hopefully the need for their services diminishes between now and the end of this competition. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Rocky Mountain Pro being brought to you by Nautique and their Water Ski World Series and presented by GM Marine. For those of you that have just joined us, we just witnessed a horrifying fall there, courtesy of Damien Eade. So as he's being attended to, we're going to take a little bit of a break. And when we return, we'll have the continuation of the jump event, continuing on with Dash Kruger. We'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. Place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at ShuswapSNB.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hasten to say welcome back to live and continuing coverage here at the Rocky Mountain Pro, but I say that with a little bit of intrepidation, because the reason why we were off air for the last few minutes is because of the crash taken on this jump from Damien Eade. Looking at the instant replay, came across the wakes, knew he wasn't going to make the jump, so he was in no man's land, and that right ski just completely gotten sideways on him, and it's sending careening into the water. I don't know to what extent he is injured, but it's certainly not going to feel good beyond this point. Just flattens off just before hitting the jump there. Oh, and I was grateful that the camera operator stayed for as long as he did, but not all the way completely, because as soon as he hit the water, things just continued to complicate. We certainly wish him the best going forward, and that was Damien Eade. All right, then. So we continue on with this event. Next competitor up is Dash Kruger. Now, Dash Kruger in the round previous to this one jumped 53.4 meters, which is 175 feet. So as Dash Kruger comes in to the fray here with the 3 jumps at his disposal, let's see what he's got. Jumped 57.1 meters not too long ago in the Polk City Open. Let's see what he's got on the opener. Good speed, good dig into the bottom of the jump there, and a decent looking opening attempt. Probably not anywhere close to 57 meters, mind you, but it's a good solid opener, and certainly a good confidence boost, at least considering what he just had to endure with his own eyes off the starting dock for the last few minutes. Distance coming through is 52 meters. 52 meters or 171 feet. So looking at this once again, this is Dash Kruger. So between himself and Ridge, the apple does not fall too far off away from the tree. The tree planted in the ground by none other than the nightmare that is Freddy Krueger, the multi-time Pro Tour winning athlete, multiple-time world champion, multiple-time world record holder, and recent inductee into the Water Ski Hall of Fame. That is Freddy Krueger. Trying to seek similar legendary status himself at this early age is Dash Kruger coming in. Oh yes, good press off the top of the jump there, and good speed to carry into the base. Trying to find that magical combination of speed and height for distance. Dash Kruger. Distance coming through, and it's a huge jump coming through. It is into the 170-foot range. 55.1 meters. Never mind 170 feet. How about 181 feet? 55.1. Now, when you compare it against his more recent jumps, it's his third best distance that he's been able to produce in recent times. His personal best is 57.1, another additional 2 meters to be the equivalent of 187 feet. Now, does he have what it takes right here and now to get to that level? 54 kilometers now, letter Y, boat path split. Here he comes, Dash Kruger, third and last jump. Rocking back on his heels as he came off the jump there and losing a bit of distance. Just cursing his misfortune out there and not being able to land a further distance with that third and last attempt. The jump distance coming through is 54.4 meters, 54.4 up on your screen right now. 54.4 meters, the equivalent of 178 feet, but it's the middle distance that counts. It's 55.1, 181 feet. And 181 feet is the current leader. We'll have a look at the leaderboard and see how that stacks against the other jumpers. But I would imagine that 181 feet is head and shoulders above everyone else right now, with 4 jumpers remaining on the list to take to the water. This is the U21 second round elimination. All right, and as Dash Kruger leaves the stage and leaves it open for our next competitor, this is Brett Ellis. There is Dash Kruger in the lead with 55.1. Jaden Eade there in second spot with 53.6. So those are the targets that everyone else is chasing right now. And we're now at the stage where the sons of 2 Hall of Famers will be doing battle royale. We've already seen Dash Kruger out there knocking down a 55.1 meter jump, or 181 feet. So far as Brett Ellis is concerned, he is 2 foot shy of that distance in round number 1 with a jump of 54.6. Now let's see if he can battle back. He's going to do it off a 3/4 cut though. 57K, letter V. Good lift, good flight. That is Brett Ellis on the opener. So we're just waiting on the distance to be confirmed. So Brett Ellis, who comes into this event with a personal best jump distance of around a 55.4. So far, so good with his first jump distance of 53.7. 53.7 meters on the opening jump for Brett Ellis, and he's got something to work with now. Other jump distances that he's posted this season, 184 feet or 56.1, stands out amongst the whole slew of distances that he's produced so far this season. All right, now coming in. Oh, and just wasn't ready to hit the jump in the way that he wanted to on that particular effort. So 53.7, and I would imagine that will stay as his best jump so far out of the two that he's taken. Matter of fact, it's a 45.4 meters on jump number 2. A far cry from what he's been able to produce so far. Just laid an egg with that one. Just wasn't able to get his feet underneath him and to extend up for distance on that particular jump. So Brett Ellis, bronze medalist in the U17 World Championship that took place in Argentina with a jump distance of 52.9 meters in that tournament. It's her first event of the 2026 season. So let's have a look and see what Brett Ellis can end off with. Still standing firm with the 3/4 cut. Let's see what he's got here for his third and last. And still rocking out towards the back there. So it looks like that original jump distance of 53.7 is going to hold fast as is the best jump distance out of the 3 that he's been able to produce in this round. So 44.6 meters, 44.6. So 53.7, the very first jump that he produced is enough to be his best jump. And 53.7 moves him marginally ahead of Jaden Need and slots him in 3rd place at the moment. 3rd place just behind Dash Kruger. I believe one other competitor as well. We'll remind ourselves of what the leaderboard looks like very, very soon as we get ready for Enzo Christian from Canada to take to the water. All right, there's your leaderboard. Dash Kruger in the lead. Brett Ellis in 2nd. Jaden Need in 3rd. Those are your top 3. Max Strilchuk with a distance of just a little over 52 meters. And now we're down to our final 3, starting off with Canada's Enzo Christian. So Enzo Christian out there on the water getting ready to go. Anyone that's ever been an aficionado of high-performance motor vehicles, most specifically Ferrari, will know the name of Enzo, the epitome of technical prowess and style. Let's see if Enzo possesses either one of those two or both as he comes into the course with jump number 1. Dropping the handle and skiing round the bottom left-hand corner. Taking an early approach. And we'll see what he can do by way of making some adjustments. Looks like the local paramedics are on their way to site right now. Right, let's have a look at once again at Enzo Christian taking a pass on jump number 1. It's almost stepping too far over his skis, and thankfully he had the presence of mind to drop the handle and ski around the left-hand side as he gets ready to come into the course for 2 more attempts. So welcome back. For those of you that are just joining us, you are most certainly welcome in watching the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, an event on the Water Ski World Series being produced by Nautiques. I don't know quite what is happening here, but so it looks like we've gotten an instruction from our officials that we're not continuing on with the jumping event in this competition whilst we are trying to restore EMS cover to this venue. So while that is happening, we'll step aside as we continue our live coverage of these championships, the Rocky Mountain Pro, and when we return, we will have Enzo Christian back out onto the water next.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
USA.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shuswap Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shuswap Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Right there, returning to live and continuing action here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am. as part of the Nordic Water Ski World Series, being presented to you by GM Marine. Welcome back, folks. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we rejoin the jump event in the U21 men's competition. Now, the reason why we were off air for a few minutes was to ensure that the appropriate paramedic cover was in place in time for our next and remaining skiers on the water. To that end, we went off air around about the time that Enzo had taken his first attempt, and now he's got a warm-up jump because the break time was 10 minutes or over. That is a non-scoring warm-up jump, and now we're going to rejoin the official action from this point onwards, starting with jump number 2. Passed up on jump number 1. And now we're rescoring from this point onwards for jump number 2. Enzo Christian. All right, let's see what Enzo Christian has been capable of so far this season. Coming to us out of Saskatoon. His first competition was a little over 10 years ago now, the Saskatchewan Regionals. Coaches are Carter Lucas, Jim Clooney, Jack Critchley, and Natalia Bertnikava. Most recently jumped a 48.4 meter jump distance at the Western Canada and Saskatchewan Provincial Championships. And I believe that jump is going to be there and thereabouts there for him. Enzo Christian. So let's have a look and see what he produced on jump number 1. This jump is 50.7 meters, 166 feet, 50.7 meters. Seems to have gotten a good dose of speed and is currently in 5th place right now with that jump distance of 50.7 meters. Here we go. Russ Dixon at the helm of that towboat, the 2026 Ski Nautique, powered by Correct Craft. Coming in on letter Z at 57 kilometers an hour with the boat path split. Let's see what Enzo can produce. Good impact, good flight, but not too much. And don't know whether he caught much of his momentum going across the jump this time around to throw down a distance in excess of 50.7 meters. He jumped 56.8 in the previous round. And he backs it up with a jump distance of 53.4 meters, as far as I can tell, 53.4 meters or 175 feet. So, Enzo Christian, I'm sure he's slotted in for a top 8 final round spot. The finals take place on Sunday, unless a schedule change makes it otherwise. A change in the schedule has been necessitated for the open women and open men's jump, as well as this U21 jump competition, due to the forecast of increased wind in the within the remaining 2 days of this competition. We want to ensure that we have the best conditions on offer as much as we can with the level of competitors that we're entertaining. And to that end, we have another jumper from Canada on the water. It is Samson Clooney. So Samson Clooney getting ready for jump number 1. Another skier getting ready to take to the water on the jump lake is going to be Jake Abelson. We'll see him within the next 3 jumps. Here is Samson Clooney from Canada. Samson Clooney, who's jumped nearly 60 meters in the past. Oh, look at this! He sends one down the lake. So, competed recently in the Canadian Open, where he jumped a 58.4 meter leap. He's certainly capable of producing a similar distance in this realm right here. He jumped 57.5 in the round previous to this one. And he's on a roll here with a jump distance of 55.3 meters. .3 meters on jump number 1. So he is within a little over 2 meters shy of that previously jumped distance in round number 1. But we'll soon see what he's got left by way of the remaining 2 jumps in this second round of the U21 men's jump competition. So Samson Clooney, I believe his personal best is 57.7 meters or 189 feet. And he's going to need a distance of around about that range to keep his nose in front of the likes of Jake Abelson, who will be coming up next. Ah, look at this! Good speed, good flight! Yeah, get after it! So just waiting on the distance. It's going to be a big number coming through in just a moment. The distance coming through is 58.1. 58.1. His best jump out of the 2 rounds so far. 58.1 meters. If I'm reading this correct, that jump of 58.1 is just shy of his personal best of 58.4, which he produced at the Canadian Open, so he's there and thereabouts here. There we see on the shore side Jim Clooney just watching on. Let's have a look and see what Samson could do. 57K, letter X, boat path split. Does he have anything left in the tank? Canada's last hope in the U21 men's jump competition, up and over. Had the speed, but not quite as much height this time around. So 58.1, the middle jump distance there for Samson Clooney. And losing a little bit of distance on jump number 3. It's 56.7 meters, 56.7, 186 feet. But he is into the 190s with 58.1, 56.7 on jump number 3. So he's been consistently jumping Some wonderful distances in this competition, and now we come down to our final competitor in round 2 in the U21 men's jump contest. It is going to be a skier from New Hampshire. It is Jake Abelson. So Jake Abelson getting ready to go. And here's some news on Jake Abelson. Because he's already jumped a distance that would maintain the lead going through to the next round of the competition, he will be the last skier off the dock in the final of the U21 men's jumping final. Okay, so this is the second and final round of the competition. I've just been reminded of. My apologies to all the good folks out there. But this is for the win. Jake Abelson out there right now. He jumped 58.6 meters, and he's got 3 jumps in which to fly down the lake and to possibly take the win here. So, ladies and gentlemen, continuing right along. Jake Abelson. His personal best distance is 205 feet or 62.5. Here he comes. Look at this, and we might have our best distance amongst the U21 men. That is Jake Abelson. A skier that shocked the world 2 seasons ago in the U17 World Water Ski Championships right here on the lakes of Castingstone, Predator Bay, where he just was able to make it into the boys' jump final. And amongst our first competitors off the dock in that final, just unloaded with a distance that was unable to be surpassed on his way to the World Championship. He certainly enjoys the skiing at this site, I can tell you that much. And the jump distance coming through very, very soon for Jake Abelson. We're working on the distance coming through. The anticipation is absolutely agonizing while we wait for the jump distance to be revealed. He jumped 58.6 meters in the first round. And he's jumped 57.7 meters. 57.7 meters on the opening jump, so he's still got some work to do. Here he comes. This is Jake Abelson. Stretching that one out. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough to overhaul Samson Clooney, who has the lead in this round with 58.1 meters? Certainly pushed the distance out for all that he could. Oh my word, the distance coming through. This is absolutely incredible. It's a dead heat. 58.1 meters or 191 feet. Okay, so just been informed that if this tie situation continues on and exists beyond the third and final jump distance for Jake Abelson, it will be a 2-jump jump-off if this tie continues to exist towards the very end of this event. So, it would be a jump off between Samson Clooney and Jake Abelson, unless Jake Abelson is able to produce a distance in excess of 58.1 meters. So for all the marbles coming in right now, Jake Abelson, let's see what he's got. And losing some distance on that one, so I believe that it's going to be a jump off between Jake Abelson and Samson Clooney, both tying at 58.1 meters. We're waiting on the distance to become official. It is 56.7 meters, 56.7 meters. So now it is a jump off. Just didn't get the height or didn't get the distance on jump number 3 that would have sealed the deal there for Jake Abelson. But now we've got some more jumping to come in the U21 men's competition. We'll extend this out to a jump off. Just when you thought things couldn't get even more dramatic here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, we're just confirming the details to determine we're seeing on the graphic there on the bottom of the screen, jump off for the win between two skiers. Samson Clooney versus Jake Abelson. Now, who will take to the water first? The only podium position that we see confirmed is that from Dash Kruger with 55.1 meters for third place. So Samson Clooney and Jake Abelson. So they're standing together. Let's listen in. So Regina pulls one of the pieces of paper. Okay, so they've made the draw. The question is, what is the result of that draw? That's being radioed in right now, courtesy of our Chief Judge, Kerry Lee. Jake is taken to the water first, so he'll set the pace. The next two jumps don't alter the ultimate result so far as the scoring is concerned. Both will have credit for 58.1 meters in the final round of jumps. This is to just break the tie that exists between Samson Clooney and Jake Abelson. And Jake Abelson, certainly used to the conditions here, used to skiing here, absolutely enjoys his time being here at the Lakes of Casting Stone. He's won championships here at junior and U21 level. He's won numerous medals here, and certainly looking for another potential win going forwards. Jake Abelson will take to the water first, followed by Samson Clooney. All right then, batter up. Jake Abelson, our first skier off the dock. He will have 2 jumps to determine the destiny of the first of our titles for this U21 Championship. Okay, so Jake Abelson between himself and Samson Clooney. There's much more than just bragging rights involved here. A spot in next year's Masters water ski tournament in the U21 event is on the line between Samson Clooney, who will be next off the dock to shoot for that, and Jake Abelson. Let's have a look and see what Jake Abelson has to work with here. Jump number 1. Oh, nicely done there. Good lift and good flow all the way down the lake. Fantastic skiing there from Jake Abelson. We await the distance. And the distance coming through any moment now, because it is going to be a distance of 59.2 meters. 59.2 or 194 feet. Just getting beautiful lift there and hanging on to the handle for as long as he can in the flight there to gain the maximum amount of line tension and pull coming off the jump and well into the flight. So now this is Jake Abelson. He's got 1 more jump to remaining. Let's see what he's got. Second and final jump. And once again taking flight. The wonderful distance there from Jake Abelson, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough to rattle Samson Clooney from Canada as he gets ready to take to the water? Jake Abelson, currently a resident in Gilbert in Arizona. Oh my word, the distance has come through. It's 202 feet. It's 61.5. So the jump distance has come through with 61.5 meters. Incredible drama unfolding here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am with the U21 competition reaching a crescendo here in the men's jump competition. We are in the jump-off, the 2 jump-off between Samson Clooney, who is about to take to the water next, and the jumps that we've seen from Jake Abelson, who has just vaulted himself into outer space with a jump of 59.2 meters on the first and 61.5 on the second. Now, Samson Clooney is now well aware of the task that is on his shoulders. For a place in next year's Masters water ski tournament in the U21 event, he has got to exceed the distance of 61.5 meters. Can he do it? So Samson Clooney in recent times has been able to jump in the high 50s. He has yet to jump over 60 meters. And that is the kind of target that he's looking to exceed right now. He needs more than 61.5 meters to earn himself a trip to Callaway Gardens in Pine Mountain in Georgia for the U21 event in next year's Masters. Up and over, pressing out over the skis. Is that enough? He's trying to stay calm. He's trying to stay focused in preparation for his second jump should he need it. The distance on the opening jump is 58.7. 58.7. He's going to need something more. So 58.7 or 195 feet. And it's worth pointing out that these kind of jumps there from Samson Clooney are among his best ever out on the water. But he's going to need better than that if he is to book himself a spot to the Masters water ski tournament in the U21 section. How much dare he risk? So, let's have a look and see what he's got for his third and last attempt. Samson Clooney getting ready for his second and final jump. This has got to be over 61.5 to go to the Masters. And I don't think he's quite done it. We'll get the confirmation on the distance. He certainly had the speed, but the height was lacking. He probably has a good idea of what that distance was going to be. But Samson Clooney, I believe the distance is going to be 57 meters, which means that your champion in the U21 men's jump competition with a jump-off distance of 61.5 meters from Gilbert, Arizona in the United States. It is Jake Abelson, and he has punched his ticket to the U21 men's jump competition in Callaway Gardens in Pine Mountain, Georgia, next May. So 57 meters on this last jump here for Samson Clooney. Looking at the speed, looking at the drive, and looking at the lift. Certainly a good-looking jump there, but not quite the distance that he needed. Okay, so let's have a look at the leaderboard, the men's jump leaderboard. 61.5 meters in the jump off, equivalent to 202 feet. Samson Clooney with his best jump going into the jump off of 58.1 meters. In the jump off, he jumped 58.7. And then the remaining places, third place, Dash Kruger with 55.1. Brett Ellis with 53.7. Jaden Eade with 53.6. Enzo Christian with 53.4. Max Strelchuk with 52.3. Hayden Bickerton with 47.6. Graydon Swanson with 43.4. Giovanni Bloyer with 38.1. Rich Kruger with 36.4. And unfortunately unable to get a score for Damien Eade. From what I understand, he's receiving medical attention at this moment in time, and we certainly wish him the best going forward. So now we're into our next event. It is the women's jump, the women's pro jump. Second round. This will determine the seeding order for the for the top 8 women. All right, so we're into the pro women's jump competition, and this is the second round, and we're going to start it off with our Chilean jumper. This is Emilia Mendez. Okay, so here's our running order. Emilia Mendez, followed by Kate Pinsino, Augustina Vara, Kennedy Hansen, Regina Jaquist, and our number 1 seed out of the first round, Sasha Denierskaya. Okay, so Emilia Mendez. Let's see what she's got with the 3 jumps at her disposal. Driving it on home at 54 kilometers an hour. Good lift, good flight. Safely down and able to ride out that jump. So Emilia Mendez in the round previous to this one was able to jump 34.8 meters on her third and last jump, having passed on the opening 2. This time around, she's in a better position to take all 3 and jump in 34.7 to open up with. So she's got something to work against here, and she has 2 more jumps at her disposal. Good lift, good flight, and the landing wasn't too bad either.
And the guy was on here before. He was like, really? Yeah. I was pretty sure I get my and I was, what jumping shot?
Do you see me put on my skis? I don't have to take them off because I had to do the ramp.
You were so prepared.
I felt so unprepared.
This habit of
So Emilia Mendez comes into this event with a personal best of around 36.9 meters. So she's getting closer towards that kind of distance. Let's have a look and see what Emilia Mendez has in store for us on jump number 2. Nice looking jump there on the whole from Emilia Mendez. Might actually be further than 34 meters. That could start to rattle a few feathers going forwards. So jumping 36.7 meters.
from my book. Oh, the Slalom. Oh, yeah.
I'm never drinking coffee ever again.
I had coffee and a Red Bull today. Can you tell by how?
So here we go, folks. Amelia Mendez was already jumped her best jump distance in this competition. 36.7 meters. Might actually end up being very close to her personal best. But I don't think that one is going to be it there for Amelia Mendez, who skis back towards the dock to end off her jump set. Her best jump is going to be a distance of 36.7. Highly doubt that her third and last jump is going to be anywhere close. But some decent skiing there towards the end for Amelia Mendez, coming to us from Chile. So looking at this once again, Amelia Mendez. Again a little bit squirrely off the jump. We'll wait the distance for her last attempt. So it looks like we're having trouble obtaining the distance from Amelia Mendez's last jump.
Damn, you're just full of rewrites today. Yeah.
And it looks like Amelia Mendez is going to get the opportunity to take a re-ride on that third and last jump there. So another opportunity for her to...
I think they're checking.
Another opportunity may present itself.
Yeah, I was heard they got to rewrite again, yeah. The grid just faces me coming. The pink's too bright. Sí. Your ace jump of the day. Guess I totally broke it. Yeah, because you got 2 in the first one. Yeah.
Okay, so as we continue forward, Amelia Mendez is out on the water and Kate Pinsner is on the starting dock, and coincidental that she is, because we almost forgot to mention that Kate Pinsner has also punched her ticket for the U21 event of the Masters water skiing competition next May on the strength of her winning jump in the second and final round of competition. So congratulations to her. But the pro women continue on. Here we go. And that is Amelia Mendez passing up on jump number 3, but she has a best jump distance of 36.7 meters out of the 2 rounds in which she skied at. So, and that is about 0.2 or 0.3 of a meter shy of her personal best, which is around 37 meters. But some decent jumping out there for Amelia Mendez, and she'll work to improve between now and the next events, as we now get ready for the aforementioned Kate Pinsonneau, the winner of the U21 women's jump competition and competing here in the pro event as well. Women's pro jump round 2. Time right now, for those of you that are wondering, is nearly 6:45 in the evening. Wonderful venue this. It stays light for an extraordinarily long amount of time in the middle of summer, which is why we're able to ski at nearly 7 o'clock at night. We got Kate Pinsonneau out on the water right now. So Kate Pinsonneau is on the water right now, and because we have a total of 8 jumpers and 8 competitors will advance through to the jumping final, which will take place either tomorrow or Sunday, depending upon any revisions to the schedule. That means that every single women's jumper on this list has a pathway to the women's pro jump final. So, in terms of what we're seeing here, this can be regarded as a seeding round. Here we go. This is Kate Pinsonneau. Nice looking jump there. So waiting on the distance, and it's revealed itself as 42.3 meters, 42.3. All right then, as we continue on, Kate Pinsonneau out on the water, letter P, pathway split, 54 kilometers an hour the boat speed. Here she comes. This is Kate Pinsonneau. Nice edge, nice effort there on jump number 1. So Kate Pinsonneau makes the turn round the island, and we await the distance for her coming up very, very soon. It is going to be around about the same kind of distance, 42.1 meters, 42.1 meters for Kate Pinsonneau. Now, I've just received some information from an earlier competitor, Maisa Jakobsen, who was injured on one of her jumps and was unable to continue skiing. Now she's been released from the medical facility, and reliably tells me that the injuries are are going to be restricted to some ligament sprains. Nothing as serious as a torn ligament like an ACL, a PCL, or even an MCL. But she has suffered some ligament sprains, and it's going to take a little while for them to heal over and allow her to go back out there and compete. She'll be heading home fairly soon to her native Denmark to receive a further medical attention, but I just thought you guys and girls would like to know the latest information in respect to one of our top female jumpers in this event, who would ordinarily be competing right about now. As a matter of fact, she would be our penultimate competitor on this list should she have been fit enough to compete. Kate Pinsino driving in, and that jump should be around about the same distance, I would fancy, around about 42.2 or 3. So consistency there all the way through. And Kate Pinsino. Kate Pinsino, who jumped a distance of 43.4 meters in the previous round, has increased upon that distance with that latest jump of 43.8. So attacking the ramp with greater intensity this time around, found some more confidence out there, and was able to push a lot harder with the third and last jump, and yielding a distance of 43.8. All right, so skier on the water right now. This is Augustina Vara. So we were expecting Nelly Allard to take to the water, but unfortunately she sustained a little bit of a knock in the familiarization yesterday, so unable to compete today or the remainder of this weekend right here at the Rocky Mountain Pro. All right, so coming in, this is Augustina Vara, a graduate of the University of Alabama. Oh, and almost stepping through a little bit too far there. That is Augustina Vara. Not able to take the first attempt. And we will see what she does with the remaining two coming right up. This is Augustina Vara. So now being picked up. Being picked up by our Nautique 2026 model towboat.
No, it's wait, if the weather is good, we're gonna do finals on Sunday, but it looks like it might be tailing, so just in case. It's still a best score out of 2 rounds.
This could be...
Yeah. But again, long shot, so many tournaments and it looks good.
All right, so Augustina Vara able to land, not able to ski away from that pass on jump number 1. we will see what occurs with jump number 2. Looks like she is settled on doing the 3/4 carts, letter S, boat pass split at 54K. Tightening up on that line, and now turns in, drives it in on home, up and over, and getting a little bit unsettled in the air as she came off the top of the ramp and almost lost that jump there. That is Agustina Vara, graduated with a degree in computer software engineering from that University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Competed for their team with distinction over the years in which she was eligible for. And 44.5 meters is going to be the distance on jump number 2 for Agustina Vara. She's had a knock or a few over the years in terms of being injured as a result of her pushing the limits of the jump event. Just coming off the handle just a little bit early and unable to have that much control, because when that left hand comes off the handle, you're pretty much at the mercy of the towboat in a lot of cases. So as the sun starts to creep down towards the horizon, it's lighting up the lake in rather strange and mysterious ways, as we now get ready for Agustina Vara to come back into the course. 44.5 meters on the middle jump, and here she comes, third and last. Oh, and very, very close to a clip in the bottom right-hand corner there. But is able to survive not only that jump, but the one before. .45 on the second jump. And now 46.9 is the distance on her third and last. 46.9, 154 feet. 46.9 for Agustina Vara. Handle up high off the turn, which already complicates things where it pertains to weight distribution on the jump skis. But there you go. That is Agustina Vara with 46.9 meters. I'm not too sure whether that improves upon her previous jump distance. It's actually a little bit less than what she did in the previous round, where she jumped 47.6. So 47.6 out of the 2 rounds is the distance that will carry for her going forwards. And now our next competitor up, our 4th from last off the dock, is going to be Kennedy Hansen. So working away towards the opposite end of the jump course, Kennedy Hansen, who actually created a personal best for herself not too long ago over at the Ricetto Pro.
A second after it. I was deep.
Yeah, it's good. It's not overpowering you, is it?
Kennedy Hansen in the jump course right now. Personal best, a 43.1 meter distance. Oh, nicely done. Beautifully executed first jump there. Since jumping 43.1 in Ricciotto, she exceeded that distance at the Granite Cup, not once but twice, jumping 46.6 meters for 152, and then busting out a distance of 48.5 for 159 feet. So on the cusp of 160 feet. She will not do it on this jump, however. It's 47.1. So she's improving her jump capability all the time. The distances and the consistency to go along with it. That is Kennedy Hansen. So look good there on jump number 1, 47.1 meters. Now comparing that to a previous round, it's about half a meter short of what she jumped in round number 1, where she knocked down a distance of 47.7 meters. So let's have a look and see what Kennedy Hansen has to offer on jump number 2 with letter P. Not a bad approach there on jump number 2, but the timing needed something a little extra, so to speak. Kennedy Hansen, a graduate of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and continues studies to this day at that same institution, as far as I know. As we look at the starting dock, and another former collegiate athlete about to take to the water in the form of Regina Jaquess. And another opportunity there presents itself for those of you that want to win yourself a slalom ski, either a D3 or a Conley. Enter the audience prize, and if you can predict the slalom podium in the pro event, if you can accurately do that and get close enough to the tiebreaker, then you could win yourself a slalom ski from D3 or Conley as part of the audience prize. You can go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That is waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
You are back. Push it. You don't need to rock. Keep going up, not straight. Just get them skis around and keep that right underneath your hip.
All right, as we break away from the little encouragement session on the starting dock, courtesy of Jack Critchley and Regina Jaquess, let's see what Kennedy Hansen has to offer with a third and last attempt. Drives in off the turn and unfortunately having to drop the handle. So 2 passes right at the very end of a jump set on the second round. A best jump set, a best jump in this competition is 47.7. On the strength of 47.1 being the best jump in the second round of 2. So now we're down to our final 3. We'll see. Well, actually, our final 2, because Maisa Jakobsen, although she is one of our better jumpers and is in the second seed, is in no position to compete in this competition, and she will receive medical attention very, very soon upon arriving back to her native Denmark, which means we are down to our final 2 competitors in the women's jump competition in the Elimination Round Series. So who will get the top seed, who will get the second best seed, so on and so forth. And to determine that, our next competitor representing the United States of America, it is going to be Sasha. Sasha will be our final competitor to take to water, but before her, setting the stage, will be Regina Jaquess. Regina Jaquez, who in the round previous to this one jumped 50.1 meters. 50.1 meters. So with a jump distance of 50.1 meters, by the virtue that distance has not been superseded by any of the previous competitors, she is locked in at the very least in a number 2 seeded position going through to the women's jump final in the pros. Now, if she wants to change her seeding for the better, then she's going to first of all have to outstrip the jump distance of 52.9, which is the lead jump distance produced by Sasha Denyaskaya in the round previous to this one. So the initial target is there for her to try and aim for, more than 52.9. Brilliant jump there, good speed, good lift off the top of that ramp, and is in great shape so far with her jumping. Jumped over 50.1 meters in the round number 1, but finds herself needing a jump distance about 2 or so meters further. And the first jump distance to come through there for Regina Jaquez, a little over 48 meters. It's 48.2, taking a little bit of a shoulder shunt there, restricting the amount of height that she could get off the top of the ramp. And 48.2 meters is her opening jump distance. She still needs about a 4-meter push on top of that to get somewhere close to Sasha Denyaskaya. There is the aforementioned Sasha Denyaskaya. All right, here we go, folks. Jump number 2. So here she comes. This is Regina Jaquez. Good looking jump, but still lacking a certain something there towards the end. Needing something in excess of 52.9 meters to vault ahead. All right, so looking at this, it's a little further though. She's creeping, albeit a little bit closer with 49 meters. So, continuing on with this competition, the Open Women's Jump Round 2 to determine the seeding for the top 8 finalists.
¿No te avisa cuando estamos live?
Will actually be top 7.
Y que se vea Sasha atrás.
Because we are missing one competitor on this list, and there's Maisa Jakobsen, who has been ruled out from the competition due to injury. Here comes Regina Jaquez, third and last. Oh no, and she's all over the place. She's out the back. Throwing the helmet away from her. Was certainly prepared to push for what she wanted to get out of this jump set. Right, so for the benefit of our webcast viewers, as we continue on with the live coverage of this event, this is Regina Jaquiz's last jump. Wasn't able to get her feet underneath her and ultimately went out of the back there on jump number 3 in round number 2. So no score there recorded for Regina Jaquiz on that particular effort. Regina Jaquiz, her best jump in this round is 49 meters. And but the thing that concerns us the most is her current state of health right now, having taken a pretty gnarly fall towards the back. And as she was being as the rescue swimmers got close to her, she waved them off. And it looks like Regina Jaquiz it will be walking out of the lake. And so we'll find out our status there with Regina Jaquiz, and getting a hand from one of our rescue swimmers, and looks like she's hobbling out the water a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, Regina Jaquiz. That therefore means that with the second round scores posted by Regina Jaquiz only being as high as 49 meters, it means that our seeding is set.
54W.
Sasha Denyaskaya will take to the water and will go out there secure in the knowledge that her jump in the previous round of 52.9 meters gives her a guaranteed #1 seeding going into the women's jump final.
Thank you.
So Sasha Denyaskaya now confirmed as the #1 seed going into tomorrow's or Sunday's women's jump final in the pros.
Thank you, guys.
So selecting letter W, 2 foot wide at 54 kilometers an hour, our final skier in the women's pro jump second round is none other than Sasha Denyaskaya. So Sasha Denyaskaya, she doesn't have to jump. She's already secured the #1 seed going into the women's jump final. So there was no need for her to jump out there, but she'll take three solid attempts, and maybe she has something planned out there for her 3 jumps coming up. Maybe she wants to audition her timing in respect to the jump ramp. Maybe she wants to work on that and save her jumps for the next day. I don't know what the reasoning is, but I'm sure that it's perfectly valid going forwards. As Sasha Denyaskaya coming to us out of Horizon West in Orlando in Central Florida. Let's have a look and see. Turns in, drives. Good looking jump there. A little bit flustered in the air on the way down, but managing to ride out that jump, and she's got 2 more attempts to go. She could decide at this point to ski into the dock, and no one would counter the worse for it, as we see Regina Jaquiz along the shore side there, along with her husband, Jack Critchley. Palpable sense of relief there between the two of those individuals, as 51.5 meters is the lead distance in this round. So the leader in after round 1, the leader after round 2, and the number 1 seed going into the third and final round final. It is Sasha Denyorskaya. Good pull off that towboat, the excellent 2026 Ski Nautique towboat, courtesy of Nautiques and Correct Craft. Sasha Denyorskaya trying to get a little bit more out of that towboat. So far as her timing is concerned, a 0 score on the middle jump distance, on the middle jump for Sasha Denyorskaya. I don't know whether she's asking for the towboat to take her straight to the dock. I saw her tap of the head for a moment there, and Sasha Denyorskaya, again, a little bit bogged down with the turn upon reflection. So certainly wise not to take jump number 2. So it looks like Sasha Denyorskaya is going to take her third and last jump in this round. Okay, here we go. This is Sasha Denyorskaya, letter W, 54K, 2 foot wide. Let's see what she does with this jump. And she drops the handle, skis around the left, and she'll sink into the water, happy that she has had the opportunity to audition her timing for the finals of the women's jump competition. Whether that's either tomorrow or Sunday, it's purely dependent upon the weather and the conditions that prevail in concert with that weather. But for now, Sasha Denyorskaya. So Sasha Denyorskaya sinks into the water. She's done, and so are we with the women's pro jump after 2 rounds of elimination round action. So let's have a look at the jump leaderboard, shall we? We've got Sasha Denyorskaya with her best jump distance of 52.9 meters out of round number 1. That is the best of her 2 rounds. Regina Jaquist on 49 meters in this round, but had already jumped more than that in the round previous to that, a little over 50 meters, and then ahead of Kennedy Hansen, who jumped 47.1 meters in this round, jumped 47.7 in the previous round, and then you look down for the previous jumpers, Augustina Vara, Kate Pincinot, and Amelia Mendez. All right, then, we'll continue on with the remaining jumpers. It will be the pro men's jump in just a few minutes, so stick around, grab your favorite chair once more, and grab your favorite beverage. We're going to throw down once again with the men's jump round 2 as we continue on with the Rocky Mountain Pro am here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
World record ropes masterline.
All right there, welcome back to live and continuing coverage. We are into our final event of today's action, the men's jump round 2 in the pro competition. Here at the Rocky Mountain Pro-Am, as part of the newly minted Nautic Water Ski World Series. Beautiful conditions here. It stays light for well past 10 o'clock at night, and the time right here, right now, is around about 7:30 in the evening as we introduce our final 9 jumpers. Samson Clooney will be our lead-off competitor, followed by Jake Abelson. They were involved in that jump-off in the U21s. followed by Thomas Daigle, Brandon Schipper, Will Roberts, Martin Labra, Carter Lucas, Luca Rockenwald, and finally Joel Poland. So Samson Clooney, who jumped 56.9 meters on his last jump, 56.7. Prior to that, he jumped 57.2 meters. And in the jump off in the U21's competition, he jumped well in excess of those distances. So building upon his that sixth level of success, he jumped 58.7 in the U21 section of this competition. Now let's see what he's got here. This is Samson Clooney. Good flight, a little out the back though, wasn't able to push over his jump skis to maximize the amount of airtime that he would have generated off the top of that ramp. Samson Clooney, one of two competitors elected to jump at 1.65 meter ramp height. The remaining 6 or so competitors will exercise the option to jump at 1.80 meters, as the competitors are and the ramp are backlit in this round with a jump of 53.6 meters to open things up. 53.6 meters to open things up in this second round of action in the pro competition. So as we continue right along, we're here at the Lakes of Casting Stone, the home of the Predator Bay Water Ski Club, two man-made lakes. The ski season runs from early May to early October. Much of the excavated gravel for this site was used to build Calgary's Deerfoot Trail Freeway, and this venue is located next to the Bow River, which flows out to the Canadian Rockies and eventually joins the Oldman River to form the South Saskatchewan River. Here we go. Samson Clooney throwing down huge, big time on jump number 2. Jump 53.6 on the opener, and I suspect that jump is going to be a skosh further at least. And indeed it is. It is 56.9. 56.9 on the secondary jump there for Samson Clooney. He's been skiing absolutely out of his mind today, and almost booked himself a spot to Callaway Gardens for the U21 competition there at the Masters Water Ski Tournament next May.
Are you sleeping in the bus? Yeah. Nice. Yes, sir. My brother lives in town, but I mean, he's got like my niece and nephew are 1 and 3, so like they go to bed at like 9. So like last night, like I texted him, but they were already in bed. Yeah. And probably the same thing tonight. He's coming to. He's dock starting tomorrow though, so. Oh, cool. Dude, I don't know if the kid.
Does he ski here or does he?
Yeah.
All right, listening in at some of the conversations dockside. It's not all intensity, you know. 57K, letter X, boat path split. Samson Clooney, third and last jump. Let's see what he's got. Does he have anything left in the tank? Floating in for a wonderful looking third and last jump there for him. Certainly took a little bit more height, but at what expense? .59 on jump number 2. And he backs it up with a 56.8 meter distance. So 56.8 meters representing his final jump. But we're going to see him in the in the next round of the jumping competition amongst the pro men's, depending on whether that distance holds up against his opposition in round number 2. We take 8 out of our 10 jumpers through to the next round of the competition. So Samson Clooney, is that jump going to hold off an assault, a late assault going forwards? We'll find out, won't we, within the course of the next few competitors. Incidentally, Samson Clooney's best jump of 56.9 meters isn't the best jump that he's produced in among the 2 pro rounds. He jumped 57.2 meters in round number 1. I'm not too sure what the towboat is doing right now, but the ramp is going to be moved from 5.5 to 6 feet. All right, our next competitor.
That's annoying. I thought it was remote. I thought you guys just had to get close with the remote. I feel like it's funny just standing on the dock with skis. I was like, usually like, you put them on and you sit right away. I feel like a Jerry, like a noob. Yeah, X split. X split, yes. 8? 8. Has anyone been going 10?
All right then, so moving right along to our next competitor.
I'm not going to need it. I don't know why I asked.
It's going to be
I was
Thomas
just doing it last year,
Daigle.
but I wasn't going far. I'm still not going far. But it's okay.
So, from Canada, this is Thomas Daigle. Thomas Daigle in the previous round jumped a distance of 55.8 meters. That was his only jump that he produced. 55.8 and passed up on the remaining 2. And we will see what he can conjure up for us within the next few minutes and the next 3 jumps. So getting ready to jump. Coming up next after Thomas Daigle, I believe, is going to be Martin Labra. We'll get confirmation of that in just a few moments. Here is Thomas Daigle. 57, letter X, path split. Let's see if he can launch one out there. He jumped 55.8 meters, and I suspect that jump is going to be overawed by that first jump there. Although the reaction there from our competitor is unusual to say the least. Is this the reaction of someone who is actually pleased about his jumping or just frustrated? So 56.2 meters he opens up with for a 184, 56.2, and that is his best jump. So opens up with 56.2, Thomas Daigle, our second competitor out in this second and final elimination round. Looking at the starting dock, we certainly know who this gentleman is. It's Martin Labra from Chile. The TWBC podcast got a chance to talk with him and Matty Gonzalez for an episode that will be released within the next few hours, so make sure you check that out. Here we go, Thomas Daigle, jump number 2. Winding down the windows there with the left arm coming off the top of the ramp there, and just couldn't really connect the way he would have liked. Looking at Thomas Daigle and getting the 44.5 meters. So his middle jump distance nowhere close to what he was able to produce on jump number 1 of 56.2. And 56.2, as I mentioned before, his best jump so far out of the jumps that he's taken in round number 1 and those that he's taken so far in round number 2. But would need a jump distance in excess of 57 meters, 57.1, 57.2 meters as a matter of fact, to improve his seeding in respect to Samson Clooney, who was our first competitor out. Here we go, Thomas Daigle, third and last attempt. His last roll of the dice here. Nice, tidy looking jump there, but does that translate to distance? We'll find out any moment now as Thomas Daigle exits the stage. Looking in quite a bit of pain out there, it has to be said. So 55.3 meters, and from what I understand, he did injure himself in the familiarization prior to this event. So that's a good portion of the reason why he's suffering a little bit out there in respect to his jumping, but certainly big ups to Thomas Daigle for going out there for starters, battling against the injury he sustained in the familiarization. It's certainly a brave soul out there to continue skiing amongst that level of duress. 55.3 meters certainly won't get anywhere close to Samson Clooney. But now our next competitor on the water, we change our direction, we change our focus from Canada to Chile. And our Chilean skier on the water is Martin Labra. Now Martin Labra was able to jump 61.1 meters with the best jump out of the 3 that was offered to him at his disposal. So still a bunch of activity around the dockside area. We'll see Carter Lucas, our next competitor, take to the water in a few moments. All right then, so here we go, and just been informed of a number of scratches in the second round of the jump event. More details on that shortly. Here we go, this is Martin Labra. Ah, look at that. Takes a lot of speed and a good amount of height as well. So we have a number of scratches coming up. The scratches involve Will Roberts. We await the distance here for Martin Labra. I believe it's going to be 56.6 meters. Ascends and pushes that jump out. Martin Labra, 56.6 meters, which is 185 feet. So it looks like Will Roberts is a scratch, so too is Brandon Schipper and Jack Critchley. We're waiting the status on Luca Rackenwald and also Joel Poland, although it certainly wouldn't surprise me if either of those two decided not to take the jumps in the second round. However, the answer to the initial question has been answered with Luca Rackenwald. He'll be jumping in this round as we see him arrive on dockside a little earlier than anticipated, but knowing that there are several competitors that have elected not to ski, his schedule has been accelerated somewhat. Oh, whoa! Almost lost the right ski coming off the top of the jump there. Martin Labra sending it. Jumping just a little over 56 meters on the first jump in this round. And he's jumped over 60 meters in the round previous to this. Looks like we're struggling to get the distance on that jump there. But this is the most telling angle here for Martin Labra. Just watch that right ski as he comes off the top of the jump. Boosts it out and just getting pulled over that right ski, and just had enough control and enough strength in reserve to be able to hang on to that jump there. And he was celebrating post the landing.